when I thought I couldn't find my way out. Yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, way out. Yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place. Creating the force and the power to live a better. Just know that love and joy and peace is one in all of the same space. That you were chosen just like God. Can mine, can mine. How can mine your energy? That's right. How can mine say? Only you can make the change. How can mine share your energy? How can mine shine so bright from darkness to light. Hey. From darkness to light. Yeah. And you'll find your way out. Yeah. Oh, it won't seem way out. Yeah. The power of God will flow through you from way out.
Welcome. This is Alchemizing Energy, aka DJ Genesis, and we are back at it again with a special. I would say we're going to do a series on this on women's health. The reason why I want to do this, and I have a majority male audience, is because a lot of times, when men talk about women being masculine, being this, being that, right? They don't understand the frame what women go through, But there are some men that are out here that are really taking time to do the research and find out exactly what women are going through when they're having different symptoms and things like this, hormonal changes. Even some of the really whack things that even medicine is doing to women, how we're kind of like victimized by even the medical industry. And there's one creator called Renee J, who has really been kind of campaigning this. And from there, I've seen more men begin to talk about the subject of women from another perspective. You have the red pill arguments. Oh, women are being masculine. They're this, they're that, they're whatever. But have men ever tried to really understand what a woman is going through from a biological standpoint? Because it's one thing to think about from a mental standpoint. Oh, she has an attitude. Oh, she's this, she's tripping, right? But when you have a woman that's going through so many symptoms, they might not tell you, hey, they might just say, hey, I just don't feel like getting it in today. You just only think it as, oh, I have a headache. Oh, you just don't want to, get it in, whatever. You're just avoiding. But a lot of times women are going through symptoms of things that the man has no idea what they're going through. So in this, this is the first part of a multi-series. Like I said, me having a majority male audience into understanding, and I'm going to let men explain it, because there are a lot of men that have no idea. Therapy is what they fear. Amen. And that rhymed. No idea. Therapy is what they fear. They went together. So let me start off by playing a video by a guy named Renee J. And he's going to show some of the things that women go through that men have no idea. And then we're going to go into other people that are talking about some of the things that women go through. They took the time out, and I want to give a shout out to them. And maybe you guys, it will help your relationships in the future. Because when you really look into it, there's a lot going on with women that is not just only surface level attitude, mentality, but sometimes it just might be biological and hormonal. So and also medical, okay? I mean, there's a lot of medical things that go on with women that you would be surprised to find out. So let's start off with this video right here, where he's going to talk about just the beginning, and we'll just go from here. All right, let's go.
I'm trying to tell you, I feel like women should be madder. Like, I don't get it, because like the more you look into women's health, you're like, bro, how are y'all even remotely accepting this? But then you're like, wait, they're not accepting it. This is why every woman I've ever met if she talks about her own health, she immediately gets angry. And I've been like, why are you getting so angry? Now I get it. Because you go to the doctor and the doctor is so consistently condescending about your health. Or if you have like a completely logical question, they're like, oh, they give you all shoulders. They give you all shoulders about like something as simple as like, hey, is there any treatment that I could do for like endometriosis or PCOS or anything that could lower the pain of my current periods? Like, literally, it is baffling that like you could be like, hey, I might need like an ultrasound so I could like look at my body, figure out what the heck is going on currently. They're like, yeah, we got nothing for you. All shoulders? You're all shoulders right now? And it's wild because like the more things that women keep on telling me about women's health, you're like, bro, this is so much. Why aren't you madder? And it's like, the fact that you have women on your, like women are fighting against women's rights is even crazier. Like, bro, what? Like, I am shocked by all this. Like, the fact that there's not a lot of research on postpartum depression until recently, or like how do you explain to someone that you are depressed that your baby is not latching onto your breast and no one's willing to talk about it? Like, bro, no one's willing to talk about it. I'm mad for you. And it's insane because like, I spent the last 2 days just like looking into just some of the things that women have been telling me. And it's more interesting to me that it's a unanimous decision of all women from all creeds, of all religions, of all races, that all are like, no, this shit is garbage. I wish I was pandering. I wish, dog, this is an evil system. You're telling me that some of your pads and tampons had lead in them or like things that could cause cancer? And they just went, yeah, I guess. What? I heard somebody like, oh, he's pink pilling. I didn't know what that meant. I just thought I could just ask logical questions. Wouldn't it push the medical field further if we knew as a collective how to absorb blood, like through a tissue of some type? Wouldn't that be good? So why aren't pads and tampons working? I don't, man. This is dark, bro. This is dark. Wait. You gotta deal with all this and then you get sexually harassed? Oh, fuck that, bro. Dog.
I did not care about my wife's feelings for a long time. I felt like she was overly emotional. She was too sensitive. I felt like she was making me responsible for her feelings. I felt like she was always projecting her feelings onto me. I didn't have compassion for her when it came to her feelings, nor did I have empathy and be able to put myself in her shoes to understand why she was feeling the way that she did. But I realized early on in our relationship that I did not have the capacity for her feelings because I wasn't in tune with my own feelings. I was always taught to man up and to be emotional, or for a man to have feelings was weak. I never dealt with the feeling outside of anger. So I did not know how to process feelings of inadequacy or insecurity or not feeling good enough. And not only was it detrimental to my mental health and my emotional health, but it was also detrimental to my spiritual health. And at the end of the day, it affected my relationship greatly. I had to go to therapy. I had to get a mediator. I had to go to counseling. I had to do the things so I could identify my own feelings, so I could be in tune with my own feelings. I was underexposed to healthy male examples that leaned into their feelings instead of sweeping them under the rug and just manning up. When I first realized that I was allowed to have feelings, then I was able to be more empathetic and compassionate with my wife in regards to her feelings. Us men want to speak that women are overly emotional. We be overly emotional too, but our emotions happen on the inside. We don't articulate our emotions in words or verbally like women do. Emotional intelligence or emotional maturity isn't just being able to identify and manage your own feelings. It is also being able to identify the feelings of somebody else and helping them manage theirs. The blessing in becoming more emotionally mature, it allowed the intimacy of our relationship to go to another level, because I'm not showing up as this rock solid, hardcore man all the time, but I can articulate that I have feelings as well, and that certain things affect me emotionally as well. But more importantly, being able to identify with her that just because she's having feelings, whether they're healthy or unhealthy, that it doesn't make her crazy. It makes her human.
We can talk about no, because God really put a lot on women, and I really feel sorry for y'all and everything y'all got to go through. Because everything that y'all go through that affects the way you think and your emotions is not fucking normal. First, you go through puberty, so that sweet little girl that we once knew is gone forever. Then you get this thing called a period, and while you're on your period, you turn it into another person. Then you start PMSing. You start turning into another person before you get your period. And then you get pregnant and turn into that emotional motherfucker. And then you go through postpartum and then you turn into that demon of a motherfucker. And then you think it's all said and done and you get a little older, then boom, menopause. Fuck. Remember when my mama was going through menopause, she was saying all kinds of shit that didn't make sense to me. Everybody stop talking. I'm having a hot flash. First of all, it's 50 degrees. Second of all, what the fuck does us talking have to do with this shit? I'm sorry, I just need to be by myself right now. I'm having a mood swing. Mood swing? What do that mean? And how the fuck do your mood swing? How does that happen? Swing that bitch back the other way so we can be happy in this motherfucker. But when you really break down what y'all going through, while y'all going through y'all menstrual cycle, it's really bizarre. It's crazy. Because while you're on your period, your body is just preparing itself to make a baby. And when you're not on your period, your body is just preparing itself to receive and carry one. Like, when do you get a fucking break? And then come to find out, those dire ass painful cramps that you have in the beginning of the pregnancy is just your organs moving out of the way and making room to carry a fucking baby. Your organs and shit, your insides are moving out the way to get ready to, that's what you're get the fuck out of here. So you could just be sitting at home chilling, watching TV, and out of nowhere your kidney just be like, oh, excuse me, get over here real quick. And all of this affects your brain, the way you think, the way what you're interested in, your emotion and everything from fucking puberty to PMSing to period to menstruation to menopause. I mean, to all of that affects who you are. So when are you really you? When can we trust you for real? Because that's a lot. We just got to deal with 12 different motherfuckers. Like, that is what? I know y'all be arguing and shit, talking about men could never. A man could never. You damn right. You absolutely fucking right. You can have that shit. You get no argument there. I feel sorry for y'all. If reincarnation is real, I want to come back as a motherfucking lizard. I want to come back. Bring me back as a tree. A fucking coconut or something. Because ain't no way. Hell no. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, ladies. I'm sorry y'all gotta go through that shit.
Fellas, so your woman keeps saying that she feels unheard and you don't care about her feelings. But you know that you care about your woman's feelings. Could it be that it's not that you don't care about her feelings, but the fact that you lack empathy? You lack the ability to put yourself into her shoes. Let me read this to you. Empathy, the action of understanding, being aware of, being sensitive to, and vicariously experiencing the feelings, thoughts, and experience of another person. Oftentimes, us men lack empathy because we don't know how to put ourselves in our woman's shoes. We think that that's soft. We think that we a punk. We think that it makes us emotional. No, it does not make you emotional, but it will help you be more in tune with your woman's emotions if you can understand why she feels the way she feels. I'll give an example. I posted a video on Facebook. And when I posted the video on Facebook, a girl that I grew up with, probably 6-7 years younger than me, she's like a little sister to me. I grew up with her brothers. Her mom was like a mom. She commented on the video and she says, "Broham, I love this for you. You are an amazing man." And I said, "Thanks, babe." And that was the end of it. Like 30 minutes later, my wife come to me and she has her phone and she does this. She says, "Who is this?" I could already feel her energy, feeling some type of way. And I'm like, "It's my sister." And she was like, "And you call her babe?" I said, "That's how I talk to my family." I said, "That's how I talk to my mom. That's how I talk to my other sisters." And she's like, "That's how you used to talk." And I'm like, "What is you talking about?" I grew up with her. Her mama's like my mama. But then I said to myself, let me put myself in my woman's shoes. And in putting myself in my woman's shoes, I could imagine with her scrolling through social media, coming across my post, seeing me call another woman babe, and she don't even know who this woman is. If I put myself in her shoes, I can understand how initially that can make her feel some type of way. And so even though I didn't do anything wrong, even though I felt like I was being accused or it was being mishandled in the wrong way, if I put myself in her shoes, I can understand why she feels some way. Fellas, you want your woman to really believe that her feelings matter to you, you have to learn empathy. You have to learn to put yourself in her shoes so you can see why she drew the conclusion that she came to. It doesn't mean that it's true. It doesn't mean that you have to agree, but you have to be intentional about making sure you understand. And if you do that, I guarantee you, you will hear your woman say that she feels unheard or that you don't care about her feelings a whole lot less.
Calling your sister Bay is weird. Sorry, I don't know what anybody else got to say about that, but Bay to your sister is weird. I'm sorry. Why are you calling your sister Bay? But let's get back into, see, here's the thing. Women go through a lot of different, like I said, changes, whether it be hormonal, periods, we go through, having a baby. A lot of times men, they'll be like, "Okay, why are you acting so weird? Why are you tripping?" Like, sir, I'm carrying a whole human being in my body that's like almost like a parasite that's sucking all my nutrients out of my body. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if you lose hair, sometimes you could look at a person before they were pregnant and then during pregnancy, they look like a whole different person. This is the type of stuff that goes on. I mean, I've lost teeth being pregnant. Lost a whole molar during pregnancy. I don't know whether maybe my vitamins were low. I don't know. But honey, whole teeth fell out my mouth. Hair loss. Sometimes if you like take the right vitamins, it'll stay in. But after you're pregnant, all that you'll grow all this beautiful hair. And then after the baby's born, all the hair falls out your head that you grew during pregnancy. That type of ish, right? So, postpartum, a lot of times when you're giving birth to a baby, they put you in the wrong position. And so when you're giving birth, that baby leaning against, it's a nerve in the back that's one of the reasons why it causes postpartum. I forget, I think the sacral nerve. I think it is some nerve. I think it's the nerve in the back that when you're pushing the baby out, it puts pressure on that nerve and therefore causes postpartum. Men they don't even understand what's even happening in women's health. That's why I wanted to bring this thing up. And you have a lot of men that are just now realizing what is going on in women's health. Welcome to the channel, Sakina Rock. Thank you for coming up. You said you weren't going to come up, but thank you for coming up anyway.
I appreciate it. I came in on a part where a guy was talking about women had it bad when they go through their periods and postpartums and some of all of those things. But I don't think they understand that men go through some of these same things too, right?
Okay. They don't. They go through postpartum. They go through they go through a menstrual cycle as well.
But it's not they go through the cycles and the changes, and so we all go through these changes, call them what we want to, but we got to call them for what they are. Men go through a change in life through 13 or 14, 15, where they spend a lot of time in the bathroom getting to know themselves. Call it what we want to, and that's when we go into our change of life, and we call it our flowers. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And so this is when they call it adolescence, or because the teenage years and adolescence and young adults and things of this nature. And so this is stages in life, right? These are things that change boys to men, young adults, teenagers, and so on and so forth. So it's a hierarchy in life, period. You see what I'm saying?
I can tell you that men do have a period. They move a little.
Period is at the end of that part. So again, so Dewey is a desmo, and that's a period too. So it just depends, because when the etymology changes, so does its action. So this is a word salad, word games. And again, this is why when people try to use Google and other dictionaries for a change, even when you and your young lady had that conversation, y'all were both right. But the time at that time when you're trying to use certain words, it don't make sense at that time. You see what I'm saying? So this is where the problem starts, because alphabet didn't come in to a certain time. And
so we'll say right, period is cycle. Like we should use the right word for the
exactly period. Because that word might have not been that word at that time. And so this is why sometimes people are right and wrong at the same time. And if you're only trying to be righteous, then stay there. But if you're trying to be right, then that's a problem, because right ain't always fair and fair ain't always right. And this is where it becomes ridiculous. So people always want to argue, and that's the problem if you want to argue about it.
Mm-hmm.
Because we were never there at that time. And if you're constantly reading some book, then that's somebody else's opinion, and you have to formulate yours on that. When it comes to a belief, you're going to get beat up. Even if they don't believe, that's their belief not to believe.
Right. So here's the thing. We're talking about the women's health and the things that women go through that men are very unaware of.
Exactly, because they don't know. And because they don't know, they don't believe that they're not a woman. And so they're going to tell you what? Because they're not a woman. Even in the only way they're going to know that is to be a woman. A man cannot tell a woman how to be a woman.
Right.
And so that's why the young man, I'm going to land with this. That's why the young man said, in order to have empathy, is to be in somebody else's shoes. Amen. If you can't be in somebody else's shoes, you can't walk that walk. I can't tell you what it is to be you, but I can understand, or try to understand, how it is to be in somebody else's shoes. And I know damn well that would hurt. That would hurt me to see you go through that. It hurts me when you tell me certain things. I would not want to be in that situation, but I understand if I've been anywhere close to it, or if I've seen something close to it, if I've heard something close to it, because ain't nothing new under the sun. So it didn't have to be me.
So do you think that most men probably are lacking empathy towards women when they're going through certain
You
things?
think they're not? If you ever had a man that has treated you better, because women love men the way they love themselves. And when he don't love you that way, then you know it's time to go.
Amen. So let's get into some of the things that women go through that men are now just realizing. Let's go.
Fellas,
Gentlemen, this is your reminder that knowing about women's health and supporting your partner does not make you any less of a man. In fact, that makes you more of a man. Knowing about postpartum and showing up for your partner is showing up for yourself, showing up for your family. Understanding what breastfeeding actually entails, empower yourself with that knowledge so that you know that something that's natural does not necessarily mean that it's easy at all. Being able to be there and empathize for your partner like that, most cultures don't bring up men this way, but they should. In the end of the day, we truly cannot relate to what it feels like to have a baby sucking on our nipples all day, to have our hormones crashing, super volatile, to be as sleep deprived as moms are, but we can know about it. And based on that knowing, we can empathize more, we can understand more, and we can show up better.
I believe I agree. You know, a lot of times, you know, when a woman is going through pregnancy and this, that, the other, men they don't get it. You know, they don't understand like what that woman is going through and how it's affecting her body, her everything. You know, it's a very volatile situation.
Ladies, ladies of this green earth, first and foremost, I want to salute y'all. Don't you ever in your life again, ladies, let no man on this green earth tell you or even ask you what value is you bringing to the table. Tell him this womb, you punk heifer bitch. Oh my God. Damn it, I just been walking around for the last 40 minutes with this watermelon in my book bag, trying to feel like what it feel like to be pregnant. Damn it, this ain't it. Damn it, I already been having back problems and it's already been 40 minutes. Imagine if I was having twins. Hell no, straight abortion. That's the first thing I'm hollering. Damn it.
He says straight abortion. But you know, this is the type of stuff. But we're not even getting into the depths of what women go through when it comes down to health. Let's go into some of the other things that women go through. That's even deeper. Let's go.
What do you mean chainsaws were invented to perform C-sections? Honestly, women should look at doctors, nurses, and other certain care providers and start barking. Because how? Nobody cares about nothing. The medical field just not researched your problems. One of the biggest studies that has been done for endometriosis is about how the partner feels dating somebody or married to somebody with endometriosis. That don't make no sense to me. Like it's bonkers. Woman who's into astrology or you're now a herbalist, this makes perfect sense. I would also ask the stars and the earth for answers. If nobody else is. Black women have it so much worse. They go into a doctor's office and the doctor basically starts hissing at them. Trials, they don't even test women, they test men. What? It's bonkers. It's just bonkers. What do you
Clinical trials, when they do the clinical trials for the female body, they don't test women, they test men. What are your thoughts on that?
What are they testing for?
I guess in any clinical trials for certain medicines for women, they don't test the woman, they test the men in that trial.
What do you
Is this
mean?
why they stopped telling with this estrogen stuff, right? That they stopped giving to women and they give to men when they knew women needed it going through menopause. Right?
Yeah.
And so that would be one of the things that clinical testing probably would cover. Hey?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, bottom line is that like the fact that there's any clinical testing done for a woman, whatever it might be, that they're testing men on, like that's crazy. You know, there's so many other different things. Like, listen, I have been on
So
on
yeah,
that.
let me say this. So when that young man said he feels sorry for women going through hot flashes and whatnot, that would be the solution, because they wouldn't go through hot flashes if they knew that the clinical testings on men that gave them that stuff in those powders they going to the gym with that was needed for women going through hot flashes and carrying on. That's what they needed, instead of giving it to the men going to get bucked.
It don't even work. The
You
stuff.
see what I'm saying? Do that make more sense now?
Exactly.
Right, because the women, instead of them going through what the men saying is a problem that's driving them wild, they in the gym getting stretched out, while the women at home being stressed out. You see what I'm saying? So that's the thing, because see, that's what it is. Sometimes while you stressed out, they somewhere being stressed out. And so we had to find another way. And that's why men was taking estrogen. And so, yeah, this is one of the men in the thing right now talking about he a man, he a woman with a penis, and he got questions. And I don't I'm not one of those people that have a problem with you. But the thing is sometimes if you have a problem with a man, you pick the wrong thing to be. And so, because if women have it hard and you chose
to be a woman of all things, we already got
right, you chose to be a woman, then you already knew
good luck.
it was going to be. So you chose the wrong thing to be.
Right, you was better off going
right.
ahead.
I don't know what to tell you at this point.
Right. It's not easy. Being a woman is not easy. Let's go. Let's go.
You can't get a hysterectomy without your husband's permission. What? Oh, God. You said you were in pain. So why do you have to lose weight? That doesn't make sense. Birth control can't solve every problem. 1 out of 10 women have endometriosis. Yet there's more testing on male pattern baldness than that? That's 1 in 10 women. I don't
know.
Anytime you say that you have a problem, they immediately say it's just bad periods. Every woman deals with it. That doesn't make sense. So every time they tell you it's going to be a little pinch, it's a lie. Every time. There's never a time when they tell you the truth. It's always a lie. And then they might give you Tylenol. What? What do you mean they only study menopause for a week? That's half of your life. What is going on? When were y'all going to tell me that men and women have heart attacks differently? Look at me in my eyes. Like I got colored contacts in. When I say I never knew that before this week, that I'm today years old. There's no way. Look at this infographic real quick. They're telling me that with women, it's gradual onset of symptoms, like with extreme fatigue, lightheadedness or dizziness, neck and jaw pain without chest pain. I would never imagine that if someone was talking to me and they were like, yeah, my neck and jaw hurts, I'm kind of feeling a little tired, that I'm thinking that they have a heart attack. Now I know, but how come this isn't being taught? How come this isn't being talked about? You're telling me that the reason why women are just dying at randomly, by the way, it's like, I've seen it in movies where women will just their head will just flop in their plate randomly. And is it because of the fact that they're being dismissed when they talk about their pain? This is a lot. This is a lot to take in. Women's health, what I've learned is that y'all have so many compounding factors of what people ignore. Having PCOS and endometriosis at the same time, insane. You know the lady, what is it called? Blue Monday, the paint. You know where she's like on the bed and she's just like slumped over, just exhausted. That is what I've learned. Every woman is that painting. That's why it hits. That's why it hits, because you're just like, bro, y'all dealing with all this and have to go to work on Monday? All of it is maddening. That's oh my God. This shit doesn't, because like if I'm going to the doctor for like thinning hair, weight gain, acne, like, or maybe I have like excess hair growth, like I suddenly have chin hair, chest hair, all this shit, and irregular or no periods, confused. What should I be buying? What should I not be buying? And I gotta go to doctor to another doctor for them to finally tell me it's PCOS. And then like if it's a good doctor, they'll help me, but then insurance won't help me. And then I gotta go to work on Monday. Nigga. Oh my God, bro. Oh my God. Y'all dealing with this?
Listen, they're just not finding out like what women go through. And it's like it's like, what? Yeah.
I can't with his fat self. Listen here. If we don't quit, all that says to me is he don't got no job. If you don't stop, quit. That is too much. Stop it. I cannot. He playing.
You think he playing, or do you think he's just not realizing?
He playing.
You think it's a joke?
Yeah, he playing. Stop playing. You taking it for granted and you playing with it. Stop playing. It's people out here going.
PCOS is not a joke.
Now stop it. You too fat to be playing like that. When fat people playing like that, it's fat. You see what I'm saying? I'm fat too. Well, stop playing like that. And I'm disabled for real. So stop playing. It is not a joke. And I'm just not able to talk about it. So stop playing. Because that's the problem now. When people out here calling people pedophiles and carrying on, and when the real pedophiles are out here for real, people not paying attention. Because we're using the word so loosely. This is not that. You can't just Google it up.
I think it's women telling him, like, "Hey, look it up. Look up this. Look up that."
You can when you can look it up on Google, but for real, AI will only tell you as much as you know. If you tell AI, well, wait a minute, hold up, because I know this, and it'll say, oh, yeah, you talking about. Because they taught two different histories. You really got to know geography and math and all of that seriously. They didn't teach the North and the South the same history. The Americanas, all of it was not colonized, meaning colonized. That's the problem right now that's going on with Trump, with the Democrats and the Republicans. If you don't know your history, you can't understand the politics that's going on right now.
And medicine. And here's the thing, is that when you got like all this stuff talking about the medical.
And if you don't understand witchcraft, then you're never going to understand medicine, because medicine and witchcraft runs under the same thing. That's why they called it witchcraft. Because the same herbs in witchcraft is medicine. All plants are medicine. Which witch are you? Are you a good witch or a bad witch? Come on, Dorothy.
Are you asking me that question?
I'm just saying, let's get it for real now. Everybody keep talking about Egypt is in Mississippi.
Oh no, I'm good with you. You know, I'm not a witch at all. I'm a priest, so I
There
don't
you
need.
go. Come on. I'm in Kemet all day long.
Yeah, I'm not a witch. I'm a priest, and so when I like say, okay, that you should use
I'll
these.
tell you what did they say. They couldn't understand the metal netter.
Right.
And so we said what? That it came all out of what? And then when we talk about herbs, and they said witchcraft, which came from a son, somebody said something out of something else. We could talk about it all day long.
Right. So, but when we talk about this women's health issue and the men not understanding that, why do you think it is that they're just now coming upon this thing? Now he might seem like he's joking about it. Oh my God, I can't. Maybe I don't know. It seems like because he has a whole series where he's talking about different. Did you mean to tell me this? Did you mean to tell me that? So it's bringing awareness. I don't think that he thinks it's a joke.
Husbands, here are the top 10 things you need to know about menopause to keep your marriage together that I've learned by listening to women on this channel. Number one, it starts way earlier than you think. It can start with something called perimenopause, and that can be as soon as her early 30s. That's when some of the most difficult symptoms are going to happen way before she's prepared for it. Number two, she is losing hormones. This is not her fault. This is not something that she wants to have happen. This is a natural phase of life. The hormones she's losing are estrogen, progesterone, and testosterone, and they affect every area of her body physically and mentally. Number three, once this goes on long enough, she's just going to stop caring. Not about you, not about her family, but just about the bullshit. She doesn't have time to care for everyone and everything around her all the time. This is wreaking havoc on her.
Didn't we just say she lose estrogen?
Yes.
Okay, so ain't that the stuff they taking them things when they go to the gym?
Yeah, the men they take
exactly. That. So then we just cover that.
Yeah.
Okay, so the same things that he just saying, because menopause and that premenopause and all the stuff that you talking about, we just covered. And they pushing health, going to the gym. And all the women don't take all the stuff that men do to produce the muscles and X, Y, and Z. But the men,
we're not taking estrogen pills.
Exactly. But that's the thing for the men. But the women need to take it for menopause. Are you understanding that now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So again, what was your question about the testing that they doing on men?
Well, what he say is that the majority of the tests that are done are not done on women. But
it was for the women, because everything that they testing on men is for the women, just like the estrogen. You see what I'm saying? That's the bottom line, sister. So you keep going around in circles.
No, I'm not in circles. I know exactly what I'm trying to cover here. What I'm trying to cover here, because I have an all-male audience. My audience is 90% men. And I'm trying to show, because a lot of times men will get on these panels and be, well, you women are acting masculine. Well, how old is that woman? Is she going through menopause? Is she going through? Even when her cycle, you know that even when a woman's on her cycle, that she's producing testosterone at that. So you will say that she's acting like a man or acting masculine. Well, honey, women have testosterone just as much as men do. So you want a woman to be 100% estrogen based when women have both hormones in their body. And depending on when you meet them in their cycle, you might get a little bit more testosterone than you might get estrogen. You might get a little less nurturing, a little more kickback. So I'm trying to get my male audience, majority male. I will say 80% male audience that watches my channel to understand that that's why I'm showing other men talking about this, because if we say this, well, listen, we go through this. I have my period. They're like, I don't want to talk about period. I don't want to talk about blood. I don't want to. Well, fuck all that. Like, let's talk about what's happening in a woman's body when these things are happening. And let me show men that are finally finding out what's happening in a woman's body. And let them explain it. Because when I try to tell a guy, they don't want to hear that shit. It's you're just being emotional. You're acting too masculine. Or you're being too mouthy. Or you're being too this. Well, guess what? Depending on where I'm at in my cycle of reproduction, will determine how masculine or feminine I am. And that's what I'm trying to get through to my audience right here. And that is
a man or somebody needs to come up then.
This is a chemical reaction that's happening. You know what I'm saying? It's not necessarily like this woman is masculine. Well, hell, you might meet her in a certain time frame where she be 100% real soft and sweet and this, that, the other. But if you catch her at the wrong time, she might be a little less soft and sweet. And so that's what I was trying to explain to these men, and then have other men explain the things that women go through so that they understand. So I don't think that this guy right here, that he's making it into a joke. He's bringing awareness into the things that women are going through.
Women's health, what I've learned is that y'all have like so many compounding factors of what people ignore. Like having PCOS and endometriosis at the I'm 10 days into looking into women's health. I'm trying to figure out why in the hell every single time a woman goes to a doctor, she's told that she has to lose weight. But it doesn't really make sense to me, because I've been trying to figure out, like, okay, logically, what if the weight gain is the symptom? And I'm like really having trouble figuring that out. Like, why is it that every single time a woman has a problem, that's the case? And that, or it's like the problem can be solved through birth control. Like if you have a pain in your abdomen, there's just so many different organs that are there. And like, it just seems like doctors are refusing to help y'all with anything. Don't get me wrong. I'm gonna keep on doing my research and stuff. I'm just baffled at like the things that women have been telling me. And I'm just really confused at like what y'all going through. So please continue telling me.
So women are hitting them up and letting them know the things that women are going through. Yes, every time you go to the doctor, lose weight. That's the ultimate thing. But the thing is that it doesn't stop all the bullshit going on. Yeah, you lose weight, it might stop one situation, but weight gain is a symptom of menopause. Weight gain is a symptom of perimenopause. Water weight is a symptom of being on your period. So you might appear to be like you're bloated and this, that. There's so many things going on with women that men, they'll like say some off the wall, like you look bloated, you look fat. Just like I think what's his name? Blue something, whatever his name is, told Christian Rock, oh, you're gaining weight, you look fat, because he just got out of prison. Told her she looked fat. Now she's up there, she's working out. Good thing for her. But the thing is that she had a baby, she's going through stress and then she's also probably having hormonal issues and postpartum, all different types of things. All these things contribute to weight gain. Like he said, what if weight gain is a symptom of an overlying problem? But a lot of times when men approach women, they'll say that they might tell a woman, well, you've gained a lot of weight. Well, have you ever thought about that I'm going through depression or going through something that, and a lot of times when women go through trauma, let me tell you what happens. Your body creates padding on your body, because what happens is that it's a fight or flight. So the body will put a lot of fat on your body to protect you from whatever perceived threat that might happen. So a lot of like excessive weight gain can happen due to stress or trauma. So, but men will be in relationship with these women and see them gaining weight, and they think, oh, it's because you're not working out or you're not doing. You could be working out all day long and still not lose weight or nothing. Why? Because your body is in a stress reaction. you're going through stress. And that's what I'm trying to explain to these men that are watching my channel, because they have wives, they have girlfriends, if they do. And so I'm trying to like create awareness that way by utilizing some of these men that are finding out this information. So that's the point of the show.
Is this the same video we just watched?
No, I just showed a whole nother he has a whole series.
So I've been learning.
He's basically finding he did a whole series every day learning a different thing about women's health.
Okay, because I didn't get that from the other one.
Yeah, so he's not. This is not a joke to him. Women are coming to him and say, "Okay, well, check this out, check that out," and he is doing a whole series based on that. I think 42 videos where he talks about this. And even in this situation with the white guy talking about, okay, how do you remain married in this? Understand a woman, what they're going through, their cycle, what's happening to them. Especially the older you get. Okay, you say if you marry a woman in her 20s, when she gets in her 30s, she's going to change. Why? Because she might start experiencing other like hormonal changes in her body. But a lot of times men don't even understand that. They think that, oh, you're just being difficult. It's like, no, you don't even understand that. I might be in pain on the end. I might not be telling you what I'm going through, right? Because what women's going to be like, listen, I'm going through blah, 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 perimenopause, whatever. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think she's aware herself that it's perimenopause.
Thank you.
Right. And so for him
I just figured out that all these, like waking up at 4:00 in the morning, sweating to death, like, I mean, itching, sweating, like that. Oh, okay, I looked it up. Oh man, I'm going through perimenopause. I'm 48 years old. You know what I'm saying? I did get my tube tied, and that might have triggered like the beginning of menopause. Even though I still get my period, I still might be going through that.
Exactly. And so if you don't, and I'm going to agree with the person in the chat, because it says sometimes we have to reflect on the people we choose. So with that being said, if you are with the person you choose and you are able to talk to that person, and that goes with the person in the video that you're talking about, right? So if you're able to talk to that person, they already know that you're going through menopause, because I can't imagine being with somebody that I can't tell I'm going through something. My stomach is hurting, I'm cramping, this is my time of the month, and so on and so forth, because otherwise, why are we married? You see what I'm saying? And why
you don't even know what perimenopause is. That's why I'm doing the show. Some men.
Okay, so, we can't be married if we can't have these kind of conversations. That makes no sense. So who are we dealing with? So again, that makes a lot of sense about the person in the chat that said that, because if we married, then we know who we dealing with. You can't be married with somebody that this conversation, y'all having children, and this is not a conversation that y'all cannot have. This makes no sense at this point. We talking about marriage.
What do you do with the Bible though? Why are you bringing up the Bible? Like, this is like human bodily function that happens in the human.
I don't know where this is going, but again, we gotta. I don't know. Maybe I don't know.
I don't know why they bring up the Bible, but I'm trying to heal relationships by bringing awareness to the things that women go through, so men can be a little more sensitive and not just think that the woman is just lashing out sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes lashing out because of hormones, of different reasons. So go ahead.
I'm agreeing, but again, I'm agreeing with this statement, and I'm gonna land with this one. When the estrogens that women are supposed to be taking are given away, and this is something that they needed, and the ball had been dropped. I'm gonna say that part. And so
there used to be a time, right? Back in the day, that when a woman's on her period, she would go to a certain area, and during that time she would be, you know what I'm saying? But now we have to work through it. That's what he was saying. Like, you have to still go to work after all this stuff. You know what I'm saying? You're going through pain, this, that, the other, but you still have to go to work and show up. But there used to be a time back in the day that if you're on your period, you isolate for that moment and you come back out when you're done. That's how it used to be done back in the day. But now, because of our society, there's no isolation that happens during periods. There's no certain respect given to women going through menopause, that they have like a certain thing, understanding. So that's what I'm saying.
Well, even then, it was something that could have been given for her to be able to heal in some form of comfort. And this is what we're talking about. And that part is not given to her, it's given to him. And that's all we're saying.
And he also brings up the fact that everything is trying to be healed through birth control. So say you're having a heavy period. They give you, what do they give a 13-year-old? Birth control. When she's having a heavy period and having heavy cramps, what do they give a 13-year-old child? Birth control pills. And all that does is make her infertile, and then probably even causes more, because birth control pills are very dangerous to women, can cause blood clots, all different types of things. That's what I'm trying to make aware to these men. Like if you have little girls, understand that the pharmaceutical industry and the whole medical industry is very brutal to women, period. Even having especially Black women.
And that's fine. So if you're going to tell it, then tell it all. You can't tell pieces you want to and don't tell all of it. You got to tell all of it. And I'm going to land with that because you do have somebody else on the panel. And I'm going to welcome them to the panel, and I'm going to be quiet.
All right, welcome to the panel, Reverend Green.
Blessed day, ladies. Blessed day. Blessed day, America. Blessed day, America.
All right, so did you have something to say on the subject, or?
What is the subject exactly that a straight reverend like myself can speak on?
Okay, so the entire subject is about men understanding women's health. Okay, so if you have a spouse, you have female children, understanding the cycle that women go through, so that people are not able to just only like sum things up as, oh, you're having issue, you're being masculine at this moment. And I even brought up the fact that women have both testosterone and estrogen. And depending on where they are in their cycle of life, whether it be on their period or even during menopause, perimenopause, sometimes these hormones might be in depleted mode, or sometimes they might be more testosterone than estrogen. So I think that men need to understand what women are going through from a medical standpoint than they do. A lot of times there's a misunderstanding. Okay, this woman's being difficult. It's like, well, if we understand what women really go through from a biological standpoint, then you would probably say, okay, well, you know what, she might be going through this part of her cycle, and be a little bit more understanding and caring in that moment. And relationships would probably last a little longer than they do. Why? Because the man is also, like, the female understands the male go through cycle. The woman will understand that the female go through cycles, because men might have cycles too, where they might be a little like estrogen heavy at the moment as well, and then they might need a little more testosterone. But we have to, as couples, understand when a man might be okay. Well, you might need to like eat some things like up your testosterone a little more when they're acting kind of like bitchy or whatever. Same thing with a woman when they're acting like more masculine. It might be a thing where you have too much testosterone, whatever. Okay, well, let me like find a way to understand that and like bring more we need to like nurture each other more. So I think that relationships have a time when the woman nurtures and when the male nurtures. Even when a woman is pregnant, that's the time for the male to nurture the woman, and then vice versa. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's what I was saying.
Well, what I can add is that I have one question before I start cooking. May I ask?
Go ahead.
Let it roll.
Is this about you? And lastly, my reply to that is, homeboy will be back. He'll call back. Trust me.
Yeah, no, it's not about me. It's about women, period.
All right. So getting back to what I was about to add on, start cooking now.
Hold on, let me just do this. Let me just play this video so you can understand where I got this from. Why I'm doing this video, because I was watching something on YouTube Where a man,
these brothers and these males don't look straight to me.
okay, well, here's the thing. So when I was on TikTok, I saw a guy who did a whole series discussing women's issues, and I found it very interesting. Like that, finally, a man is taking the time out to actually understand the things that women are going through. So PCOS, endometriosis, all these different things that women go through. And you don't really get to see a lot of men talking about these subjects, whether he be gay, whatever he might be. I didn't ask what his sexual preference was. But
I can't knock the hustle though.
But the fact, okay, not your hustle, but it's awareness though, because most men are not taking up the time to understand women's health. And so what will happen is that you'll get
most women don't know about their own health and body.
Exactly. So let me just play this. Let me just finish this one clip.
Here are the top 10 things you need to know about menopause to keep your marriage together that I've learned by listening to women on this channel. Number one, it starts way earlier than you think. It can start with something called perimenopause, and that can be as soon as her early 30s. That's when some of the most difficult symptoms are going to happen way before she's prepared for it. Number two, she is losing hormones. This is not her fault. This is not something that she wants to have happen. This is a natural phase of life. The hormones she's losing are estrogen, progesterone, and testosterone, and they affect every area of her body physically and mentally. Number three, once this goes on long enough, she's just going to stop caring. Not about you, not about her family, but just about the bullshit. She doesn't have time to care for everyone and everything around her all the time. This is wreaking havoc on her physical and mental body, and she needs to prioritize herself. And number four, insomnia is here to stay. This is due to the fact that at night, her estrogen levels are fluctuating wildly, which is causing cortisol spikes. That's causing anxiety, which is keeping her up. And estrogen affects the area of the brain that regulates body temperature. So she's having these hot flashes that are keeping her up at night as well. Number five, doctors were not trained to support her on this. I know it sounds crazy, but the truth is, by their own admission, they got a few hours, if any, training on menopause in medical school. And of course, she's going to doctors for relief. And on average, women are seeing 6-7 doctors before they can find one that is willing to help them. Number six, she's going to deal with physical changes. We're talking about weight gain that is out of her control. This is all due to those hormone fluctuations, even joint pain, something called frozen shoulder, and also things like itchy ear canals and burning mouth syndrome. These are all things that can happen physically to her because of these hormonal fluctuations. Number seven, this isn't just a physical battle, it's a mental one. Anxiety and depression can absolutely sink in. 1 in 10 women even have suicidal thoughts, and 20% of women going through menopause have clinically depressive symptoms. Number eight, those mood swings and that rage that you're seeing are out of her control. This is because those estrogen levels actually affect the area of the brain that regulate mood. They actually affect the amount of serotonin in her brain, and that's the feel-good chemical. So she is not feeling like herself. She literally doesn't recognize herself in the mirror anymore. This is something that can be so bad that some women even think that they have dementia. Number nine, I know you're seeing a decrease in sex drive, but that is because her libido is decreasing. That's because she's losing estrogen and testosterone, and they affect her libido. This isn't about you, it's about what's going on in her body. And number 10, she wasn't prepared for this. She didn't see this coming. Her mom didn't prepare her for this or talk to her about it. She didn't talk to her friends about it. This is all coming on as a huge surprise, and she is not ready for this. So she needs you to educate yourself about it so you can support her.
So now do you understand what I'm trying to get at right here?
I didn't even hear it because it was just silent.
So y'all couldn't hear that whole video?
No, I heard it.
Okay, well, I don't know what to tell you. I maybe you I don't know.
I love number three.
Yeah, pretty much. Like it's like, I mean, I don't know. You heard, if it was silent to you, you couldn't hear none of that?
I heard some like skipping, and that's about it.
All right, I'm gonna play it one more time for the people in the back. Anyone who have not heard it, let's go.
Husbands, here are the top 10 things you need to know about menopause to keep your marriage together that I've learned by listening to women on this channel. Number one, it starts way earlier than you think. It can start with something called perimenopause, and that can be as soon as her early 30s. That's when some of the most difficult symptoms are going to happen way before she's prepared for it. Number two, she is losing hormones. This is not her fault. This is not something that she wants to have happen. This is a natural phase of life. The hormones she's losing are estrogen, progesterone, and testosterone, and they affect every area of her body physically and mentally. Number 3, once this goes on long enough, she's just going to stop caring. Not about you, not about her family, but just about the bullshit. She doesn't have time to care for everyone and everything around her all the time. This is wreaking havoc on her physical and mental body, and she needs to prioritize herself.
Yeah.
And number 4, insomnia is here to stay. This is due to the fact that at night, her estrogen levels are fluctuating wildly, which is causing cortisol spikes. That's causing anxiety.
So I didn't hear it,
and
but
estrogen affects the area of the brain that
could
regulates
be.
body temperature. So she's having these hot flashes that are
No,
keeping
it
her up
started,
as
but
well.
then
Number
you know,
5,
I'm not
doctors were
sure.
not
It's
trained to support her
could
on
be
this. I know it
windy in
sounds
my
crazy, but the truth
location,
is, by
but
their own admission, they got a
I
few
doubt
hours
that's
of
the
any
issue.
training on menopause in medical school.
But
If you hear it, you can't make a statement on it because he breaks it down.
yeah, that's exactly.
Yeah. I'm gonna try it this way because I'm like, okay, because if you can't hear it, I don't know, but because I don't want you to be talking from a place of not understanding, like
Of
because
course.
yeah. So can you let me know? Can you hear it now? Hold on.
No.
To know about menopause to keep your marriage together that
Can you hear it now?
Yes.
All right, here we go. So he says top 10 things you need to know about menopause to keep your marriage. Okay, let's go.
I've learned by listening to women on this channel. Number 1, it starts way earlier than you think. It can start with something called perimenopause, and that can be as soon as her early 30s. That's when some of the most difficult symptoms are going to happen way before she's prepared for it. Number 2, she is losing hormones. This is not her fault. This is not something that she wants to have happen. This is a natural phase of life. The hormones she's losing are estrogen, progesterone, and testosterone, and they affect every area of her body physically and mentally. Number 3, once this goes on long enough, she's just going to stop caring. Not about you, not about her family, but just about the bullshit. She doesn't have time to care for everyone and everything around her all the time. This is wreaking havoc on her physical and mental body, and she needs to prioritize herself. And number 4, insomnia is here to stay. This is due to the fact that at night, her estrogen levels are fluctuating wildly, which is causing cortisol spikes. That's causing anxiety, which is keeping her up. And estrogen affects the area of the brain that regulates body temperature. So she's having these hot flashes that are keeping her up at night as well. Number 5, doctors were not trained to support her on this. I know it sounds crazy, but the truth is, by their own admission, they got a few hours, if any, training on menopause in medical school. And of course, she's going to doctors for relief. And on average, women are seeing 6-7 doctors before they can find one that is willing to help them. Number 6, she's going to deal with physical changes. We're talking about weight gain that is out of her control. This is all due to those hormone fluctuations, even joint pain, something called frozen shoulder, and also things like itchy ear canals and burning mouth syndrome. These are all things that can happen physically to her because of these hormonal fluctuations. Number 7, this isn't just a physical battle, it's a mental one. Anxiety and depression can absolutely sink in. 1 in 10 women even have suicidal thoughts, and 20% of women going through menopause have clinically depressive symptoms. Number 8, those mood swings and that rage that you're seeing are out of her control. This is because those estrogen levels actually affect the area of the brain that regulate mood. They actually affect the amount of serotonin in her brain, and that's the feel-good chemical. So she is not feeling like herself. She literally doesn't recognize herself in the mirror anymore. This is something that can be so bad that some women even think that they have dementia. Number 9, I know you're seeing a decrease in sex drive, but that is because her libido is decreasing. That's because she's losing estrogen and testosterone, and they affect her libido. This isn't about you. It's about what's going on in her body. And number 10, she wasn't prepared for this. She didn't see this coming. Her mom didn't prepare her for this or talk to her about it. She didn't talk to her friends about it. This is all coming on as a huge surprise, and she is not ready for this. So she needs you to educate yourself about it so you can support her. Husbands, here are the...
All right, so you've heard it. So what are your thoughts?
You know, again, shoot the messenger. I don't know. I can't take anything this guy's saying seriously. I'm not sure what his angle is. You know, overall, when it comes down to women's health, I would think that, again, that's something that they're going to have to show and prove and find solutions for themselves. I don't think that men or all men or the world of men have to be so enthusiastic to know every detail. It's like this, even like watching a television show with my companion. I can't be watching all the shows she want to watch. Hell no. You know, there's certain things that a man gotta pull away from. You know, and another thing, normal body weight. There's a lot of things where people are just sidestepping. Obesity is a big killer in this country. The number one killer in the world is disease. And if certain women want to frown upon it and play hot potato with men, oh, men are ignorant towards women's health, then hey, so be it. I'm not trying to clear up the confusion. Some men study animals. Some men study bugs, trees. A man like myself, I study life around me. I love women, but not all women are healthy and fit. And that should be the first part about it. Nutricide. Nutricide is an enemy to women who are underweight and overweight. What are they feeding themselves? What is their diet? And I drop.
Okay, let me pick that up. Because too much of anything and not enough of anything ain't good for you. So when you say feeding yourself, that does not always mean food. You feed yourself with a multitude of things by what you read, what you meditate on, you see what you walk through, what you talk about, who you join with, what you teach, what you so-called preach, what you so-called be a gathering among who you're around, and so on and so forth. Some of the things you may not even know, because even the smartest is the dumbest. That's why wisdom is a two balance of a scale, right? So the literal is also a weight, like water, right? The above and the abode, right? And the abyss. So we're not going to try to get it wrong, sir. So I get your justice, but don't forget that scale either, because that also came from somewhere else. We weren't there either. So I'm not going to try to say you're wrong. Though I get the message, but you can't shoot another messenger when it all was in the air. And I'll land with that.
Well, again, this is about women's health. What are women finna do about it?
Again,
besides playing hot potato on the subject.
Okay, well,
there's jogging camps, like there's jogging where women and men, but there's jogging where women have their own clubs, you know. They're making money off of it.
Jogging stops menopause? Yes or no?
Dieting
does not stop menopause. No, it does not stop menopause.
You're saying stop.
No, menopause. Menopause. It might help. However, it does not stop the symptoms of menopause.
Why would you want it to stop?
What? So here's the thing: the way that you're talking, you're talking as if just purely exercise stops the symptoms of menopause. What's the oldest woman that you ever dated? How old is the oldest woman?
I'm not gonna even get into all that.
All right. So
I'm not trying to save all women.
Are they in their 30s or in their 40s?
I'm not trying to get into all that.
So bottom line is they're probably in their early 30s. But let me tell you something. When they get
If
into
that's
the
what you
40s,
want,
okay, yeah. So you don't want to tell me, so I'm going to assume
because it doesn't matter.
it does matter. Let me tell you why. Is
It
because
doesn't.
once menopause starts, it affects different women in different ways. Okay, so you're only thinking about the weight of it all, and I think that you're doing that because you're talking about my weight. It's like, okay, yeah, I already know that I'm overweight. You don't have to like push that issue through. My issues with perimenopause has nothing to do with my weight, but that I'm 48 years old, about to be 50, and I went through my entire 40s not having any symptoms of menopause until I turned closer to 50. So whatever you're talking about is bullshit because I know that it's that the bottom line is that uh, the symptoms of the perimenopause happened after I got my tubes tied.
Now, can I speak, please?
Go ahead.
Because again, let's go back to when we talked about estrogen. Now, estrogen is also coming from a plant. And we said that our ancestors, yeah, we can talk about using stomach muscles as well, because we also know that some of our ancestors were not all thin. And we also know that cars were not invented. So we know the travel of walking and have you. We know ovens didn't exist. We know all this electrical appliances didn't exist, but we know that the cooking existed and how it was done. So let's not act like all this stuff that we have right now existed when our ancestors existed. Because I can tell you, my mom was making the meringue for pies with forks, and it took every bit of 45 minutes to make. And if you know anything about making a meringue for a lemon pie, then you know if it takes 45 minutes to make just egg whites with a little sugar, try it without a mixer. Try it. So we're not going to act like, right? Because you today is not yesterday. So we keep acting like because of today. But just the other day, somebody had in California when that flood hit, and only cars that started were the electric cars, the ones with the keyless start. So if you didn't have a keyless thing, it didn't start. So I'll be doing some stuff going on in a minute. But we keep acting like it today, but you're going to be real shocked because those who don't know, you keep acting like somebody else slow, but you're going to catch up real soon. So get a book and stop relying on the internet. Okay, well, it don't matter to me because you'll see because you don't know. So keep it going. But what we're talking about right now is the herbs that they put in a pill form today. And so when your ancestors used the herbs when you were going through your menopause, because menopause didn't start today, and you know that, my Ibu sister, right? And so when you had your menopause back then, you had your herbs to help you go through it. But because we are where we are today, you don't know. So you're still taking Midol and Tylenol and going through it all. And they're taking your herbs and going to the gym and working out. And just because you got a little weight on you, right? And they telling you that you got to go through all of that Nutricide and all this other carrying on. That's just another ride. But you can still put it the same way you put it on. You can take it off, right? Because I can tell you today, I told this story again. I am 270 pounds. Yes, I've lost that weight. I was 492 pounds, right? And I lost the weight, right? And I did that because I went all the way vegan, right? And because of that, I lost the weight, right?
Congratulations, sis.
I don't qualify for the weight removal surgery because I didn't lose the weight from having surgeries or any other weight removal thing. So therefore, the weight that I have from sagging, I just have to have and figure it out, because another reason is because I'm almost 60. And so I just have to deal with it. You see what I'm saying? I don't qualify for it.
I was 375 pounds and went down to 200.
So again, it's a journey, and it's a journey to come. But I also broke my arm, and because of that, I ate some chicken wings or something, because I still have a problem with this meat situation. But don't let this veganism shit get you twisted, because the protein, I'm allergic to seafood, all of it. And that protein that they tell you that you have to get being a vegan is in fish products only. And because I cannot have any kind of fish products, that's the problem, right? And you can't eat enough beans and all this other stuff like they trying to tell you. That's not the truth. You are lying, be constipated, and something will happen to your kidneys and all this other carrying on. That's not the truth either. So I'm having here and there little complications or whatever too. So don't believe all the hype, but the meat is a problem here and there with these chicken wings here and there too. So I'm dealing with that either way. So that's where the 240 went to 270, and I'm back and forth with that. But
I was a raw. I'm a raw vegan. I eat nothing but salads.
You know, I can't just no. You know,
you are still a raw vegan?
Yes.
No, the parasites are real. I'm not. I do go raw vegan twice a year for 6 weeks to 2 months, but yeah, the parasites.
I practice either fasting or raw veganism. I fast for almost like, I would say like 16 hours. I eat one meal a day. And I'm still not losing any weight. Why? Because of menopause. Because what happens with your body when you're in menopause, especially also due to, there's just hormonal imbalances that are happening, and then your body's in fight or flight mode because of whatever other issues are going on with whatever you might have done. So I can go like a whole, like the longest I went without eating is 3 days. Not eating nothing. And I would lose the weight and then like slowly get back into, but here, that's not the issue is not about like a weight loss conversation. This is about like the men learning about women's health. And
I know about women who know about their health. Some women just don't know about their damn health.
Right. So I'm trying to. So this is not just about you. That's you, right? But there's other women, men in the panel, and honestly, they're in relationships. So it's not just about you, Reverend Green, only. It's about just making.
Nah, I don't look at myself as part of the absent-minded. I think that women on planet Earth, specifically the United States of America, are trying to play hot potato right now with men who, and believing that they don't know anything about women's health. We train ourselves to know about women. The straight brothers, and we know about women in general.
Well, knowing women's health
and women's health. So getting back to what I'm seeing and what I'm hearing is that I'm hearing that women are trying to proliferate and spread the propaganda that men don't know or don't care. Women have to care. This is a women thing. Women have to find the cure and solution. They have to find it, not men.
No, listen, but don't
women
men
do?
The main doctors? Aren't most men doctors?
It doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
Women need to find it.
Right, but when you but a lot of women are going to male
Quit
doctors.
waiting for a man
Ooh.
with a
Top of that,
white
on
beard.
top of that, most if women are dating men and the men are
If the
misunderstanding.
woman don't want to give up the cookie because she is having menopause or she's tired and she wants to turn over to her side and just go to sleep, that dude got to either deal with it or go outside the house. That's what the deal is. A lot of women just don't want to admit what the issue is at hand right now. Some fellas, some homeboys
Because
just
what happens when a man
ain't feeling all that. They want the
what happens
cookie.
when a man's dick
They
hang
want
out
the
with the high
cookie.
blood pressure?
This is what this
Okay,
whole
so what
conversation is
happens
really
when a man,
about.
hold on, what happens when
You
a
know,
man
and I'm gonna clear it
has
up.
high
Just
blood
be
pressure?
honest. Be
What
honest.
happens when a
Right.
man can't get it up due to high blood pressure? Do we just go ahead and we go out then now too? So okay, so a
Just
man.
say, hey, it's not tonight. It's not the night.
No,
I'll
no,
make it
no,
up.
no. You said that a man get to go out and get the cookie from somewhere else. So when a man can't get up due to high blood pressure, diabetes, whatever his issue is, we need to be able to go out too. Is that what we're saying? Are we? Or are we not
Let's get to the conversation, the real conversation, please. Yes.
passion for each other as we're getting older? That our bodies change and that we need to be aware of the issues that go on with each of our bodies. Because the next conversation I'm going to have is what happens to men as they get older. I'm not only partial to women. I'm also talking about just as we get older, our bodies change. Women need to understand what happens to men. Men
It's
need to
supposed to
understand what happens
change.
to women.
Okay, what about these pregnant men out here now? Hold
You
on.
know,
That's their issue. That's not my issue.
okay, well, so then why are you here? What are you talking about? If that's not your
Pregnant
issue,
men with bloatedness. You know,
why are you
listen.
out here that look like
Every human being who's an adult should look themselves in the mirror and be like, you know what? Am I getting old? I've done that before. And I'll probably do it again eventually next year. But like, you know what? I am eating too much. Is that cheese really bloating me up like that? And then I find out it is. But guess what? I'm eating some more dairy products. And guess what? I'm bloated again and again. This is insanity. So I need to chill, taper off. No dairy products.
and,
You know,
and
not
no
over consuming the dairy
product.
products.
And I understand that now. What's the results of no dairy products?
bloating.
I would say for myself,
Mm-hmm.
what I go through, the first reaction is this. And it's like this. There's a couple things that are sedatives in my life, or a few things, a handful of things. But without the dairy products and the natural sedatives like a woman or things of that nature, I think that, you know, I do become I'm more high strung.
Okay, see, this is the problem because you was taking dairy for a reason. So now you got to receive or understand what vitamins or whatever the dairy gave you, so that you can now replace what it gave you. So dairy gave you some C's and D's or A's or whatever vitamins. And so now that you're not gonna take that no more, now you got to find another substance. You see what I'm
Correct.
saying? And so now that you're not gonna take it that way, you got to find another way to give you that same substance, right? And so
I'm very low in vitamin D. I don't
and
drink
this
no.
is why we go back to the estrogen, right? Because we got to begin with the end in mind, and that's the bottom line. And I'm here for the bottom line. So that was the estrogen that we were talking about with the female that goes through the menopause. And you saying, and you want to talk about dairy. So if you take away the dairy, which was the milk from a cow, and not your mother, but somebody else's mother, right? And so now you got to go back and find it somewhere other way, which was a plant, a herb, the same estrogen, plant or herb that woman needed, which was estrogen. And I'll land with that.
You know what? I will say this: I have not drank any milk or did any dairy for almost 25 years. I have not drank. I've only drinking like almond, but I stopped drinking that because they were like, oh, that's like cyanide. So like I don't the soy like no. So I stopped just drinking any milk altogether. So
You
I
can drink
don't.
oat milk, you can drink rice milk, you can
You
drink all.
would think that the size I am, that I'm just eating all type of shit. I swear to God, I'm not. I don't even eat that much. I eat like fucking once a day. And what I do eat is salads, or I might eat like one protein. I did have to start eating like some steak because my iron levels got so low because my periods are so heavy based on menopause that I was losing so much blood that other than get a blood transfusion, I had to begin to eat steak to break because the just by eating like vegetables alone was not giving me enough iron. So trust me, you're not talking to a person that's just gobbling up like food all the time. I don't eat that much. You know what I'm saying? So and also I'm very lax in by being a person that's only eating. I had to like actually supplement my. I had to like get the Mary Ruth vitamins. I don't like actually taking pills, so I had to get Mary Ruth, collagen, all those like in liquid form to drink them because I don't like to like take pills or vitamins. Because when I got my blood test done and I went to a nutritionist, I mean, he gave me almost like $400 worth of like pills because he's like, man, this, all herbal supplements, pills, this, that. But I don't like taking pills, so I just bought a whole bunch of shit for nothing because I don't like take. I tried to do it. I'm not good at just taking pills. You know what I'm saying? I would be almost considered like an anorexic. If you actually were to do my blood work, you would think that I was straight up like no, like vitamins are low. And then there's an absorption situation because I have a celiac. That's why I don't eat like I don't eat sandwiches and bread. Like I don't eat like pasta. I pretty much cut out everything except for like vegetables, fruit, and meat. And then at one point, I was only eating meat and no vegetables, and just eating meat, trying to up my like iron level. So it's like this whole thing is very difficult, you know, and I'll be exhausted. Like the whole when they're talking about like menopause and being exhausted, you will feel exhausted. So yeah, I take like I was doing like the NADs, like the NAD plus and the vitamin. I actually at one point had a person coming and injecting me with vitamins. That's how serious it got, you know. Um, then you know me trying to lose weight, I was on the Ozempic at one point, but that wasn't doing nothing. I'm better off taking berberine because the Ozempic, I didn't lose any weight on Ozempic. But when I take the berberine, I do lose weight. So berberine is a better hourly option for Ozempic and um, Wegovy and all of those things. So I tried everything trying to like lose the weight. No, it's something more than just. It's not just a. It's a hormone. It's this. This is not. This is hormonal at this point. It's not just me just gobbling up pizzas and stuff all day long. I really don't even eat. Like I said, I haven't even eaten today. I haven't eaten anything today.
Come on.
It's 2:35 right now. I haven't eaten anything, and I'm not hungry. So my body.
What is your height?
I'm 5'4". My body has gotten to the point where I don't even feel hungry. I don't get hungry.
Come on, it'll happen.
So, how tall are you, Sister Kimmit?
I'm close to 5'7".
Okay. Myself, I'm 6'1". I'm around 190 when I am in the summertime. I drop it probably around 12, 13, 14 pounds. Right now, I'm probably like 102. I mean, 202.
Right. So I'm 270, and at one point I was 375. When I had my last baby, I was 370. So I lost about 105 pounds.
Come on.
And so what I'm getting at is this: is that height and weight are there's a normal height. There's a normal weight to certain people's height, especially male and females. So would you know the normal weight for someone who is 5'7"?
100.
Ma'am,
5'4".
I'm talking to the others.
5'4" is 135 pounds.
She's that's yeah, like that's a woman at that height could be 180, and that could be it could be 180 and still look right.
That's
and still look right, and it still look right and proper. That's how I look at it.
Well, according to American medicine,
that's normal weight though.
No, that's obese. That's obese. Once you
no, I'm talking about the 135. That's supposed to be normal.
So weight. At 5'4", 130 to 145 is normal weight. After that, anywhere up that, so you're overweight, and then when you get into closer to 200, you're obese.
And do you think those statistics are 3 times more likely, wink, wink, for our women or their women?
I don't know. I just know that based on what the doctor says, that's what they said. So like I said, I was on Ozempic. I've even done I've been on I've almost hurt myself doing CrossFit. And, being a bigger woman trying to do CrossFit, you injure yourself because CrossFit, the way that it does, I was, listen, what I'm saying? I was heavy doing CrossFit and got a heel spur from doing those, whatever, the thing when you're on the ground and you're, hitchhiker, whatever it's called, you know what I'm saying? So, but here's the thing. That's not the conversation I'm having here. The conversation I'm trying to have here is not about weight, because a lot of times we conflate everything into weight. And that's the problem with most men, is that we only think about weight. But what even this guy is talking about is that if a woman is gaining weight, what if that is a symptom of the larger issue, like menopause, like endometriosis, like different things, fibroids, all these things. But when you look up the symptoms of those things, weight gain is an issue. I have fibroids. I'm in perimenopause. So that's why it's so difficult for me. No matter what I do, I can just not eat for a week, and still there's been times when I'm not eating 3 days and gain weight. Crazy. I'm like, what? So yeah, let's go back. Let's hear what
about PCOS, right? Polycystic ovary syndrome. And before I get into what it does, I would just like to point out that if a man came to me and told me that his girl had enlarged ovaries and there were cysts on them, before he finished that sentence, I would go, you need to go take care of your girl. There's no way we're going to continue the conversation like normal. But essentially, that's what it is. It's enlarged ovaries with cysts on them, and it causes a hormone imbalance where she could be losing hair, she could be growing hair in random places, she could be having worse acne, terrible weight gain, and on top of that, infertility issues. And there's all of these psychological issues that come with it. But I feel if I randomly was growing hair in random places, had acne and loss of hair, and I couldn't have a child, I feel that would be enough reasons to have depression, but they're acting like that's a part of the symptoms. That's besides the point. The craziest part of this disease, if none of that upset you, is that you can have an insulin resistance. So this can lead to type 2 diabetes. It can lead to heart disease. What? The point is how common this affects women, which is 8 to 13%. Whereas and they don't have FDA approved medication, which doesn't make sense, because if you have an enlarged prostate, there is trials and different medications that are made for men that have, surgeries and all sorts of different procedures. If you have a enlarged prostate, which is the same amount of men who get affected, older men who get affected, as younger women. And you can be showing these effects since the time that you have your period. I don't get why PCOS has so little funding into treating it. There's supposedly no cure, but I just feel like we're not doing enough for that disease or disorder. I don't know. I'm trying to catch up, right? I'm trying to learn as much as I can, but that fucks me up. So I'm learning about endometriosis, and that is a crazy disorder. Oh my God. And how common it is even crazier, because it happens in 1 to 10 women, which means that affects 190 women globally. So that is as prevalent as diabetes, but no one knows what it does. Isn't that insane? Okay, all right. This is what I've put together. If I'm wrong, correct me. But endometriosis is basically the endometrium, or the uterine lining to a uterus, is basically what comes out during a period, right? The idea is that there's cells that are identical but not the same that show up in random spots that they shouldn't be. So it would be outside the uterus, the fallopian tubes, the ovaries, the bladder, for example, your rectum. It's crazy. What is messed up about it is that when your hormones that activate when your uterine lining should be bleeding and should be coming out of you, the endometrium cells around your body in random places will also activate, and blood will pour, but the blood has nowhere to go. So there'll be scar tissue and pain in random spots of your body. What's insane is that these cells can show up other places, like your diaphragm, your lungs, your skin, your nervous system, and your brain. Bro, what the fuck? That's crazy. So it moves and acts like weeds in a garden, but simultaneously it's all thorns and oh man, that is not cool, bro. And there's no cure. My mom had endometriosis before she had a hysterectomy. There is no cure, and it helped, but that doesn't determine if it's going to actually stay away forever, you know? So it's bro, this is a lot to learn.
Endometriosis also causes heavy bleeding during periods. And if you actually know what happens, see, this is why I'm doing this show. Like I said, mostly male audience. When you see your woman having a very heavy, super heavy period, almost to the point, like I said, my periods are so heavy that it's almost like blood transfusion time. I've been avoiding it. I've had several blood transfusions, by the way. So I'm telling you, the periods can get so bad that you have to go get a blood transfusion to replace the blood that you're losing during your period. But men don't even understand this is happening like this. So that's why I'm trying to let people know.
Women don't understand it at all.
They don't. And on top of that, so imagine when you have a woman that's having her period, you walk into the room, it looks like a bloodbath. It's because she might be having endometriosis. And It's good, like just like a person having a stroke, right? If a man is having a stroke, a person having a stroke, you know the symptoms of a stroke, right? What if you don't know the symptoms of a woman in endometriosis and she's losing pints of blood? Men need to know about their women's bodies, not just only for sex. Listen.
So there's a lot of different disorders and diseases that affect your body. And a lot of the solutions could be a hysterectomy. Not an easy choice, because by getting a hysterectomy, you lose the option to have a child, right? But then everybody, society, partners, friends, family, and doctors tell you, but what if you want to have that baby though? But there is an option to actually alleviate yourself of pain. But you have to think about hypothetical niggas, which is nuts to me. You have to think about, as a woman, you have to think about hypothetically if you met someone and they wanted to have a baby, which is nuts. What if you're a lesbian? What the fuck? Y'all really don't have control over your bodies. It's like the more you like put it all together, you're like, bro, dog, what? So there's a lot of different disorders and diseases that affect your body. And a lot of the solutions could be a hysterectomy. Not an easy choice, because by getting a hysterectomy, you lose the option to have a child, right? But then everybody, society, partners, friends, family, and doctors tell you, but what if you want to have that baby though? But there is an option to actually alleviate yourself of pain. But you have to think about hypothetical niggas, which is nuts to me. You have to think about, as a woman, you have to think about hypothetically if you met someone and they wanted to have a baby. The thing about women's health, the more you look into it, right, is that everything feels like a conspiracy. Everything feels like a conspiracy. Because they're like, okay, all right. You look into the National Institute of Health, right? In 93, they started testing on women for clinical trials. And you're like, okay, all right, progress. So, like, they're doing studies on women. I mean, it's 30 years, but, like, at least there's progress. But then you find out they weren't testing on female mice because the hormones were too complicated until 2016. Nigga, that's 9 years ago. That's 9 years ago. Wait. So, like, and then you find out some labs don't even test on medicine on the female mice if it doesn't have anything to do with reproduction of hormones. You're like, wait, what are we testing for? Like, does the drug work on women or not? But you're not sure because they're not testing the variables. And then you're like, wait, am I going crazy? The thing about women's health.
Do you still think, based on what you've heard, so that he's just joking and so just a joke to him? I think that he is creating awareness. I don't care what nobody says. I think that he's like, you know, what he's saying is like, okay, why is this like this? You know?
I do know that when he pointed out the PTOS symptoms, one thing I know is I'm wondering why the conversation still is not held between the couples, right? I can see the conversation being held with the doctor and the patient, but why is this conversation again not held with the couple? Because
well, you just have to hear a man get up here and say, "Well, let the women need to like deal with their own issues."
right, because the way he's bringing
That's
it,
the reason why I did this. Because so many men are like, "Well, I don't want to have to deal with that. I don't want to deal with your period and your, whatever." No, you need to deal with that. If you're laying down with me, you need to know what's going on with my body, sir.
or you either that, because the way he telling it is like either you telling somebody is not stepping up to the plate, because the doctor had to have this conversation. I mean, he letting somebody know, because the way he telling it, this PTOS, this is doctor and doctor client information. This is telling somebody all the steps of what you're going through, right? This is the prior steps of all this. This is more than just menopause. This is some heavy period, deep stuff. This is when people bleed from month to month, right? And be in some real pain. This is heavy. This is real. This is for people that when it's a little harder than, everybody's menopause is not the same. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody didn't go through it. Just like when you came on your period. Some of us didn't go. Everybody might have read the book, Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret, but everybody might have not. You see what I'm saying? That was a tradition when I was growing up, right? And everybody didn't get their period at 13. Some of us got it at 16. Some of them got it at 8. You see what I'm saying? And
8 is diabolical. 8 is terrible.
You see what I'm saying? So it was different.
I got it at like 13. But 8, oh my God. I feel
so people menopause in their 40s and some menopause in their 50s. And some of us go through a 3-day cycle. Some of them go through a 12-day cycle. Some go through a 7-day cycle. And some have different layers of whatever. That's why the pads even come in different sizes and flows. And so this is, again, something a man don't know unless his woman tell him, right? And back when we were growing up, men wouldn't go to the store for you and get these type of incontinence supplies. But a man, even Cat Williams made a joke and said he didn't mind going to get them because they knew they wasn't for him. You see what I'm saying? So it depends on who it is. Right? So you should be able to have this conversation with your husband or your man, depending on who it is.
Not to be cynical, but how many women would accept a man with a pre-existing condition? What if he was an amputee, paraplegic, or had a disease like colon cancer? Then what? So are you considering like the aspects of women's health as a disease?
No, but this is a question because rest his soul, right? My children's father was diabetic, right? And he ended up losing his leg, right? And before he lost his life. You see what I'm saying? And so the thing is that that's what happens. That you know what I'm saying? Being diabetes, you can lose a limb sometimes, right? And so, what do you expect? You don't supposed to leave somebody because they lose a limb.
It's been a study that actually studied if a man would stay with their woman, if their woman was terminally ill versus a woman, and pretty much what they say is that no, the woman that guy is not going to be around.
Well, we wasn't together when. Wait. We wasn't together when he was.
I mean, that's your situation. What I'm saying is that I'm saying he asked the question: is that what if a man has a terminal illness. I said, well, there is studies out here that show that more women will stay around way longer than a man would versus a woman would in terminal or like accidents or whatever terminality that happens. So that is a fact. So that's based on like actual evidence. But the thing
Yeah,
is,
that's a study. Study's not
Right.
evidence.
That was still my friend though. At the
Yeah,
end of the day.
these
we're talking about,
slip-ins,
we're talking about
these
women.
slip-ins are ridiculous.
Right.
what?
People, it's a trip. You aren't supposed
Studies
to
are not evidence.
no. But at the end of the day, people are still your friend just because we didn't get along to be together. Then we were still co-parents. We were still all of that. But just because he lost a limb, he just lost a limb. You see
But hold on, he's saying studies are not evidence, but everybody in the world, when they do their debate, talks about statistics.
Come on.
So they're gonna bring up the statistics of this, and the statistics of that, the statistics of that. So bottom line is that the statistics show that a woman in that same situation, there's more women that would stay around versus men. Period. Based
Right.
on
So, anyways, what I was gonna say next is this: as a man, I'm fully prepared,
sir,
to pass away.
I'm going to say this real quick. Is that you don't,
as a man, I'm full.
hold on, I will allow you to say your speech, but you don't get to dismiss me in the middle of what I was saying and say, but well, so anyways, that was very dismissive and rude. So listen, if you're going to be up here, please don't disrespect me as the host. And when I'm in the middle of answering your question, tell me, yeah, well, so anyways, that's disrespectful. So let's just get that through. Now you can go ahead and make your statement plain. Go ahead.
Appreciate you, Kevin.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm trying to unmute you, and I guess we're hitting at the same time. You know what? Thank you for the super chat. Let's do this real quick. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate this because I'm up here working my behind.
I am blessed to make money, money making money, money making money, money making money, money making money, manifest making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. I ain't stressed, making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. Gratitude is my attitude. I'm making money moves. Jewelry in a safe, piggy bank on full. And I'm living life abundant. I'm making money fast. I'm a money making magnet, making cold hard cash. I'm making money. Oh, I am blessed.
All right. So when people actually donate money to my channel, I give them that mantra. And so it's not just about you giving me, but I want you to remember that mantra so that you can make money for yourself. So this is not just about me, you pouring into me, but also me pouring into you. And that's the reason why I play that mantra, because I think that, money is really a stream that flows, and it should be shared throughout. So shouts out. Thank you about that. But go ahead. Go ahead. What you saying? Man in the high tower. Go ahead.
Although, most importantly, as a man, from a perspective as a man, I'd say I'm more prepared to pass away alone, die alone, However, my counterpart here on Earth, my completement here on Earth, and her demographics, they may not be able to say the same for themselves. Women do live longer than men, so I have heard or been told. The fear of passing away alone, whether having equity or not for a woman, has to be fearful.
worrisome, anxiety. Correct? Right or wrong? Won't you agree?
No.
Okay. What say you, DJ Genesis?
No, I don't think about dying alone. I don't think about that in my mind. No, I don't.
So when a man like myself, if I get injured or ill and I have children and they decide, hey, they just want to see me in a convalescent home or what have you, I'm not on the street or anything like that, but that's just the way it is. Right now we're having an insurance situation where people are supposed to start doing their own insurance shopping, which does sound ridiculous. However, we should all make sure we're all covered. And lastly, again, the politics of women's health. How come these women leaders are not screaming out about that instead about Planned Parenthood? Get in these hoes' asses. Why don't you?
I don't hear a lot of Black women screaming and promoting Planned Parenthood. I mean, that's not in my realm of me. I'm a 48-year-old woman.
Jasmine Crockett?
I'm talking about, listen, I'm talking about from a 48-year-old perspective. I'm not like promoting Planned Parenthood at all. Who created?
Let's promote wellness, health, real health.
Listen, that's what I'm doing here. What I'm doing
Yeah,
here.
and it's time for women to step up and get in these leaders and get in their female representatives' asses. Whether if it's a rapper, whatever, get in these girls' asses about that shit. No more about the lingerie and the material things. Let's get on women's health care. Get in their asses. Y'all waiting for straight men or these homo men to come up with a solution for you? Come on, y'all. They ain't happening.
Okay, so you're missing my point here. I have a majority male audience, okay? Let me just break this down to you, okay? So you understand what I'm talking about. So you see this? These are my YouTube analytics. Right? So do you see this age and gender? Right? So I have a 31.1% female audience and almost a 70% male audience. So this conversation is not for the women. This is for men to understand their partners, not just, or just women in general. So when I started the show, it was more like, that's why you see mostly male people that I'm bringing up, like that are talking about female issues. Otherwise, I would just be able to talk about them. If I had a female audience, all the women will be in the audience like, yeah, girl, I go through it too. But I know that I have a male audience. So I'm trying to bring this issue into men so that they can understand their partners better. When a woman is going through different issues, that it might not just be that she's resistant or she says, I have a headache, and you just take it like, oh, okay, well, you just don't want to be with me. And, rather than that, it's like, oh, okay, well, you might be experiencing other issues. You know what I'm saying? Other than just that you're rejecting me.
Why is it when your woman sit there and decide to come to you and tell you how you've been making her feel, you feel like that's the time to sit there and tell her what she been doing wrong? This internet got y'all feeling like it's so unmanly to express yourself. It's not her fault that you want to bottle your feelings up and not tell her how you been feeling. When was the last time you gave her an opportunity to speak on how she feel? When was the last time she was able to express herself without you invalidating her feelings? Without you telling her that she tripping for feeling the way she feel? Without you losing control of your emotions and shutting down and walking away from the situation? Problem is, y'all don't want to have uncomfortable conversations, bro. That's a you problem. So don't be mad when she sit there and one day and she gone, bro. You could have avoided all of this. Niggas need to learn how to just shut up and listen. Her feelings matter too, bro, not just yours.
I think it's completely acceptable being within day 14 that some women bite people, you know? Oh my God. Even the seatbelts are sexist. Like, you're like, what? Seatbelts? Women are 17% more likely to die in a car accident, and then 73% more likely to have a serious injury. I'm like, well, why? Like, you just ask simple questions and it throws you in a rabbit hole. And you're like, why? And they're like, well, they mainly use the male dummy. And you're like, what male dummy? In the 70s, they made the Hybrid 3, right? The Hybrid 3 is a average man, which is like the 50th percentile at the time, which is a man that's 5'9" and 170 pounds, right? And then they were like, in the 80s, they were like, well, we need a female, we need a female version, right? And so they took the male version and just made it a smaller man. They took 5'9", they were like 4'11". they took the weight and they were like 108. Let's call it a day. Chop it up. And you're just like, bro, what is happening? What is going on? So the crash dummy, besides it being a smaller man, you're like, okay, what's the big deal about that? It doesn't account for like the pelvic structure, the spinal structure, the neck muscles. Like, do you see my neck is big as hell, all right? Like the chest and the abdomen proportions. So like me, I'm like easily a 54C. That's not going to help a girl who's like in 30s. Also, they're not adjusting for body type, right? There are plenty of big girls, small girls, tall girls, short girls. There's a lot of things going on. So in 2012, Astrid Linder, I think she's a Swedish researcher, she came up with a prototype called the Evarid. The Evarid, right? The Evarid is more proportional. Like they account for like the neck size, the neck proportions, the torso, and like the softer tissue in the chest and abdomen, like the pelvic structure of a woman. But like it also doesn't account once again for like different body sizes, you know? So it's just like, what? Then you find out most governments don't even make it a standard. So there is a prototype that exists, but it doesn't, like, governments don't necessarily.
Listen, so they say, oh, a car is so-and-so safe. That means that it's safe for men, but not necessarily safe for women. This is the type of stuff that goes on. And so I'm just trying to bring awareness, just like he is. I mean, he's talking about
Day 16.
Yeah, I don't take him serious.
I'm stressed. I didn't even take
you don't take him serious, and he's breaking it down like what?
And these different prototypes are also in different countries. You know that, correct?
And also, when it comes down to these drugs in male clinical trials, male dominant clinical trials, the evil male clinical trials, you see cigarette packs, you see food products. The FDA usually has in the back saying women who are certain age or pregnant should not take these things. So when it comes down to clinical trials, this is how come males, the evil male, is most likely to be selected for clinical trials.
So is that what your contention is? Is because you think that this guy is making the man out to be evil? When
No,
in
I can't take him serious. He's sweet.
so what? He's bringing the truth. Let's go.
Literally been just like, oh, I can make this is a bigger problem than I thought. This is so much bigger than I thought. I don't have enough red string. I don't have enough Post-it notes. I don't have enough. I'm gonna try though, because Lysol was used as a contraceptive. Do you know that? That is crazy. You would get busy with your girl in the early 1900s, right before the 50s, and she would go in the bathroom for some feminine hygiene. Did I just poke my eye? Jesus Christ. For some feminine hygiene, right? And then she would douche using Lysol, the same stuff you would clean surfaces with. I use Lysol all the time. And that's how Lysol marketed to women for feminine hygiene. And this is what men would just believe, because I hear douching and I'm like, oh, that's for feminine hygiene. No, it was originally made as a contraceptive.
Like, come on now, like look, all this stuff. Like what?
This day 18. Listen, I can't sleep. It's like 5 o'clock in the morning, but I've been awake since like 3.
Get that money, bro.
I've been reading this book, Invisible Woman, Data Bias in a World Designed for Men. And directly after, I'm going to be reading Medical Apartheid. And man, it's just everything is ruined by patriarchy and misogyny. It's like, did you know that women don't have shoes that are designed for them? We're not talking about heels, stilettos. We're not talking about nothing like that. We're just talking about sneakers. They just shrink sneakers. That's all they do. They just take men's shoes and then shrink them and turn them pink. You can look it up. I just wanted to let you know that this is really changing how I think. Like, it really is changing how I think. You know the study of, not even the study. You know how offices are cold for men? I always knew that, but I never thought about how I bring that cold environment home. And so I've been awake because the house is hot, but I'm just happy to make her comfortable, you know? I don't know. I just wanted to give you guys a quick update. I'm going to read this book and then I'm going to give you guys more information.
Just learned about the pH balance. I actually know things now. I can't even believe how much I know. It's like really intense. Okay, all right. So I found out why douching is bad, okay? I've also found out what the vaginal flora is, which sounds like lips, but it doesn't mean that, you know? It's like the vaginal flora is like a community. It's like a city, okay? I'm going to use Demon Slayer as an analogy, okay? Think of like early 1900s Japan, right? You have a city, a community of people and stuff, right? And in that city, you need peacekeepers, you know? You need defenders. And that would be like the Demon Slayers, okay? That's the lactobacillus. The lactobacillus defends the city with what? Their secret technique, lactic acid. Oh my God, bro. This is the coolest show ever. This is so crazy. I can't believe this is how I'm remembering this. The lactobacillus is essentially the Demon Slayers using the secret technique called lactic acid that keeps the balance between good and evil, which is the pH balance, and that's 3.8 to 4.5, okay? And if it gets to 5, because they're being overwhelmed by these demons and or bad bacteria, okay, that would be like BV. That would also be like, what's another one? Like a yeast infection, right? And the lactic acid is just to keep everything acidic. So this way, the pH balance doesn't become alkaline where infections can breed. So once you get past that 4.5, you get to like 5, that's when things become alkaline. That's when things can get a little crazy. Now, Like in Demon Slayer, Muzan is like the head honcho demon, right? It don't matter if he's killing good guys or bad guys. And that's essentially what a douche is. It washes out the vagina of all the good and the bad, giving the ability to breed more infections or demons in this analogy. And ain't that crazy? Ain't that crazy? Now I know. Now I know what the vaginal flora is, which is essentially the city of the microorganisms or the microbiome within the vagina. And things could mess up the pH balance based on so many different things. I think it's interesting that when a woman tells you you're messing up her pH balance, you're literally bad for women. That's what that means. Oh my God. When a woman calls you a douche, she's saying you're bad for women. Just learned about the pH balance. I actually know.
Thoughts? pH balance. Let's talk about that. When a man is getting it in with multiple different women and then coming over to you, that can mess up your what? pH balance. Let's go into that.
It turns your stuff into a comic book.
Whole comic book, like a whole, like, you know, you got like, yeah. It turned into a damn like an anime series. And then you gotta like go ahead and get that cream, you know, to put it in there, and guess what? That's gonna kill all the things, and then you gotta restore your balance. So, but I'm gonna tell you this is that, like I said, this whole thing is about men learning about women's bodies. It's not anything other than that. Go ahead.
But let me say this then, because somebody said I was a rooster, and I want to reply to that because I'm not the cock. He's right, because you were replying to us women being scared of dying by themselves, and the reason why I said no was because we know that we can't take nothing with us. And that's why we're not scared to die alone, right? And the reason, because you can't take nothing with you. That's why you can't be scared to die alone. You were born by yourself. I'm not a twin. I was born alone, and I can't take nothing with me, right? So I was never scared to give up anything because I can't take nothing with me. So I'm going alone, no matter how I look at it. Even in a car full of people, I'm going alone at the end of the day by myself. And so it would be a cocky, arrogant somebody to think that I would be assuming that I'm going with somebody else, because you would be evil to think that you could take somebody with you. Right, and that would be probably a rooster, because that's why a rooster sits out by itself, to be the one to crow. And with that, I'll land.
To answer the question about men and pH balance, and again, that's an individual thing. When a woman says a lot of this stuff, like, well, the man he have more than one woman, and then he come. That's a woman's personal situation that she may share with other women, but that's a personal decision. And like I said in the very beginning, when I heard the topic and I read the caption, I was like, this is from a personal thing. Let's just lift up the skirt and just be honest what this is really about. And we were getting there, and where we're getting to is like, hey, my only suggestion is this, because I've heard this, I'm aware, and this is what it's all about. It's about women who are getting older, or women who may have children, And you know what? The man, he wants it more than 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 rounds. He wanted again. All right. And if we can't be honest about how this situation is upon the subject right now, how there's a relationship to that subject, all I'm saying is that sometimes, yeah, if the woman is rolling back over to her side and playing sleep or trying to get some rest, the brother has a few options. He can go to the next room if he wants to, leave for a while, but if he don't come back, he don't come back. This is happening right now. You know, but at the same time, I don't condone a man who is going to lose his damn cool and act like a little damn kid because he can't get that coochie again.
Can you just admit that you don't even know what the subject is? Because what are you talking about?
Because this is really what it's about. If it's about, you just mentioned that, well, what about women's pH balance and the connection to a man stepping away and having more than one woman? Again, this is a personal situation. What does this have to do with women's health?
No, bottom line is that,
Homeboy will come back.
Admit that you don't know what
Homeboy will come back.
You don't know what the subject's about. This has nothing to do with Homeboy in my life or in anybody else's life. This is about men understanding women and what they go through. Now you come up here and you try to make it about me and the little bit that you might know about me and try to make it like that
I don't know you.
Well, why are you saying Homeboy will come back? Like that has nothing to do with the subject. The subject is about men understanding women's bodies.
Men do.
Like they don't.
I don't think women don't.
They don't understand women's bodies because women
don't understand themselves.
Their own bodies at times. So why would a man listen? Men cringe about the period, bro. But there's way more things going on than just the period. Like I said, a man will be up here like you're being masculine. You're being overly aggressive. Well, hello, my hormones are on an all-time high. So yes, at that moment, I might be aggressive. Give me a couple days, I might be soft. But the thing is that if a man don't understand a woman what's going on with females and women's like health, then you would never know that. And that's what this is about. I don't understand where you're coming from or why.
Yeah, men understand who they're dealing with. They deal with women. And if a man is not dealing with a certain woman, he shouldn't have to understand what she's going through.
Well, let me tell you something. These things that he's talking about has to do with like the majority, like I would say, a very great part of women. So, like he's talking about endometriosis. Everything that I've covered today is going to affect every aspect of women at some point. One woman might not have endometriosis, but she'll have PCOS. One woman might not have a heavy period, but everyone gonna go through menopause. So I don't understand what you're here for and why you're here to contest me trying to create awareness for men.
You asked the man to come up, correct?
Drop the link, sister.
Yeah, I dropped it several times. I don't know. I've been did it. Do you see it, Oculus? I'll do it again. Here's the link.
It's in the other chat. It's in the other video section, sir.
Oh, okay, that's what it is. Okay, you know what? I'm broadcasting on two different. Let me just go ahead and try to find that one. But let me play this while I'm doing that. So I'm not doing this on some
It's day 20. What is a pinch? I've been trying to figure this out because the more people keep asking me to research things, I just want you to understand the impasse that I'm having, right? Is that there is a weird scale when it comes to the word pinch. And I'm not sure who we're lying to. Are we lying to the patient? Are we lying to the medical staff? Because there's a weird dehumanization with the word pinch. Imagine, right? You're a guy and you go into the doctor and they're like, hey, we're going to give you a physical. And we're going to use this tool called the tenaculum. The tenaculum are like forceps, but they're cosplaying as a crab claw. And we're going to put this on your testicles and we're going to just pinch it. I would look at my doctor and go, is this medically necessary? And if they said yes, well, you're going to put me down, right? You're going to knock me out. There's going to be some kind of pain management before, during, and after this procedure. And for women, there's none. And the tool goes inside their body. So then it makes you go, well, you describe that as a pinch. But then when I go to like looking at other procedures, I'm like, I keep seeing this word pinch. And I know pinch is not a pinch. It is one of the most painful experiences that I've seen. I've been going through video after video, email after email, comment after comment, and every woman agrees. Like literally like 90% of women agree. This is the most painful thing I've ever experienced. Besides like some other procedures that are just as bad. It is crazy because the word pinch keeps coming up and you're like, what does pinch mean? And it just makes you feel crazy. And I feel crazy and I'm not going through the procedure. So how do you feel?
When they tell you it's going to be a pinch, it's going to hurt. Okay, so pinch is bullshit. Ain't no pinch. Okay, welcome to the channel, Oculus. Welcome, and I know I've been trying to get that link to you. Sorry about that. I forgot that I'm broadcasting on 2 different channels, but welcome.
How you guys doing? Peace to the panel.
Peace. How you doing?
Peace.
I'm doing actually great. I want to make sure so I don't get, the same, energy. I want to make sure that I'm ensuring myself what the particular subject matter is in regards to menstruation and the understanding or non-understanding of men's interactions with women.
So what I'm doing is I'm trying to show other men that have found out all of the things, not just menstruation, but menopause, perimenopause, hormonal imbalances, going to the gynecologist, everything that a woman goes through, PCOS, endometriosis, these things that men might not even understand that the woman is going through. But then what will happen is that when they're dating a woman, they're like, oh, she's just so tripping. She's gaining weight. She's doing this. She's doing that. And they don't even understand that there might be a medical underlying condition going on with their woman. Just like I would say, so to speak, if you were to sit in front of a woman and half of your face would begin to melt, we say, damn, you're having a stroke? But the thing, same understanding does not happen with women. And there might be so many indicators of a medical underlying condition that are happening. But go ahead.
I think I actually agree with that. And fellas, if you're in the chat, you guys can listen up. Women, if you're in the chat, you guys can listen up. I think that I agree with that. And it's on both sides. So I like to, preference things. I'm not going to tell you guys what I'm into, but I will preface things. And if people can, look it up while I'm speaking, they can see that it can be verified and substantiated. Anytime you're dealing with the physiology of a woman or the biology of a woman and you're dealing with the physiology or the biology of a man, most men and women are chemically imbalanced. Now, what do I mean by chemically imbalanced? I mean that in order for a woman to optimize her health, her biology and her chemistry in her body has to be balanced. Same thing with a man. In order for him to operate and function like a man, his chemistry and his biology has to be balanced. Now, what do I mean by that? In regards to a man's testosterone levels, every man should be running anything between, I say, 700 to about 1,100 nanograms per deciliter of testosterone. Any woman, for her to combat menopause or premenopause, she needs to run anything under between 200 to 250 nanograms per deciliter of testosterone in her body for her to operate and function and to think like a woman. If these things vary in either or of the directions, the biology is off. If the biology is off and the chemistry is off, then her psychology is off. If her psychology is off, then her body acclimates to going to premenopause or menopause. If the man's testosterone is off, yeah, he's gonna act like a B word. We'll say that. Yeah, he gonna be breaking the wrist or whatever have you. So when we dealing with these things in regards to how men don't understand women and things that she might be going through, I do agree with you because it is an underlying medical issue. You see, so you'll get women or men to go get testosterone when a woman need to combat the menopause, the night sweats, the fuzzy brain, the irritability. What does a woman go and get? She goes and get injections, hormonal injections. But when they put the hormones in her body, they're putting testosterone. Now, for a woman to go through menopause, men can go through the same thing. Most people don't know this because we don't dive into it deep enough. It's called andropause for men, you see. But when he get that chemistry right in his body, he can go back to acting and thinking and facilitate like a man. When a woman get that chemistry in her body, back where it needs to be, anywhere from 200 to 250 nanograms per deciliter, the area can operate the way it's supposed to. When we talking about downstairs, when we talking about upstairs in her mind, she can think and be submissive like a woman because she has the certain amount of estrogen in her body and the right amount of balance of testosterone in her body to act and think like a what? Like a woman. Now, if I go mute, it's because I'm driving and I'm picking up people. But I would like somebody to respond to what I'm saying.
Man, I'm glad that you said that. So I'm glad that someone finally, because women have been getting like this bad rap. You're too masculine. But I also believe it's a medical situation. Thank you for breaking that down, even into numbers.
100%, ma'am. I don't know who I'm talking to because I'm in the car and I can't look at the phone, but 100%, ma'am. You are absolutely right. So think about it this way, ma'am. Whoever just spoke, could you tell me your name real quick, ma'am?
This is DJ. This is my channel. This is DJ Genesis.
Is DJ Johnson?
DJ Genesis.
Okay, DJ Genesis. Okay, cool.
Right, and so
Ms. Genesis, in regards to what would you do if I was to ask you, if I took you into a hospital, I took you into a ward where it was all cancer patients, and the cancer patient came to you when you walked through the door, and the cancer patient came to you and said, and you was the nurse, let's say you was the nurse, and the cancer patient said, you said, come on outside, I'm gonna take you to go get something to eat real quick, blah, blah, blah. And the cancer patient like, I got stage 4 lung cancer. Oh man, I'm about to die, but let me have this cigarette. Would you apply patience and say, you know what, let's say the person named Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones, you really don't need to do that. You got, a limited time to live. Why don't you just take what I'm gonna get you to eat because you got a limited time to live? Would you display patience? Or what if Mr. Jones turned around and said, put your hands up, let's fight, I'm going crazy on you? Would you, if he swung at you, you would duck it? Maybe because he's weak and he's about 50 pounds and you would probably sit him down in his chair or whatever, how you put him back in his room or something like that. Would you do that? Why I'm saying this, the reason why I'm saying this is because when we're dealing with the man and we're dealing with the woman, when you understand that the chemistry is off in the body, just like you would have patience, you would use that as an application towards dealing with a person. It's the same thing that we should be doing with men and women. Their chemistry is off. So you should apply patience when you're dealing with a woman. We should apply patience when you're dealing with a man. What am I saying? I'm saying they're both sick. The cancer patient is sick. The person who got the wrong chemistry in their body is what? Sick. So a sick person behaves like a what? A sick person. So you demonstrate what when you're dealing with sick people? You demonstrate patience.
What about also, I want to hear what you got to say about also pregnancy. Like how much hormones are going crazy. You're carrying a female, that means you're having extra.
It's not that I'm sorry to cut you off. I'm going to pick up somebody, but I really want to talk. But it's not that your hormones is going crazy. The placenta is created by the quote unquote, I don't know if I can say this, but the S word from man. You see what I'm saying? It's created from man, the placenta. Everything that deals with the woman's response and reaction to pregnancy is all predicated on how healthy the individual that gave her the seed is. So if the man is throwed off, yeah, you're gonna wake up. If the semen, I don't know if I can say that. Sorry if I can't. But if the semen is throwed off, we're gonna use medical terms specifically. If the spinal cerebral fluid, because that's actually what it is brain matter that's going into a woman. When a man is interacting and engaging with a woman on an intimate level, they create fiction. They first create a physical attraction. Listen to how all these words sound like derivatives of one another. That physical attraction creates that friction and intimacy that creates that heat, that creates that gas inside the cerebral cortex that goes down from his brain and fusing with spinal fluid, picking up that electromagnetic energy, identifying the man and going down his vertebrae, stored into his. Oh, I'm so sorry. I got to stop. I got to pick up somebody. I'm driving. Ooh, I'm so sorry.
Man, but I mean, he was kicking it though. That's what I'm talking about. That's what. Go ahead, Yakina.
No, that's that trail and that patile thought is going in there. People gonna say one thing, but at the end of the day, you see what I'm saying? Them precepts is real.
All right, so let me go back into what I'm trying to tell y'all is that we need to pay more attention to each other, and not only like be like on some, oh, you just have an attitude. Well, there's so many stories.
At the same time, again, that conversation is also one that was held between. Again, we can't ignore that doctor held that conversation with these two people. This conversation was held between this woman and this man, and she had and that communication between the two of them. You see what I'm saying? She has to hold that conversation with him, and he has to pay attention to her. That's a good book right there. The teachings of Ptahhotep, right? Father to son. And so we have to know this, because the whole person that's holding you back is you, right? The person that's, if you're trying to impress, right? That's that's the person that's you're holding, but you back. You only have to make yourself proud, and your parents will be proud of that in you, right? And so that's all it is per itself, right? You. That's it.
RP78 says sugar is also a culprit because it causes spikes in moods, blood pressure, pleasure electrodes, etc. And like coffee, energy drinks, certain foods. Look at how people eat when they have/don't have.
And sugar will kill you too.
Yeah,
exactly. And this is why I talked about the Nutricide and all the above.
Hey, you guys, I'm back.
Right. So too much of anything will kill you, but not enough of anything is not good for you.
Oculus. I want to hear what the rest of Oculus had to say because he got cut off. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm back. I just dropped somebody off. Okay, in regards to what I was saying, in regards to spinal cerebral fluid, again, going back to phi is dealing with numbers, or pi. All of these words are connected, right? Listen to me. When you're dealing with the woman's womb, you're dealing with a portal. You're dealing with a vortex, right? So pi or phi deals with the number of numbers that go into infinity. All of us are not an amalgamation of nature versus nurture or things that we experience. We are walking amalgamation of chemistry, right? So with this being said, and looking back at the woman's womb and looking at the man's phallus, we can see where we can go wrong. Now, getting back to spinal cerebral fluid, the woman is just an apartment complex. Anytime oh my God, stomach pains and the pregnancy was so bad. Woman, you are the victim in that situation. You are the victim. The semen is not healthy. This is the way your body is trying to tell you when it's really not healthy. Guess what the body is going to do for you women? It's going to abort the baby immediately. Immediately. So these two people come together, creating this friction, this fire, this physical attraction, which creates this fire. This is why when people become intimate, they start to heat up. They feel like they on fire. Or you ask a man, hey, how that box was, man? That junk was fire, boy. You see what I'm saying? What happens is the gas starts to secrete inside of the cerebral cortex. This gas alchemically changes from a gas into a liquid when it infuses with spinal fluid. This spinal fluid goes down the vertebrae. And in order for anything to become alive in this reality, it has to be electrically charged. The most electricity is found in the vertebrae. Because why? You have nerve endings in the vertebrae. Then the semen becomes electrically charged, picking up the man's genetic markers. Then it's stored in his testes, which you guys call testicles. Then it goes into a woman. But if a man is out here being intimate with too many women, he's losing brain matter. Floyd Mayweather getting all of the JJ in the world, but can't read a book, dumb jocks, right? They can play basketball, sports, they strong and all this other good stuff, but they can't read, they can't do math, right? This is where the terminology of being stuck on effing stupid comes from. Listen to what I just said. You ever heard the term, where a girl or a man be like, oh, girl, he just stuck on effing stupid. Too much of losing brain material, brain matter, because this is where semen starts from. It starts in the man's mind.
Seminal fluid, yes, seminal fluid.
Now, for the woman, when it goes into your vortex or your womb, right, you take on the man's mind. This is why when they say two people come together to have intimacy or get married, they become what? One. This is why when the baby come out, if a woman is sleeping with too many men, guess what happened? That genetic material always stays inside of your womb, which is a portal, which is also a library. A library holds what? History. History comes out of the man's what? Mind. It's brain matter. So the baby come out looking like Carl, who she slept with, acting like Michael, who she slept with, dressing like Tony, who she slept with. You see what I'm saying? And then they say, oh, this little boy just bad. Oh, woo, 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 woo. Or you get a 50, 60, 70-year-old woman, 40-year-old woman still talking about she trying to find herself. Of course she can't find herself. Why? Because she got too much brain matter, too much history of different men inside of her womb. So today she come out with red hair talking about she a ghetto bad chick. Tomorrow she the classy chick. The next day she got an attitude. It's too many different personalities inside of her what? Womb. And what do men do? We go to war. We go to battle. So with all that different history of brain matter in the woman's womb or her vortex or her library, she get confused and she can't find herself. And y'all don't hear me, cuz I'm kicking this flavor. Y'all really don't hear what I'm saying. I'm on limited time. This is where it comes from. So we have to work together. It's not about women right. It's not about men right. It's about the unification of understanding about knowledge. And again, I'm not the end all be all. I can be chastised. I can be wrong. I know a lot about a little and a little bit about a lot. But on this subject matter, I know a lot.
Well, I will say this is that also the heart is the vortex. People found out when they broke open the heart.
For sure, it's unraveling. This is why I get weighed. It's an icosahedron. You got a dodecahedron. This is what the Egyptians were talking about. This is why they have to weigh the scale, put your heart on a scale against a feather when it comes to the halls of Mayat. This is what your Heliobiblios is talking about, or AKA, that's Greek for Holy Bible. Helios dealing with the sun. The Biblios dealing with book. The inception of what? Time. This is why the book of Genesis starts off with Genesis, the beginning. I don't want to go too far off, swerve off.
You're going off too far because the Genesis was not the beginning. It was a beginning of another dispensation. So you're wrong with that one. Genesis was not the beginning.
You and I listen. I can just by you listen. Listen,
No, 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 no.
listen, just by you saying that, I know what you're talking about. The
Okay.
reason why I use that as a premise is because I think that most people have an understanding of particular monotheistic religions. And I haven't been on a channel long enough to see where people are or where they're not, where I can start the conversation. But I know that most people have that Bible in common. Not that
This is
I
not a
know that
biblical. This is not a Bible group right over here.
okay, copy that.
I practice E5. Sakina practices. She's into the ancient Egyptian knowledge. I'm not sure what Man in Hightower. I think he
Came
does.
to Nazarite, right? I
I'm
came
well
to
rounded in
Nazarite.
all
I
forms
wasn't
of
trying
combat.
to.
Yeah, so I would say that we're not around a bunch of people that only practice Christianity. So Genesis is like, yeah, like okay, Genesis. Yeah.
I actually came through the rise from leaving Nazarites, and then I came through Kemet. Right, so that's why the precepts are real.
So then you know what you whoever this individual is, ma'am, you know what I'm talking about. I just use the Bible because I'm thinking that's the stimulus package that's gonna get everybody on board. But
twisted a
that
lot of
ain't
this.
really the beginning.
Yeah,
we
you
both know that.
twisted a lot of it, young sir. But I can rock with what you know. But you twisting a lot of that. I wanna say that because
There's no Genesis and no Revelation.
because we were not there, and so I can rock with you because again, when we don't know, we can't twist it along the way. So I can rock with you though, right? Because we weren't there, and so based on where you were and who you were under and what you know, I can always rock with somebody because I'm not here to argue with nobody because we're under Mayat now, and under that practice, we have to practice just that. You see, and so we walk in our truth, and just that. That's why under Nazarites and Hebrewites, we didn't do that, and that's why we're not there, right? Because I know you probably was a Hebrew at one time.
No. I never been a Hebrew Israelite.
And
Never.
we're not gonna talk about them. We're just gonna keep on walking. And so where we
Let's
are,
talk about the higher sciences of it all. Let's go into higher science then. Let's
Okay.
talk about the fact of what he says when it comes down to seminal fluid and how the body interacts and how even with the hospitals today, you know, you can't get your placenta. They want me when I had my last baby, they wanted me to pay $200 to get my placenta.
Me too. They tried to get me to sign the papers so they could take the placenta.
Okay,
but I gotta mute up. I gotta get somebody
make
else.
adrenochrome and stem cells.
Midwives at one point, right? We had midwives, and we were having babies at home, and now you're not. You see what I'm saying? And now you're not.
No more
You can't
C-sections.
bring in today what you're not bringing in. You still can, right? For a price.
But let me tell you, all this goes into my original subject. Men are finding out about women's health, and it's surprising them.
Men been knowing about women's health.
No, you don't, because listen, if you knew about that, listen, you would take your children into a hospital.
So if women finding out themselves too, and y'all, and this is my point, I'm a land. If women are not having these conversations in this relationship, then how can a man have empathy?
I was
having a conversation again.
Yeah, you can't know it all. You can't know a woman's body if a woman still don't understand everything in totality. So you saying that sound oxymoronic? It sound like an oxymoron.
No, I'm not trying to sound like an oxymoron.
No, I think he's talking me.
No, I'm talking about the dude. It's a dude on this panel with
no,
me.
the dude on the panel is only trying to say.
Y'all not getting it, Buster. Chill out. We're not hearing it all.
All we trying to say, or whatever. The bottom line.
He might have come about me. Maybe I sound like a dude.
Because y'all done threw me off, and y'all know why, and so I'm not gonna hide that fact. But regardless to me, I'm trying to say that somewhere along the line that I'm understanding what you're saying, Genesis, that the men are not showing empathy. But my point is, if some of these men are not showing empathy, for this man to show all the things that the women are going through, unbeknownst to these men that he are trying to target, then somebody is not having the conversation for these men not to show up. because I can't see a man not understanding, especially when a man say, these are the 10 signs that a woman is going through this. And for you to know that she having all of these symptoms and signs, and that you not understanding to be there for her and show her the support that she need, and you telling other men that this is the sign and the symptoms for all the things that she going through, and all of these, but at the same time, all of the things that she need that y'all been giving to men, and the solution that y'all been giving to men were for women. Understand that. And that was one of the points that you brought out with some trial testing.
Yeah, that they're using mostly men to test certain things, but not using women even
right.
when it come down. So
exactly. Wait a minute, let me land. Then Dr. Oculus comes on. Wait a minute. So then Oculus comes on and verifies that everything that a woman needs, they've been given to men.
Keep cooking, sis.
Even down to the crash test.
So then he comes and says the hormones testings and all of the things that women need that they've been given to men, and then they've been giving it to men, and they've been calling it some anapause or whatever. They've been giving that to men to calm them down, but all at the same time, women had to wait until they went through menopause, and then they would give it to them through hormones X, Y, and Z. So we're going around in circles.
But then by that time, those hormones cancer.
Back in the back when it came in, and this is where he's talking about, and he miscrewing it some, but I can rock with him, because back then we were already doing this herbalistically. And this is what we keep saying, going back and back and back. We were doing it herbalistically, and we forgot. The ball was dropped. And this is what we're saying. And the conversation is we need to hold these conversations with our mates and stop holding back and saying ain't nothing wrong with me and treating somebody wrong, instead of having a conversation saying, listen, I'm going through this, or baby, or honey, or whatever you want to say. I'm not your baby, but at least respect me enough to call me something dignified, because we acting like fools around here and treating our kids like grown-ups and treating grown-ups like kids, and have these conversations. And I'll land with that.
Have that conversation with your homeboy.
Have what conversation with the homeboy?
That's a PSA for any woman out here who believes men don't know. More so, it's more women don't know about themselves. Say, for instance, me. I've had my heart broken at least once or twice. It was good. Rejection is great. However, I spent most of my life just to get to know myself. And when you get to know that person, that completement out here, on a personal level, a female for myself, you'd be like, man, where were you all my life's type of situations momentarily? It feels good. The oxytocins, you know, the chemistry. But say, for instance, one of us passes away. We just got to know that person. We spend most of our lives just to get to know ourselves. But it feels like that person that we've met and known for maybe, hey, if we're fortunate, 20 years, you know, if we're blessed that way, they seem like they know us so well. See, this is a personal thing. So when I eventually said, hey, when I'm hearing all this like static, like men don't know, no. The homeboy that y'all dealing with don't know. That's why I gave an alternative. Like when the homeboy begging for the coochie and you saying you tired or whatever like that, like I done gave it to him like 4 or 5 times today. I'm overloaded. you know, you have every right to turn your back and be like and pretend like you sleep, you know, and pray to God that homeboy ain't like that and try to take the cookie, you know.
Service.
But what I'm saying is like I could sense this is a personal thing, and it's always personal.
Listen, listen. Let me tell you something.
Ain't nothing wrong if it's personal. We trying to help other women out here.
Hold on, stop. Listen, this is my channel. Of course, it's personal. Of course, I'm a 48-year-old woman that is going through perimenopause. Of course, I find that, you know, most men are not aware of what women are going through. It has
the men you do.
No, listen. Endometriosis. How many men know about that? Yeah, of course. Me in my time that I'm in life makes me look up certain things that makes me say, okay, maybe me having a mostly male channel that I need to bring this to them. So it's not about me mad about whatever
this to your homeboy.
It's not about what some dude did. It's about like when I saw what this guy was talking about and the fact that he was aware of it. And so many women like, man, finally someone understands me. And I was up there like, man, finally a dude is talking about this. I brought it to my channel. Yes, of course, it's personal. Okay, and so what? That does not mean I'm missing some nigga that I fucked last night. It just means that, you know what, this guy right here is finally talking about like women's subjects, and I have not seen that going on.
Right. So, Man in the Castle.
Homeboy will be back, I assure you.
No, listen, my question to you is right quick is, so you're married, correct?
I'm going to answer that. Can I answer that, Mrs. Ra?
Okay, so, but you do have...
Can I answer that, Mrs. Ra?
Okay, go ahead.
I subscribe to the belief that there's 9 planets. I'm the sun. All right? Okay. And any woman who has my offspring is my wife. Okay. I subscribe to a spiritual significance. A woman who has my child, a healthy offspring, that is my wife. Some women who have my offspring are more closer to the sun. Some are like Pluto to me. That's just our relationship. They far away. They don't see the light of me.
Okay, Rolling Stone. So,
yes.
My question now is
multiply everybody and take care of your kids.
Right, you could be chrono.
Try to. Even from afar, you can try to.
So I can dig that. I can dig it. So my question is because you are who you are, and we appreciate that. With whoever the woman is in whatever situation that she may be in, if she called you and told you, right, or you might have wanted some that night, and she told you her situation, she was in a lot of pain and she going through PTOS and all these other things, and the pain and the bleeding and all this other thing, how do you react?
That's a great question, Sister Ra, and that's what I've been looking for. As a man today, well, if I'm not gonna get the cookie, and I'm not gonna be hard up on it because I'm not getting it from her, and I want specifically her to, just like I was saying with the milk, one of my sedatives is the most purest vitamin in the world, the pussy, and the clean pussy, and that's like a sedative as well. So if I didn't have the milk, I see that when I don't have the milk and the dairy products, yeah, I'm more strong, more high strung, I see. But getting back to it is that
No, not
no, no, no,
Hey,
no,
hey,
no,
I'm back here,
no,
guys. Just to let y'all know, I'm
no
back.
means
I'm back.
no means no to me.
Okay,
All
well,
right,
wait. Let me finish this, and then I'm
no
gonna leave
means no
it
to
alone.
me. Yeah.
How do you continue this relationship? Because
Mhm.
this problem continues for the next 3 years.
Oh well,
Menopause continues for at least 2 to 3 years. So I need you to think about that because the
okay.
endometriosis may
Uh-huh.
leave and come back, and that might be an extension of a year. So menopause is at least 2 years. So I have to give the endometriosis a year. So
Let's go to family counseling if I love you like that. However, I do
Can I?
believe God blessed me with characteristics that it's not just physical characteristics, but just charm. And I believe that I would be able to attract another woman who
Can,
candidate
can
qualified
I?
yes, go ahead,
in the
Aku.
meantime.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick up somebody else in 1 minute. In regards to polyps inside of the woman's womb, in regards to endometriosis, osis, in regards to menopause, premenopause, whatever you want to say. I told you about the chemistry now, but there's also a second effect of it too. When it comes to the woman's womb, it also holds on to energy, right? Now, the energy is not sexual energy, but the energy can also be parental energy. It also can deal with parental energy in regards to CPTSD. It's an acronym for childhood post-traumatic stress disorder. Most women, and since we're talking about women, I can talk about men too and say, what's their problem too? Most women problem is not their fathers in their life, it's their mothers. The womb will hold on to that unresolved trauma in a fight, flight, fawn, or freeze response. What can happen is the womb holds on to that. Not that her mom has been intimate with her, blah, blah, blah. Not nothing weird stuff like that. The body will hold on to that frequency. And what it will do if that energy goes unresolved, it will manifest itself as endometriosis. It will manifest itself as polyps in the womb, fibroid tumors. You hear me? That's the real science. And I can get real sciencey if y'all want me to. But that's what's really going on. So I know whoever I don't want, you said it's personal, but I don't want to get too personal. But I would like to ask the individual who said something about she had, I can't remember who it is, but she had endometriosis or got it or whatever. I would like to ask her specifically, do you have the best relationship throughout your whole life with your mom?
Right. So I would say I don't have endometriosis, but I did have fibroids. I have like two small fibroids in
Okay.
my uterus, right?
Okay.
My mom died when I was 14.
Did it create a level? How did I don't want to get too personal? Just tell me, shut the hell up if you want me to shut the hell
No,
up.
it's okay. I don't have a problem
But
with that.
but what I'm saying is, after she transitioned or before she transitioned, was there a level of trauma that you went through while she was alive, or did
There
you
was
feel
a level of
grief?
trauma. What happened
I
is
can
that
I
when she passed
wait. Say it
away,
again. I can't hear you. Start over again.
no, there was a level of trauma that happened when she passed away. I chose at the time, being a Christian, I went to church rather than being at her bedside on her death. So there
And what?
is, because me being, I was a very devout Christian, and
Uh huh.
so I felt like Jesus,
Uh huh.
I had to go to the Lord,
Uh huh.
Jesus. And so I went to church instead of going to my mother's bedside. And
And see what
she
happens. She
died
had you
while
never.
I was in church.
I'm finna get somebody. I'm so sorry. I gotta say it fast. What you didn't get and what you needed was that release. What happened when you didn't get to be by her bedside, whether you realize this or not, the body, the womb specifically for the woman holds on to that trauma. And it will in the future develop as some of these things that you may or may not be experiencing. But I gotta get somebody. I'm so sorry. I gotta mute again. Okay, that was the wrong person. That was the wrong person. That was the wrong person. They ain't coming. But listen, what I'm trying to say is this. If I was just making this up, how would whoever the person who said they got fibroids or some small fibroids, if I was making this up, how would this automatically apply? And you can continue to do this with women. I can get on man if y'all want me to, but we talking about women. There is a shamanistic practice with I think it's monks who show where making certain chants. It was a woman that had I think she had fibroids, and they started to chant in the hospital room while the fibroids was seen on a monitor, and it showed the significance of difference where they didn't have to use radiation, how those fibroids went down live. You can even find this on YouTube. Changing the frequency, and I'm using the word frequency for a specific reason because the womb holds on to frequency. You see what I'm saying? Whether it's positive or negative, it doesn't know the difference. So this is why it's important for men and women to learn to what? Let go. It is what it is. You see? Because if a man does it and a woman does it, it's going to show up as some sickness, whether it's now or in the future.
No, look, listen. She says, I don't believe the story. Honey, I would never lie about that. That's a real story. I was 13 years old. My mother was dying of cancer. And she was at a Seventh-day Adventist hospital dying of cancer. And this was her, but there was other things that she was dying of, and that's another story, a long story that I'd like to tell another time. But what happened is that she was on her last days, and they were like, okay, she's calling for you. And I said, well, I'm going, it was like either go to her bedside or go to church. And I chose, and then I still regret as a, 48-year-old woman, I still have a guilt of not being by my mother's bedside when she was dying. Mm-hmm. But at the same point, all right, let me just be real. My mom died of AIDS, okay? She had cancer, but she had AIDS, right? And my family, the way that I found out that she had AIDS was that I thought that she had cancer, and then I thought my father had died of cancer, but he also had died of AIDS. They were both intravenous drug users at the time. And they actually put me through a whole CPS thing where I had to take blood tests to make sure I didn't have HIV or AIDS. And I didn't really understand what was going on with me. And so, yeah, I'll go to the door real quick. But so what happened is that when I found that out, and I felt like I should go to church and pray. And so, but I ended up feeling so guilty, and I still feel even to this day, I'm I still have dreams of wishing that I would have been there when she passed on, to at least, I don't know, maybe she was going to tell me something. I don't know, hey, some last words or whatever. So I have that guilt. So that's what happened in my life. And, yep.
There's a direct correlation with trauma and sickness. I don't care how the sickness show up. There's a direct, again, correlation. And whoever the person that said that they don't believe it, you don't have to say that you don't believe it. Let's say that you never heard of it. There is something called sound healing. Literally, sound healing. Where you can up the vibratorial frequency in whatever environment that you're in. And it will help render that sickness useless. Let's think about it on a logical level. You never went to church and everybody on the same frequency, whether it's positive or negative, mostly it's positive in church. And when you walk out the door, you say, damn, I feel better. So don't tell me that I can prove what I'm saying. I'm just in the car and I can't pull up my laptop and just show it. I can prove what I'm saying. You can check my resume.
Yeah.
And I don't like to throw degrees around, but I got a master's degree in psychology. You see what I'm saying? A degree don't mean shit. I'm driving Uber. It don't mean shit. But the point that I'm making is that you're going to get these talking pieces in the chat that's saying, I don't believe it. I think it was a girl. All you got to say, well, can you present more evidence? Can you convince me? That's all. But don't do the attack thing, because then my ego gonna flare up. Then I told you, see, these stupid you all that. I ain't trying to do that. I'm just presenting information just like everybody else.
But I'm gonna tell you what, like, so I have done sound therapy. I have done ayahuasca, and I did get to, when I did ayahuasca, because I went through a very severe alcoholic
Mm-hmm.
thing.
And ayahuasca is used for helping with trauma.
Right. And so
it
what
rewires
happened
the
is
neural synapses. It rewires the neural synapses inside of the cerebral cortex, create new neural pathways so you can have a different perspective on life and you can actually learn to let go. Tell me, am I lying?
Let me tell you what exactly happened. When I did the ayahuasca, I thought, because I have had abortions, and I thought that that alcoholism was my problem. And you know what, ayahuasca, because the plant medicine is actually a spirit. And so when you do it, the spirit will come out of the plant and be like, no, your issue is not alcoholism. Because I said, because what the shaman said is like, find out what the issue is you want to deal with, focus on that. And I actually have a
can I
whole
say this real
video.
quick? So you had a guided ayahuasca experience, and do you mind if I ask you what location, what shaman that you used to have the ayahuasca experience? If you don't mind me asking.
He's from Gabon. He got trained from I actually did an interview with him. If you look on my channel, but he's from Gabon and he got trained from a shaman in the Ecuador. Yeah.
Okay, you did a legitimate one. If you said Peru or you said Ecuador, okay, you did a legitimate
So
one.
I'm dealing with, even my godmother is a Peruvian. She does the sound healing, and actually, if you ever seen that video with 607 Unc, where he was getting like healed through, that's my godmother. So I'm like tuned into a lot of stuff. So what happened, like I said, is that when I did this, and I went in saying I wanted to cure my alcoholism because I was drinking very heavily, very at the time. And it says your alcoholism is not the problem. This is your problem right here. Your problem is your abortions. You feel guilty about that, and then your mother. And so it showed me my abortions. It showed me my mother. It showed me everything. Like you need to heal that wound and like the guilt of the abortions you had in the past. It showed me some fleshy, like disgusting looking things, and I got to see those things, and I had to like reconcile the fact that I have actually killed my own children, and then on top of that, that I wasn't there for my mother. That's why I'm able to really talk about it now and not feel like weird about it.
So you agreeing with everything that I'm saying because you have had your own personal experience. You have connections. You know exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, like I'm trying to tell. Yeah, like so. When
I
have like done like I have went through every level of the possible level of healing of trying to get my shit together. Because I swear to God, if you would have known me
quick,
about
somebody
like,
about to get in.
Like 10 years ago,
somebody about to get in real quick. The reason why for the chat, the reason why you need that shaman, a guide to bring you back to this reality. I gotta mute up. Sorry.
Yeah. So I literally, I have done a lot of work on myself from plant medicine to sound medicine, went to Cuba and got initiated when I lost my youngest child. I've been through a lot of stuff, like a lot of death, I've had a lot of death in my life, so I've had to do a lot of like things to get me to reconcile with that. So yeah. But all that stuff, even that type of stuff, if you're with a mate, because certain times we talk about like these endometriosis and we talk about all these mental health situations that come across. A lot of those things are unresolved, like mental things that come into our lives. And that's from a spiritual level. I was trying to be just surface level with it, but he's bringing us into the spiritual aspect of it. shout out to Oculus, because a lot of these things are not just mental. A lot of these things are spiritual. And when you might have an unresolved mother wound or unresolved having children wound that you probably like did this, yes, it can cause issues in your womb. At the end of the day, and
Can I say this real quick? And you don't mind if I talk on you, right? I'm on the live right now. Okay, cool. All right, cool. So my passion say she don't mind. I'm finna cook real quick. All right, so check this out. In this reality, in this lifetime, and in any other lifetime that anybody has ever existed in, there is no wrong, there is no right, there is no up, there is no down, there is no left, there is no right, there is no woman, there is no man. Even if you think about what I'm saying, this all is gonna make sense. And since you said I'm taking it spiritual, I'm definitely finna do that. In variables of extremes of degrees, is there a difference between fire and ice? The average person would say what? Yes, there is. That's what the average person would say. But a person that's in different schools of thought, when you're dealing with the Egyptians, when you're dealing with all these different ancient cultures, they would say no. In variables of extremes of degrees, you go too far on the ice side, at a point, ice can freeze. Beyond that point, ice can burn. You go too far on the fire side, at a point, fire can burn. Beyond that point, fire can freeze. Now, the physics behind fire freezing, the average person probably wouldn't know. You take a lighter. Think everybody on the chat, think about a lighter in your head. Flick a lighter in your head. Act like you got a lighter in your hand and flick it. There's 2 points of contention on a lighter. There's a red amber and there's a blue amber. Anybody ever ask themselves why you got 2 different colors? The reason why you got 2 different colors is because at the bottom of the lighter is being hit with concentrated levels of butane, relatively bringing the temperature up. The top of the lighter is being hit with higher levels of oxygen, relatively bringing the temperature down. They're both still hot. If I take that blue amber from that lighter and I add electrons and I add steam to it, it'll turn it into electricity. And if I add even more electrons to it, it'll turn it into plasma. If I needed to take the person who run the channel, if I need to take her blood out her body and I need to freeze it and I need to give her a blood transfusion, I will put it inside of a plasma refrigerator and the blood will freeze. So fire and ice is the same element. Right and wrong is the same thing. Now, I don't know if it's any esoteric people in the chat, whatever have you. But what I'll say is this. Think about it this way, too. Everything is about balance. Think about a woman say, hey, I want a man 6'5", Batman toy abs. He got all the money on planet Earth. He can do anything I wanted him to do before I can even conceptualize the idea inside of my mind. Michael, damn, how did you know I wanted my feet rubbed? I'm Michael. I'm rich as hell. I got all the money on planet Earth. I can do anything. Right? Yeah, if the opposite of fire is actually ice and the opposite of ice is actually fire, then the opposite of love is actual hate. And the opposite of hate is actual what? Love. Now she called me, her friend, yo, Oculus. Yeah, what's up? You remember Michael? Yeah, Batman toy ab, 6'5", the most handsomest man on planet Earth. I love him unconditionally, but he's so perfect that now I'm starting to what? I'm starting to hate him. Now think about somebody been in your class pulling your hair. I can't stand Ashley. I hate her. But us as classmates looking like, dang, he in love with Ashley. So now you see why, and I'm going to use this analogy, why you need people to mess up in relationships, because it creates balance. Just like fire and ice also creates what? Balance. Same thing with right and what? Wrong. I'm saying all this is the catalyst to say this about this overall conversation. Well, some people in the chat might be saying, well, I had to go through this. Everything that takes place, whether it's right or wrong in your reality, is helping you for the overall balance in your reality. So if your mom did this to you, your brother took advantage of you, this person did this to you, the only problem in the situation is your judgment. Your judgment is the only thing that takes you in variables of what? Extremes. So if you say it's actually ice, then it's actually what? Fire. Because you know once we get beyond the point of it freezing, it can actually what? Burn. So this also means that right can be wrong and wrong can be what? Right. Everything is about balance. That's what I'm saying. So this is how I learned to let go and to heal from trauma myself. It is what it is, or maybe in the context of the Helio Biblios, I am that I am.
Yeah.
So to add on to the whole thing, my original thought in observance of the behavior, because I do behavior, and when I first brought out the suggestion, hey, let's just be honest, this is personal. There was a lot of pushback on, oh, I know you just because I don't know you. I don't know you. I really don't. And it's not that I don't want to. I don't know you. And you know I don't know you, just like you don't know me. However, over time, perhaps there can be opportunities where we can know each other a little bit better. But getting back to the subject, I brought up that I knew this had to be a personal thing, and my suggestions were thrown away. I'm glad that this brother could pierce your armor for you to open up a little bit and finally come out. Yes, this is personal.
But
This is not it's not about all
I'm not trying to
men
create no
knowing
issues on the
nothing.
channel too. I'm just letting everybody know that I ain't trying to create no
listen,
personal issues or nothing.
I admitted that it was personal.
Not in the very beginning.
Listen,
There was
we're all
pushback.
human beings. Listen. Any human being doing any show, okay, on YouTube, TikTok, whatever, right? Because we're people, okay. It's the reason why they're doing a show is because they have a personal opinion on it. Unless they are a person on the news, where a person's giving them a story and say cover the story. The majority of content creators are covering things that they find interesting, and it's usually going to be tied to a personal event that makes them interested in it. So yes, it's personal on that level. But what you said is that, oh, well, listen, that guy is not going to call you, whatever you said. You try to make it about a personal relationship, but no,
I said homeboy will come back.
Right? No, that's
why
not.
I steadily said that.
That is
I
not.
steadily said that.
I would listen. So homeboy will come back. You're tying this whole live into a personal thing of a relationship where really it has nothing to do with homeboy coming back, but more or less just in general, what I see in men and how they don't understand the women's plight when it comes down to health.
But none of that's true.
Wait, can one of y'all tell me? I'm kind of lost in the
It's not
conversation.
true.
Can one of y'all tell me? Who is homeboy? Wait, what? Is that like an inside joke? What do you? Wait.
He's talking about like some guy that I talked about before about the guy and how he treated me a certain way and that I stopped talking to him. So he thinks that I'm talking about that. The reason why I'm having this conversation is because of my hurt about this guy, but really that's not what's going on in this conversation because I've been letting go of that situation in my mind. What's going on now is me, because I was looking at a different subject to talk about, right? Before I had this conversation, I was looking at a different subject. I said, you know what, this is a good subject. This guy, because I talked to Roxanne and I was talking about this to her, and she was like, yeah, you need to find out who that guy is and bring him on your channel. And I said, you know what, I'm going to do a show about that. But in his mind, he thinks that I'm hurt by a relationship that failed and that I'm doing the show about that. No, that's not what it was. So there's a lot of things behind the scenes you don't even know. But a lot of times people want to think they know something, they don't even know what the hell they're talking about. So let's go.
I can sense it. And it's the trauma based. It's a big contributor. I once said this on this show about many weeks ago about I brought up see if people would maybe add on to it and build on it. But I've come across information that when a young female lives or is around her father, she or a fatherly figure, they are less likely to get their menstruation cycle early. And people on the panel, they just, that's bugging. So I didn't continue on that. My thing is behavior, not only with human beings, but with environments, analytics. I don't have to get into every detail, but some things are predictable because of the behavior. Now, getting to the situation, a man who is in a woman's relationship where she has health problems or is going through aging, my suggestion as a fellow man to any woman who's going through that is a simple solution, and it may not work. So don't take it on 100% face value what I'm about to tell you. If he has some habits, some habitual habits, some habitual behavior patterns, like if he's into video games, leave him a PlayStation 5 video game on the kitchen table. Leave him a bowl of beer nearby. I'm pretty sure he'll calm down. You don't have to get into intercourse, perhaps, with him. However, I'm pretty sure there is something else y'all can groove to, some type of aphrodisiac.
What are you talking about?
That boy will come home. New homeboy will come home.
What are you talking about, sir?
Can I talk?
You know,
no. Listen, I'm sorry. We gotta bring this back to center. Because
right.
I think that what are you talking about? That's crazy. Go ahead, Sakina Raw.
At this point again, I want to just say, first of all, to what's his name? I don't want to mispronounce it. First of all, Oculus. First of all, if I offended you, by all means, let me apologize, because what I said was, I can rock with you, although I said you misscrewed some things in Kemet. Why I said this is because your enlightenment, in my perspective, is too advanced. And why I say this is because the way you see things. Kemet was in the beginning of time where the language and everything about it was in the beginning stages. Even the language was in a hymn stage. The alphabet itself was not even until 1600. And so your understanding of everything, Cosmo and everything, they lived it, they practiced it. So the understanding that you have, even later on, they called witchcraft, and they also called prophecy. And so I understand it and I rock with it. But for them to practice it and the calendars and everything that came with it later on wouldn't have been understood, because again, they lived it. So I rock with you again. I didn't never take nothing from you. So I understand, because again, I also have psychology, because I am a retired HR administrator, and that's my business profession.
Message, exactly.
So I'm not here to argue with you in my yacht. And with that, we want to say we're here on the same purpose. And this is the business that we are here to teach to everybody, right? Because that's our purpose here, to pick up the ball. Again, that's what I stated. The ball has been dropped several times, right? And so I do rock with all of y'all, but we can't just keep saying, if the women don't say and the men act like they don't have empathy, right? Because it's a hard thing that she might have to tell him, but he can't act like he don't care either. Because again, the medicine and that practice, it was dropped along the way. And this is something that we have to understand, all of us. And so and again,
Ashe, sister, Ashe. I understand. I didn't know you was the girl in the chat that was you was the woman in the chat that said that?
No, I was always up here with y'all.
Oh, okay. I was talking to I don't feel offended. I don't feel like you contesting or trying to, us bickering and that. No. I was responding to the person who said that in the chat, that she keep posting at the top of the chat. I
Oh.
wasn't coming after you or nothing like that. No, both the sisters and the guy, y'all good money with me. I just like to get my pieces out real quick before I get the next person. That's all. I'm not coming in nobody. I think we all here students and we are all here at the same time teachers, because you can't have one without the what other, meaning that we all can learn from one another.
I appreciate it.
Yes,
Well,
ma'am.
I just want to like make it plain is that like this live, okay, because it's making it like that I'm like heartbroken about some dude or whatever it's about. Like, no, that's not why I did this. Okay, like of course it's a personal thing. I'm a human being. Like, of course, when I look up things, I'm looking up things according to my personality and things that resonate with me. So of course this resonated with me, and so yes, therefore it's personal. But is it like geared to a certain like situation in my life? No, no, it's not. My main thing is that when I spoke about this guy speaking on women's issues, I found this way before I even was going through whatever I was going through with my little thing. You know what I'm saying? And I thought, well, man, he's actually breaking down women's issues. Wow, that's crazy. Not too many people are talking about this. Let's go. Let me just play another one.
Men should curse more. I think a few fucks here and there, shits here and there. I'm talking about y'all should be talking like sailors. I'm not just mad, I'm more baffled at like every single thing I'm learning. Like, what is going on over there? It's day 21.
So every day
I just looked up what a cervical biopsy is.
Cervical biopsy.
Y'all need more drugs. Listen, who do I need to fight? Who do I need to write? Because y'all need more drugs for that. I understand the importance of this. I get it. Now, when they're doing this, they're taking a speculum, putting it in the vagina, opening that bad boy up. You can always request for a smaller speculum if it's that uncomfortable. Ask your gyno if this works for you and them, so this way they can still see your cervix, but simultaneously, oh, Jesus Christ. I don't even know what to say because the next part is crazy. Because, okay, I understand why it's important for you to get a cervical biopsy, but oh my God, you deserve drugs before, during, and after this thing.
This finna be the worst magic school bus ride of our lives, okay? So see, that's a speculum. It's opening up the vagina. Then you have, remember the tenaculum? That bad boy? Yeah, here it goes, stabilizing the cervix with only pain. Then you see this monstrosity? Look at the bite it took. That is the pinch that they claim. What is that? Then they're like, if that didn't work, we'll take this cheese grater device and then scoop some out that way. That doesn't look pleasant at all. Look at this white lady. She's smiling. That's a lie. Only lie.
Let me remind you, okay? Let me remind you that this is a very important procedure. You're trying to find out if you have cancer cells in your cervix. So I get it. But why can't you have pain management for this? If it was a testicular biopsy, I'm sure I'm going to get Valium and all types of medicine before, during, and after. Why aren't you getting this? And why do you have to go back to work? Why can't you get an excuse to say, hey, I can't work for the next 2-3 days? Because what the?
It's day 21.
So the entire time, that's what I've been shown, is that there are procedures that happen for women that men have no idea that they're painful. You get no anesthesia for, and it's like it just happens. Okay, well, we're gonna do this, and then you just do it, and it's like, oh, so it's gonna be a little pinch. Like he says, it's gonna be a little bit. Okay, we're gonna do this. It's gonna be a little bit of a pinch. It's not a fucking pinch. It fucking hurts. All right.
I'm aware of all this, and I'm a man, and I'm gonna say this as well. Dr. Marion Sims, the creator of those devices, he first used those on enslaved FBA women. One's name was, and she was 13 years old. Her name was Arancha. The other was Lucy, and the other one was Betsy. So when you even start this and you're hearing me, those devices were first used on enslaved women in this country. Dr. Miriam Sim.
Okay, so
He's
now
the
we're
person.
getting to the real thing of what I was really trying to get at. Is
Men
that
know about this.
do they?
Yeah,
No,
I'm speaking as a man.
all men don't know
Well, I'm a
about.
man and I know about it as far as the procedure, but I don't know the pain. And the only way I can know the pain is vicariously through my wife. So I know in a little bit off of what it looked like, and I can only imagine how the pain feel. But I would have to talk to a woman. You see what I'm saying? Y'all see where I'm going with this? So when she said, "Do they?" Yeah, visually we know, but do we
They
know
do.
in
All right,
totality?
brother, they do know. All right, it's getting to the point where it's supposed to be all men don't know nothing. That's what I'm dispelling. I don't like that shit.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying now. Okay.
See, you if you listen to this program enough, it's about all men. All right, all men. And I'm looking at it like this.
All
In
men.
2026, we got to end this gender war stuff that's going on with these influencers and the channels because they have a personal beef. Healing is on the way.
Come on now, bro.
We can pray too.
So there's
I'm still a little confused. Like the conversation is taking too many hard lefts and too many hard rights. I was still kind
Well,
of
that's because of how he is trying to frame it. Okay, so let me be clear. Let me go back and reframe and clarify my discussion. Okay, so let me go back here and let me just show you something. Okay, all right. So, do you see this here? Can everybody see
yeah,
this?
I see it.
All right, so what does it say? What is it saying my audience is?
I think they say women 40. I can't see it now. I'm in landscape. Just read it out to me. I'm driving.
All right, so I have a 31% female audience and a 69% male audience. So me understanding what my audience is, I said, you know what? When I saw this guy right here discussing what women go through, I decided, okay, and you see the title. Men are finding out about women's health and it is surprising them. At no point am I trying to make this into a red pill, blue pill, all men don't know. I said that men are finding out. So if you already know, then you're not the part of the men that's finding out. So I did this to further for any men that don't know, continue to show, like, listen, women go through menopause, women go through all these different things. I started off the conversation, right?
Why is it when your woman sit there and decide?
Not that one. Hold on. I started the conversation with
Gentlemen, this is your reminder.
No, because God really put a lot on women, and I really feel sorry for y'all and everything y'all got to go through. Because everything that y'all go through that affects the way you think and your emotions is not fucking normal. First, you go through puberty, so that sweet little girl that we once knew is gone forever. Then you get this thing called a period, and while you're on your period, you turn it into another person. Then you start PMSing. You start turning into another person before you get your period. And then you get pregnant and turn into that emotional motherfucker. And then you go through postpartum and then you turn into that demon of a motherfucker. And then you think it's all said and done and you get a little older, then boom, menopause. Fuck. Remember when my mama was going through menopause, she was saying all kinds of shit that didn't make sense to me. Everybody stop talking. I'm having a hot flash. First of all, it's 50 degrees. Second of all, what the fuck does us talking have to do with this shit? I'm sorry, I just need to be by myself right now. I'm having a mood swing. Mood swing? What do that mean? And how the fuck do your mood swing? How does that happen? Swing that bitch back the other way so we can be happy in this motherfucker. But when you really break down what y'all going through, while y'all going through y'all menstrual cycle, it's really bizarre. It's crazy. Because while you're on your period, your body is just preparing itself to make a baby. And when you're not on your period, your body is just preparing itself to receive and carry one. Like, when do you get a fucking break? And then come to find out, those dire ass painful cramps that you have in the beginning of the pregnancy is just your organs moving out of the way and making room to carry a fucking baby. Your organs and shit, your insides are
right?
moving out the way to get ready to. That's what you're Get the fuck out of here. So you could just be sitting at home chilling, watching TV, and out of nowhere your
These
kid
just
just
didn't
like,
have
"Excuse
moms
me,
or something."
get over here real quick." And all of this affects your brain, the way you think, the way what you're interested in, your emotion and everything from fucking puberty to PMS to period to menstruation to menopause. I mean, to all of that affects who you are. So when are you really you? When can we trust you for real? Because that's a lot. We just got to deal with 12 different motherfuckers. Like, that is what? I know y'all be arguing and shit, talking about men could never. A man could never. You damn right. You absolutely fucking right. You can have that shit. You get no argument there. I feel sorry for y'all. If reincarnation is real, I want to come back as a motherfucking lizard. I want to come back.
Husbands, here are the top 10 things you need to know about menopause to keep your marriage together that I've learned by listening to women on this channel. Number one, it starts way earlier than you think. It can start with something called perimenopause, and that can be as soon as her early 30s. That's when some of the most difficult symptoms are going to happen way before she's prepared for it. Number two, she is losing hormones. This is not her fault. This is not something that she wants to have happen. This is a natural phase of life. The hormones she's losing are estrogen, progesterone, and testosterone, and they affect every area of her body physically and mentally. Number three, once this goes on long enough, she's just going to stop caring. Not about you, not about her family, but just about the bullshit. She doesn't have time to care for everyone and everything around her all the time. This is wreaking havoc on her physical and mental body, and she needs to prioritize herself. And number four, insomnia is here to stay. This is due to the fact that at night, her estrogen levels are fluctuating wildly, which is causing cortisol spikes. That's causing anxiety, which is keeping her up. And estrogen affects the area of the brain that regulates body temperature. So she's having these hot flashes that are keeping her up at night as well. Number five, doctors were not trained to support her on this. I know it sounds crazy, but the truth is, by their own admission, they got a few hours, if any, training on menopause in medical school. And of course, she's going to doctors for relief. And on average, women are seeing 6-7 doctors before they can find one that is willing to help them. Number six, she's going to deal with physical changes. We're talking about weight gain that is out of her control. This is all due to those hormone fluctuations, even joint pain, something called frozen shoulder, and also things like itchy ear canals and burning mouth syndrome. These are all things that can happen physically to her because of these hormonal fluctuations. Number seven, this isn't just a physical battle, it's a mental one. Anxiety and depression can absolutely sink in. 1 in 10 women even have suicidal thoughts, and 20% of women going through menopause have clinically depressive symptoms. Number eight, those mood swings and that rage that you're seeing are out of her control. This is because those estrogen levels actually affect the area of the brain that regulate mood. They actually affect the amount of serotonin in her brain, and that's the feel-good chemical. So she is not feeling like herself. She literally doesn't recognize herself in the mirror anymore. This is something that can be so bad that some women even think that they have dementia. Number nine, I know you're seeing a decrease in sex drive, but that is because her libido is decreasing. That's because she's losing estrogen and testosterone, and they affect her libido. This isn't about you, it's about what's going on in her body. And number 10, she wasn't prepared for this. She didn't see this coming. Her mom didn't prepare her for this or talk to her about it. She didn't talk to her friends about it. This is all coming on as a huge surprise, and she is not ready for this. So she needs you to educate yourself about it so you can support her.
I'm
And this
tired
goes
of
right
these
back into
sprinkles.
the
I'm tired of
chemistry.
these
This goes
sprinkle males on
the-
doing these
this,
videos.
this goes right back into what I was talking about: testosterone, progesterone, and estrogen, and estradiol. It goes right back into chemistry. It goes right back into it. But at the end of the day, you know, you live and you learn. How do I have so much knowledge on this? Because I was on testosterone. I was on the pellets. I was on the pellets myself. Where they go in, you go to an OGBYN, and I know y'all thinking, well, you a dude. Well, I used to date a doctor. I dated her for 7 years. She was a surgeon. She was way older than me. I was 30. She was like 53. I wake up in the middle of the night. I look at the side of the bed. It looked like somebody threw water all over the bed. I'm like, damn, Sheree, what happened? Like, I'm just having hot flashes. I'm very, very acclimated with what's going on in this situation. Her friend was an OGBYN. She gave us, let's check your let's check your testosterone. Let's see where you at. Boom. I'm running 215 nanograms per deciliter. You see what I'm saying? So I'm very familiar about what I'm talking about when it comes to this chemistry of the human physiology. Trust me when I tell you that. 100%. I'm just not talking out the side of my neck. And this is what's going on. But again, you are dating another person if a woman doesn't cater to specifically her hormones. And there are practices that can help subside these mood swings. And men, again, I told you, we get menopause, which is called andropause for men. Which way? Right. It's yup. Can you put on the screen what is andropause? Any the man who control the whole channel, take it easy. Have a good day. Can you put up what's the definition of andropause? I'm just not making up fancy words to sound cool. I'm not using colorful. This is real terminology. Men can have it and women can have it. Most men don't know that they have it. They never, probably prior to this, if anybody listening, they probably never heard of it until I just said it.
It's a made up term.
Okay.
But I get it.
So is menopause a made up term?
Andropause is a made up term. It was something else beforehand, but it's a made up term. Still not marketable yet. Still not marketable yet.
I guess New York done figured it out. I don't want to call you New York, but you sound like you from New York. I can't see your name, but sound like you got it figured out.
New York City dudes they mad soft. They mad soft out that way.
And in regards to the other young lady, I forgot her name. She was talking to me, and this is what she said: we dropped the ball in Kemet. Facts. A lot of this information is not that we dropped the ball, but it's lost. It's hidden from us. It's hidden from us, but it's right under our. You know how something's so close to your face? If I put a picture to your face and it's right on your nose, you can't see the picture. That's how it's hidden right in front of our face. You see what I'm saying? And with me being a traveling brother, I know this. And there are also travelers out here who know this. But I digress.
Yeah, they didn't understand the language.
It exists, and it does exist. This is there's papers on it. This is the national.
Can you read the definition of
NIH?
Can you read? Is that the definition of andropause, ma'am?
It's a new term from something older, and it's not marketable yet.
Marketable.
Can you read the definition of andropause?
Andropause is defined as a syndrome associated with a decrease in sexual satisfaction or a decline in feeling of general well-being with low levels of testosterone in older men. In 1946, Werner published a landmark paper in JAMA entitled "The Male Climacteric, characterized by nervousness, reduced potency, decreased libido, irritability, fatigue, depression, memory problems, sleep disturbances, and hot flushes. Hypogonadism is a broad scientific term, and it refers to a clinical syndrome.
That's what I had. Hypogonadism. That's what I had. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So, in contrast to menopause, which is universal, well characterized time process associated with absolute gonadal failure, andropause is characterized by insidious onset, slow progression. Many names were given to this process, like male menopause, male climacteric, and androgen decline in aging male, ADAM, aging male syndrome, or late onset hypogonadism. True andropause exists only in those men who have lost testicular function due to disease or accidents, or in those with advanced prostate cancer subject to surgical or medical castration. Testosterone levels decline with aging at the rate of 1% per year, and this decline is more pronounced in free testosterone levels because of alterations in sex hormone binding globulin, blah, blah, blah. So I'll post the link.
And so what SBH is, your sex hormone globulin. This is what it is, your LH and your SH. This is what it is to see. This is what it is to see how healthy you are to produce adequate and reputable semen to produce a functioning baby. You see? So was I lying about andropause? No. Does it sound
No one said
exactly
you
like
were.
does it sound exactly
That's
like
why I said
menopause?
You said it was a myth. You said it was a myth.
I said it's made up shit.
No, you said it was a myth. I heard that.
Was it made up or a myth?
Oh, National Institute of Health, NIH, is producing a paper on made up shit.
That's why it's abstract. It's not marketable yet. Once they start marketing it, you'll see pills and stuff for it as well to make it a big seller.
There's peer-reviewed literature that substantiate
Specifically
there's
for it.
peer-reviewed
Specifically for it.
Ooh, there's
You know
peer-reviewed
exactly what I'm talking-
literature that support andropause is a real phenomenon for men, just like menopause. What do you mean
Right.
about it being marketable? Can you explain that?
bro, ADD.
So until they make actual
ADD in the very
You mean
beginning was not
ADHD?
marketable. It took a lot of time. It took until like the mid 90s for it to become
So just because it's not
more appealing and marketable. Now everybody
just because it's
40
not
years later
marketable,
has ADHD.
hold on. Just because it's
You know,
not
you have to market. ADD was something from the 70s originally, but it wasn't marketable yet. It took time.
So you got to market.
So he's saying, I'm
Right.
gonna tell y'all what
You
he's
know what
saying.
I mean?
I'm
On some.
gonna tell you
That's
what
why
he's
people
saying.
don't know about it, and that's why it's more like made up.
No, okay.
And
So
you
if we
understand
look
why,
at
like when it came down to ADD, attention deficit eventually was just attention deficit disorder. Then it became ADHD, and they got rid of the ADD. So what I'm saying about the marketability of this anapause, it's not marketable yet. It's something made up.
that is not made up.
It's just made up
Do
stuff.
you know who Sigmund
Something.
Freud
It was
is?
something older.
Do
It
you
was
know
called
who
something
Sigmund-
else older.
All of
It was called something
all of
else
your-
many years before that.
Jesus.
They're trying to
I
make
don't
it
know what type of
marketable.
mic he got, but whatever mic he got, that's a powerful mic. Because when he talk, it outdrown everybody, even me while I'm talking.
Go
I'm gonna
ahead.
let him have it.
Go ahead. Oculus, go ahead.
Do you know who Sigmund Freud is? Sigmund Freud, I mean.
Freud, sir. You had it right.
Okay, so do you know that all of the diseases, not all of the diseases, but all of these alphabet terminologies comes out of him and his psychology studies? He's the one who even invented psychology. Do you know that, right? And a lot of these tests do you know that?
He was a sham too. You know, he was in Germany during the
Oh
World
my
War
God.
II. He was
Oh
a
my God.
psychoanalyst, but
Okay.
as a psychoanalyst, he didn't analyze those trains that were coming to collect his people and sending them to the crematory. You see, he was a psychoanalyst, but he couldn't psychoanalyze his environment. What was
Here's the
that?
problem. Here's the problem that I don't
He's a
understand
sham.
about Men in High Castle is that you will say that okay, that one thing is valid, but the other thing is not valid. But then the same measure of validity you will not measure against the other thing. So you'll say that Sigmund Freud is, valid, but then
I said he was a sham.
all right. So Sigmund Freud is a sham because
Yeah.
of
So all of what I'm saying and all of what she's saying is basically pseudoscience, is what you're saying. I just want to be clear. Because I shut up if you believe it's pseudoscience, and I'll direct none of the statements as far as this dialogue go to you. If you agree that what I'm saying or what I subscribe to and understand how I understand psychology is all pseudoscience. Is that what you're saying?
It's pseudoscience, just like men's vitamins and female vitamins. If you look at Centrum vitamins for men and women, they both have it. They're marketing for men and women. But if you look at the back of the ingredients, it's the same ingredients. It's marketing.
But do men and women need vitamins? Yes or no?
One more time.
Do men and women need vitamins? Yes or no?
Right. But what I'm saying is that in marketing, especially even with the vitamins, if you look at Centrum vitamins, it's the same ingredients both on men and women.
Okay,
it's the
so
same shit. They're just trying to market it to a broader audience.
All right, so Centrum.
Anapause is not marketable yet. It was called something else before Anapause.
What difference do it make?
It's called Andrew Pause. Andrew Pause.
Right.
Since you correct me about Sigmund Freed, that's how I say it. So since you correct me, I
Thank you,
thought I'd
sir.
do a courtesy and correct you.
Bottom
Thank you,
line,
sir.
he's
Appreciate
saying that there's a thing that exists called andropause. You're saying it doesn't exist because it's not that they haven't created a pharmaceutical for it yet. My thing is that so you're saying that all things are not relevant until the white man creates a pharmaceutical for it. All like this.
That's what it
You
sounds
said
like
all
to
that.
me. He's saying that's what it
You,
sounds like to me. He's saying
you
that
said
they
all
can
that.
market it, and the
No,
So when
pharmaceutical
it come down
companies
to
can put it
women's
down
health, I
until
believe
they
that women should be coming up
able
their
to
own thing. Don't
until
wait
they
for
able to
men.
market it,
That's why I
until
said
they
in the
able to
very
put
beginning.
pharmaceutical drugs behind it. That's the only way he gonna believe it. That's what he's saying.
So he's saying that when it so I've been over here trying to push for men to
You're the
understand.
one who bringing up race. I just said that dude was a sham.
Okay, listen. So this entire time that I've been doing this live, I have been pushing for men to understand their woman. You know, understand the woman's health, right? Understand that women go through all different types of things that affect their hormones, their weight, all these different things, right? And so what he's saying is that, you know what? Men should not be responsible for that. Women only should be men don't have to know this, because that's what the premise I'm working on is that men should know. Then
Men
they
do know.
listen, they don't know. All men do not know.
Women don't know.
I have a 60. If women don't know, you think that men know more
You have
about
a 31% audience who's women.
Listen. So, all right.
There's
So
half
you're
men
saying,
who are listening. More men are know
I
more.
don't understand his position. Like I'm trying to see if
Yeah.
he's gonna stand on something. I don't understand what
Yeah,
you're
I'm trying.
standing on.
What you want to do, bro?
Listen,
What you want to do right now?
listen. When you say when you're arguing
women
moot
don't even
points.
know
I'm not
their own
arguing.
body.
Shit.
No, hold on.
No, well, not
Hold on.
arguing physically, but you're arguing moot points. Like I'm trying to see what position, what island you gonna
He's
stand
saying
on.
that women should know their own bodies, but I'm saying
Right, and they should find out the solutions as well.
okay, but the bottom line
Don't
is that
wait for men to do it. It's not.
that's not the point I'm saying that men are dating women. Okay,
That's a personal thing. Not all men who.
that's the point. The men that date women should know about these situations with women, so that when
On a
they're
personal
dating,
level.
listen. Just like a woman should know what a stroke is, or a heart attack is, or people should know. Anybody should know the symptoms of a heart attack or a stroke, so that when you encounter
People do know though.
everybody doesn't know. Everybody does not know. I don't understand. Why are you here,
On
sir?
a personal level, some men
Why are you here
are
to
not aware of what's going on with their women.
listen? Are you here to block the message, or what are you doing, bro?
I'm here to stop the ignorance of the gender war. You're
I'm
talking
not
about
trying-
men as if it's a collab.
I'm not trying to have a gender war. I'm trying to create awareness.
It's a personal thing, not a collective.
Listen.
He is funny. He is funny.
Real quick, in regards to the subject matter of the conversation or dialogue, I had no idea. The reason why I try to get him to stand on something is put him on an island, something that he stand on, he believes, so I can find out what angle, not to attack, but create discourse as far as what his true nucleus is of what he's standing on. But he wouldn't stand on nothing. He was just saying random things, and it was losing me via throughout the conversation.
I gave him a chance. I tried to explain to him, listen, this conversation has a very clear direction. This is not me in my personal life over here mad because some nigga didn't want to fuck me. No, what happened is that I saw this guy talking about women's issues, and it inspired me to say, listen, more men should know about women's issues. I don't know how many people are subscribed to his channel that actually are hearing the things that he is putting down. But he's breaking down, I mean, all type of things: endometriosis, PCOS, fibroids. What's really going on with women? So to make this, and then to turn this into like, oh, you're having, it's a personal issue with you. No, sir.
He kept saying he'll be back.
You ain't gotta like do all this. He'll come back. Like, bro, that's not what this is about. I don't care about if he come back or not. If I blocked his ass, so it doesn't. He can't come back. So what are you talking about?
Oh.
Whatever the nigga is that he know about, whatever, he blocked anyway, so he can't come back. Like, fuck him. And I'm talking about what's going on here with what this guy is breaking down. Like, have anyone learned anything about women's health aside from this guy like interrupting and making it about me? Because I think that certain people like want to come here to personally attack me and troll me. You know, and I think that's what it is.
Yeah,
They
I
make
think
it about me
he
and
wanted
troll.
to talk to all men, because he said he was taking it like that, like the way he was reading the title was like he was speaking for all men. Well, that's why I was asking him anyway.
It's not about all men. Like, I'm like looking, or maybe because I said men are fine. Okay, maybe I should say some men. All right, but no, but men in general are finding out about women's issues, and it's surprising them. That's not a bad like title. That's not like me putting down men.
Well, I get it, but the way he was responding was like you was saying all men. And so
I didn't say all men. I said just men in general. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, like, all right. So let's get back to the subject, Oculus.
Wait, can I ask a quick question? Is there any particular type of vetting process prior to coming into the live? Because I like to have intellectual based conversations
You
where
know,
I can grow
honestly,
and other people can grow, because he sounds like a detractor or like a provocateur. Like, I don't want to have discourse because I'm planning on coming back. So I don't want to have discourse with people who got a melodramatic personality as if they're the end all be all in conversations. You know what I mean? I gotta take it.
yeah, pretty much. You know, I tend to have certain people up. You know, the more they come up, the more than that I like Sakina Rod. You know what I'm saying? Because I really want to make this about like not about arguing. You know, he's been here on a regular basis. You know what I'm saying? And we've been arguing, but it's a thing where I don't know. I think he's a troll. I think it's a troll thing going on. And I try to give him his time to speak, but it's like, bro, every time I give you a chance, you still like it's like it's weird. It's like, bro, what are you doing? So yeah, I try to give everyone that wants to talk on the subject their time. But if I see it's not going anywhere, you get taken down, and that's what's going on. He's down. So now we're just me, you, and Sakina. We're gonna like actually get to the subject and discuss what the subject is. We're not going to go into whatever the hell he's talking about because that's not the subject. The subject is men are finding out about women's health, and it's surprising them. Not anything else he's talking about. You know what I'm saying? Nothing else, you know? And that's the subject. Let's go.
I talked about the cervical biopsy. And now I have to go over the LEAP procedure. Oh, God! God! Oh, my God. Bro, I can't believe y'all have to go through this. This is insane. This is like the craziest work I've ever seen in my life. Okay, so let's say you've gone through the cervical biopsy. They didn't get a big enough sample. Or they need to clear out all those abnormal cells. Either way, they are going to take, you know what? I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you. First, they medicate.
I'm going to say this. I've been through this before. And that's why all of my children had to be born through C-section. So I'm a person that haven't went through this before. Let's go.
The cervix. They need to be able to see all the abnormal cells that they got to take out, right? And then they take this device and they take that wire and get it super hot, super red hot, right? Look at that thing. And then they do something only super criminals should experience. Because what the hell is that? Oh my God. After this, they say you're supposed to take 2 to 4 weeks of just like taking it easy. Bruh, there's no taking it easy, dog. I need to be on heroin after something like that. That's wild. They call it a leap. You're going to want to take a leap off a cliff. Let me tell you something. The last video, I talked about the cervical biopsy.
This is what we're talking about. All right. Hey, what's up, Tiffany? Welcome. So this is the type of thing. Hey, what's up, Tiffany? Now I've been through the leap. And because I had like some cancerous lesions on my cervix. So when I was in the military, they did the leap. After that, all C-sections from there that point on. So people only understand like when it heals back, it might just close up your cervix. And that's the type of stuff that happens with women. And I wanted to, my whole thing doing this is to explain the things that women go through that men have no idea, you know? But go ahead, Tiffany.
All right, peace, sister. First and foremost, I want to say that this is a great subject to get into because it's very important that both men and women know about health in general, health psychology, neurobiology, neuroscience. So I want to say that this is a great subject matter, and it's a lot that we do go through as women, especially when we get to a certain age, like when we get into our mid-30s, early 40s, or whatnot. So it's a lot that we deal with our own bodies, and it's a lot of stuff that we don't understand regarding to our bodies. You know what I'm saying? So, and it's important that we know, and it is very important for men to know because especially when they have daughters who may go through, let's say, when they start a time of the month, you know what I'm saying? Especially the fathers that's raising their daughters on their own, right? They have to be able to know what to do, like what type of personal item that she needs to have, or what to get her when she's going through some form of cramps or something like that. You know what I'm saying? And then also what people don't know about PCOS is like you can get it, like young girls can get it too. They can get it in their teens. You know what I'm saying? They can develop PCOS in their teens or in their 20s. So, you know, people have to be open-minded to this. Now, and I want to respond regarding to that brother. What it is, see, that people like that, you can't have a regular discord with. You can't have a intellectual conversation with that individual because they come off with this narcissistic personality as if they don't have to know anything, or they think they got the answer, or it doesn't pertain to them, it doesn't affect them. Now, it may not affect that person as far as individually, but it affects the women around them, especially if they're trying to have children and that woman's not able to get pregnant or not able to ovulate for whatever reason, right? That's something that should be a concerning thing, especially if he you know what I'm saying, if they plan on having a family, he should be able to know that if his wife or his girlfriend is able to fertilize or is she able to ovulate. If she's not able to do it, then they need to find out what's going on. So he has to be able to have some form of awareness and some form of understanding. But again, yeah, with that brother, he was just trying to go back and forth. That's all he wanted to do. He just wanted to go back and forth. It's like he wanted to control the narrative, you know. And then the part that he said that he doesn't play into gender wars or whatnot, he's pretty much doing so because he's arguing back and forth with you about the topic instead of just being open-minded and learning and understanding. You know what I'm saying? Then we done had men in the community putting out pseudo knowledge about women's menstrual cycle. Like I done heard people like Dr. Dibba Blair, may he rest in peace, but he done said things like women are not supposed to have periods. Like, how you know that? How do you know that women are not supposed to have menstrual cycle? Or I done heard guys say that women are not supposed to be cramping. Well, how do you know? How do you know that we're not supposed to be cramping? You know, so I done heard all kind of pseudo information regarding to the woman's body. So yeah, this is the time for people to be properly educated and to understand about health and wellness, because it's very vital, as we get older, our body go through changes. So we need to learn about health psychology. We need to learn about neuroscience. We need to learn about neurobiology and biology in general. We need to learn about sexual dimorphism, meaning that learn about the differences between men and women and how we adapt into our environment, how we respond to our environment as far as our biological characteristic is concerned in our physiology. So I just wanted to build on that.
My question is, I'm gonna ask you this, Tiffany. How many relationships you think that probably would have sustained if men knew that, listen, there's about like some of these things that women go through. Like, okay, yeah, you might be going through a cycle. You might be going through a certain thing. You're going through menopause. How many relationships, right, could have probably been resolved with their arguments if they know that, you know what, I'm not going to argue with you right now because I know that you're going through a cycle. Things like this. What do you think?
I think a lot of relationship could be much better, be more productive if men knew things like this. If but a lot of them don't, what I'm saying? Because a lot of them don't actually take the time out to study. They don't actually take the time out to do their own research, or they not trying to hear that. I remember growing up, if I told some men in my family that, hey, I'm going through my time of the month or something, they'll just be like, that's disgusting. I don't want to hear all that. You know what I'm saying? They get disgusted by that.
Grown ass 40-year-old men, like, oh, don't tell me that. Just be quiet. Come on now. Y'all, listen, this is part of life. Women have periods. You should know about this. You should know this. This is how kids get brought into and then if you know about it, then guess what? When a woman is going through it, you say, oh, okay, she's just going through her. But if you don't know, it's it's sad. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm trying to avoid with doing the show is that men need to be, and then the men already know this. No, they don't. Just because you had sexual education when you were 13 does not mean that you know exactly what's going on in a woman's body.
Okay, but let's also go into some of the men that actually record the birth of their child. Let's also go into like the Maxwell song, This Woman's Worth, right? And so we can't just keep playing blind eyes. Now, y'all know I'm in my yacht, so we gotta play both sides and act like, again, I'm not faulting women, but I'm not gonna not fault men either. So again, if he has empathy for her, she has to also tell him. Now we know for men, and this is where we're gonna say for him, men don't like to go to the doctor. We know that. And we also know he ain't gonna tell her that he hurting. She gotta see it because she knows him, right? And so this is the same thing, sometimes the other way around. So sometimes she don't want to let him know her hair falling out because she don't want him to see her look like that, right? And because I work with seniors, y'all, and so it's a lot for a senior, right, to that quality life for them, for somebody else to want to bathe them or get them dressed and this kind of thing, right? And so when even with your mate, right, this conversation that we talking right here, and for a conversation for two people to have, when you know what I'm saying, because even as a mother or a father, right, certain conversations that you want to have with your child, right, and this conversation y'all having right here is intimate. You see what I'm saying? And then how do you have it? So it's easier said than done, especially when you can't even think about putting that shoe on and being somebody else. So y'all, the empathy card is real, just as real as this conversation that we saying that we need to have. So sister, I appreciate you coming on the panel and just to be able to meet everybody here. You see what I'm saying? Because again, this conversation is needed. right? Because we have to remember that the ball got dropped several times. And in Kemet, nobody was there to read the Medu Neter, even when the Greeks got there, right? Here, the haikus couldn't read. He could only count. So that was a problem right there. So we got to understand where people at, meet them where they at, and try to build from that point, y'all. And so this is a wonderful panel again. So the more to come in so that we can build and build an understanding so that we can teach and move on, that's what makes it the better. So I'm going to land with that.
Oculus, I want to hear what your thoughts are about like the things that we've been talking about so far. What do you have to say?
Oh, I like it. Y'all retaining. I think it's good for the viewing audience to chat. Y'all retaining my attention. In regards to, I think more of the viewing audience will come back. I think that we need to stay on course and on topic. And if one says that they're getting confused, just don't defend, your position. Break it down so people can understand if people are having conversations, because I feel like at one point we was kind of, I don't know the one guy, but I kind of was like lost. I'm just be honest. And whoever the new young lady that came up, I really, really like the way you talk. Words hypnotize me. I really like the way you said your piece, and I agree with it 100%.
It is so funny.
Oh, that one guy back. Let me see. Is that him? Let me see.
Yeah, he's there. I listen. I allow people a second chance if they want to come back. I allow them maybe, you know what I'm saying. But let me go back into another thing, because like I said, this particular content creator, I mean, he did like about 40 something videos discussing female issues, and so I really wanted to actually just bring these things to the forefront. So even though we've discussed, so he talked about cervical biopsies, the leak biopsy, all these different things. These are very serious things that happen with women. Let's go.
Because this is Coochie College. And I'm your host, Renee. But I will say, I'm excited to learn because it's exciting to learn, right? It's actually political and radical to learn. And I think the best thing that we could do for each other is to share knowledge. The second you...
Now people are saying that he's fruity and whatever. He's married, but okay.
So I stand corrected. I did not learn how chainsaws were invented. I thought they were...
Yeah, women
C-section.
created chainsaws. Oh.
It's day 23. And look, I'm so happy that my friends who are women are showing me things I just never actually seen in person. But we got speculum. And look, this is so crazy. It is so crazy how this works. Okay, you have this part that you can adjust it for the height of how wide you want it. And then you can use this part to lock it in place. What's really cool is just how basically, hold on. Okay. Gynecologists will put this in a woman's body and just go, which is nuts. They don't even warm this up. They don't even let you know, hey, we're going to open this bad boy up. Then they have the plastic ones, which can be disposable, which I feel like it's waste of plastic. But look how big this thing is. Big as my face. That's crazy how big this is. It is nuts. Bro, I am...
I mean, this is a real thing. So even though he's kind of making it lighthearted, that's what really happens when you go to the gynecologist. They stick that in there and open it up, and then just swipe it on through and just stick things up in there, and you can go there on your back with your legs open, and they just shove that in there and just slap it open. That's what happens.
And tickle you with a Q-tip.
Right, come on,
did I go? Seen in person, but we got speculum. And look, this is so crazy. It is so crazy how this works. Okay, you have this part that you can adjust it for the height of how wide you want it, and then you can use this part to lock it in place. What's really cool is just like how basically, hold on. Okay. Gynecologists will put this in a woman's body and just go, which is nuts. They don't even warm this up. They don't even like let you know, hey, we're gonna open this bad boy up. Then
it's cold as hell. It's cold.
It was invented
See, that's why
by
whenever I go to
Dr.
the doctor,
Dr. Miriam Sims, and he used it first on three slave girls. And also, the woman did not invent the chainsaw. That's bullshit. I heard someone just now say that.
He said that they thought the chainsaw was initially made for
But this brother just said, yeah, a woman did. Right here on the panel.
Okay, on the panel, okay. The woman invented the chainsaw? All right, so
no.
I don't know what that's about.
they have the plastic ones, which can be disposable. I just assumed that they would warm these up. Why wouldn't they warm these up? Now, apparently it's optional. You can ask your gyno to warm these up for you before they insert it, which is so kind. It's already going to be uncomfortable. Let's just make it a little more comfortable. I'm learning so much.
I mean, and women are giving him these like about what's going on. So it's not like he's just searching on Wikipedia. Women are saying, "Oh, well, if you don't like this, we'll check this out." You know, and like it started off as like a 1 day learning about women's health, and then it came into 2 and 3 and 4. So as he goes on, it's like it's getting more and more elaborate. What we really have to go through, you know? So it's day 27, you know?
It's day 27. I just asked my girlfriend what kind of pads and tampons she uses. That's crazy. I've never asked that before. I don't know why. It's kind of driving me crazy. What really fucked me up, what actually made me depressed this weekend was that toothpaste, which is crazy. Most toothpaste isn't made for women because women's saliva is more acidic. So they have a lower pH in their saliva. So because of that, you could have worse off teeth because you're not getting the right toothpaste. You need toothpaste that's more basic to kind of balance that out, like with baking soda or something. And that's what fucked me up, because everything when it comes to women's health is so systemically against them. And you're like, bro, what is going on? What is going on? And now you find me asking my girl, like, hey, what pads, what tampons do you use? Because we're about to go grocery shopping. I've never asked this question before. And I'm like, why haven't I asked this question before? Like, I'm so mad at myself for not, like, I've been blind for so many years. Like, and people keep asking me, like, how long I'm going to be doing this series. I don't know. How long am I going to be flabbergasted about all of these things that we're not all seeing?
And that's the bottom line is that, I mean, do you even know that like even menstrual pads like have like toxic like chemicals in them that can cause like infertility? The actual pads, and then don't fuck around and put a tampon in, has even worse stuff in them. And your girlfriend will say, hey, go buy me some pads, right? You have no idea that you're giving something to her that will infertile. They just now started to like find out ways to like not do that, you know.
No. That has been going around for a minute. And that maybe even since the 80s, maybe if not before that, that was giving women toxic shock syndrome. right? And so we're not gonna play this one and give this man no credit for something that went all the way back. Toxic shock syndrome was not nothing new. So we're gonna again, when we say the ball was dropped and then they played it over, because at one time pads were something that came with garter belts in a box. And then again, when we talk about what is today from yesterday, and we talk about etymology and actions and wordplay and all these things, again, this is why when we talked about the library had facts and fictions, and they burnt a lot of those books, right? And that's why the library is just that. Some of it was lies and some of it was truths. You see what I'm saying? And so you have to go with the etymology of that, right? Those dictionaries and then those encyclopedias, right? And so everybody has a book in them, and that's a thought process again, indeed. So we have to also know that sometimes they say a hit dog a holler, but anything a holler if you hit it. Let's be truth.
All right. So I got a message in the background saying that you're a man that should know about women's health. Every man that is straight, okay? Just like, do you know that most gay men know about like how to be gay and deal with the booty crack? You know what I'm saying? Know how to get it in with the booty. You know what I'm saying? But only our men don't even know about the vagina all the way through to know, like, oh, okay, well, this is what's going on. This is when she's on this. Oculus, can you explain? Can you talk about like men and how
Your man don't know about the pussy.
Honey, I don't have a man. I don't have a man to know about no pussy. So I don't have a man. So, but Oculus is married. Do you know about your wife? You know, do you understand? You as a married man, do you understand like her cycles, things that are going on, and are you very aware of your wife and what's going on?
Give me 1 second to respond.
Okay, I'm gonna play this other one right here while he's doing this.
32. I've just been so fascinated with what I've been learning recently, which is Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, or EDS for short. Let's address the elephant in the room. The sunroof is broken. Okay, my friend's letting me borrow a car, and I'm really happy I have a nice support system. But this, hilarious. So basically, EDS is a genetic disorder that affects your collagen production and basically, it affects your connective tissue, excuse me. Basically, what's interesting about it is that it like affects all your joints, all your skin. It can affect your veins, your vascular system. It can affect so much. And a lot of people who have EDS that I've seen, because there's 13 subtypes, can become hypermobile, have fragile skin, can bruise easily, heal slower, and on top of all that, have major fatigue, which makes sense because if your joints are always like hypermobile, right, and just loosey-goosey, it means the muscles around it is just going to have to like work harder, right? So, and this affects 1 in 5,000 women, supposedly. I think it affects more just because of the fact that, like, if you have women surrounding you on a regular basis, it just doesn't make sense why so many women are so fragile. But, like, why is this not addressed more? I don't know. Well, I know now. It's the patriarchy. But that's besides the point. The point is, it's day 34 looking into women's health.
Hey,
What
can
I'm
I say
learning
something
is
real
just
quick? I can talk real quick.
how many gaps.
Do blame patriarchy. God.
So in regards to the woman's health and in regards to the video, there's something called glycate, or it's called glycine. You could call it either or it's something called NAC, right? NAC and glycate is a combination to fight off oxidative stress. Oxidative stress is brought about when one cortisol levels go through the dang on roof and you start to stress out. So what happens is if a woman don't want to age and she want to age slowly and gracefully, forget collagen peptides 1 and 3 or 2 and 4. Forget that. Get on some NAC. You can look this up and look up glycine. It will help the body produce glutathione. Glutathione is what kills off oxidative stress, and you will slowly age. Y'all can clearly see my photo on this screen right now. I am 51 years old, but I
Wow.
look like I am 28. Look, if you put in on the chat right now, I don't know how you do it, like the internet stuff like that, but you pulled up the word that I had told you. Look up NAC and glycine and look up what it produces inside of the body, because as you age, your body stop producing glutathione. Now you hear about girls going and get, or men going and get, oh girl, I'm gonna give me some glutathione shots and some vitamin C and some some biotin in my blood. Let's go. Okay, yeah, that's fine. But you want to take the building blocks that creates the natural glutathione in the body, which is NAC and glycine, or you can call it Glynac. It's the same thing, and you will slow down your aging. It's not about drinking water and taking hyaluronic acid and taking beef, the broth from the beef. Please, if you look up what I'm saying, you will see it. Look up a guy named Chato Tan. This dude is almost 70 years old. If you pull a photo up, I'll spell his name is CHAUNDO and put up 10. It's TAN in his last name. He's 70 years old. If you look at a photo of him, you would think it's fake. 70 years old, he looked like he's 19 years old. That's where I learned it from.
Oh, wow.
That's interesting.
If she can please pull it up and just read it. Please just put in NAC and cysteine. I forgot what's the acronym. I forgot how to say it, but it's called NAC. When you put NAC in, it's gonna automatically pop up and say Glynac or glycine. Is that a combination of killing oxidative stress by way of glutathione? Most of us do not have adequate amount of, and ever since I've been talking, I've been dealing with chemistry. You see, look that up. It's gonna blow y'all minds. All that, see, you get older, you start losing collagen, and that's why your skin get wrinkled and blah, blah. Yeah, that's good, but that's on the surface. Okay.
Do you believe in eternal youth without cosmetic surgery? Well,
yeah, there we go. Oh, my bad. I forgot I was unmuted. Go ahead.
Right. So this is Chando Tan, right?
Yes, ma'am. That's exactly who he is. Yes, ma'am. He's a Singaporean.
which we'll tell you about. But I believe one cosmetic procedure wouldn't make you look this youthful at 58 years old, right? So how does Tan care for his skin? You are what you eat is Tan's principle in his diet, where he says 70% of how you look is determined by food alongside 30% from exercise. What about the meals he completely avoids to maintain his health? In today's video, we'll answer all these questions and more, while taking you through the stages of his career leading up to his current job, which he admits has a direct impact on his attractive appearance. Since he was a young boy, Tan has been diligent about exercising, and to this day, he makes sure to go to the gym at least 3 times a week. He suffered a foot injury that prevents him from running, so he relies on brisk walking as an alternative. His passion is swimming. He spends an hour swimming daily in the pool. Additionally, weightlifting is another activity he loves. He said, "I will lift weights until I can't lift them anymore." As for his dietary...
That's an old video. He older now. He's way older now. I'm just letting you know or whatever. Just letting you know.
Okay. Let me look and find the other older one.
Exercise, dieting.
But all I'm saying is there are things and there are preventative things that we can do to maintain our youth, to maintain our hair, to maintain our cognitive abilities. Just like the sister was saying in Kimmy, she said the information is lost. Yeah, it is lost because they done lost. They know the information. When Alexander the Great went into Timbuktu and stole all that information and put it inside of the Vatican, and the Vatican feed that information out, you know, they drip feed it to the pharmaceutical companies, and they put the hidden knowledge inside of a pill. I'm just being honest with you guys, because we all know that most of this medication that we take is derivative of herbs, just like the young lady said. I forgot y'all name. Sorry.
Tiffany.
Tiffany.
In the beginning of the program, within the first 20 minutes or a half hour, we were discussing about disease being the number one enemy of the world. And then it became like, I'm losing weight, I lost this weight, and let's bypass the whole weight subject. But obesity is one of the biggest problems in children in this country when it comes down to dieting. There's children who are the ages of 5, 6. They're eating all these frozen preservative products, and they look like they're developing breasts. There's a problem going on. And the biological collapse is occurring.
That's gynecomastia. And what happens is when they inject food and they inject estrogen into food and males eat it, it creates gynecomastia, whereas the breast tissue start to grow around the areola, or however you say, the nipple, I forgot what it's called. Ladies, y'all can inform me. But that's what it is.
Got it.
So with that being said, this is why men develop gynecomastia, where their chest can actually produce milk, or they have boobs. This means that the guy's testosterone is an indicator to the woman's psychology, whether she's conscious of it or she's not conscious of it. It indicates, I mean, she subconsciously know it, but consciously she might don't know. This is what indicate he has low testosterone, and it feeds a loop back to her dang on womb and say he's not a great candidate to mate with because the offspring based off the testosterone is low, meaning that our child can be developed with deformities. Everything that we're talking about is looping back into what we originally talking about: woman and man's health, and men understanding how it's important for you to show some type of love and grace towards understanding a woman's health. That way you can help her and you can protect her.
Exactly.
Like in my household, from time to time of what I've lived in different locations on the same street, and from the women that I deal with, when it comes down to the sponsored hygienic menstrual cycle brand that they use is between State Free. I've seen that pop up many different times. State Free. I remember hearing the first time, like, go get me some State Free. I'm like, what the hell is State Free? I really didn't know, and this was like damn near 15 years ago. I didn't know what no State Free is, but eventually I started hearing that and paying attention. Like, this is a common thing, at least among the sisterhood up here where I'm at.
Hey, do you mind if I say something else real quick? So I'm going to get somebody else. I want to throw this out there too. Ladies, if you listen, I'm not the end all be all, right? I just know a little bit about a lot and a lot about nothing. In regards to somebody in the chat said something about cooking oil, I want to bring to women's attention the reason why when menstruation takes place, you guys maybe or may not, some women do, maybe some women, they get irritated, their personalities go bad. We're going back to chemistry. What happens is most of these foods are saturated in peanut oil. Peanut oil is heavy in copper. What happens when you eat the dang on fast food that's been fried in dang on peanut oil, the woman gets a high level of copper inside of her body, which create copper toxicity. And with copper toxicity, you will seem as if you ever seen a person with copper toxicity, especially a woman, even if she ain't on her menstruation, but it usually happens when she's on her menstruation, she will be acting like she out of control, like going crazy out of her mind. So if you slow down with the peanut oil enriched foods via through by way of these fast food restaurants, it'll bring down the copper. Anything I'm saying, you can pull it up on your chat right now and see this copper toxicity make anybody go crazy, but specifically a woman, because man, we can have higher level of copper in our body in comparison to a woman. I just wanted to say that. I got to mute up. I'm getting somebody else. Sorry.
But you know what? Also, they say that copper is the reason why your hair grows gray. So if you have a copper deficiency, so I think that a lot of people are like really like having a malabsorbency. That's really the problem. Is that whatever they're eating, they're not absorbing whatever vitamins from it. And I can tell you that for my own self. But in the meantime, let me just show you guys this. I'm going to tell you guys my ayahuasca experience so that you know about the ayahuasca. So,
hello, guys. And I'm here because let me see.
Yeah. And yes, I have like the infamous background fire alarm playing, but it's okay.
I want to talk about my first ayahuasca experience. So first I want to talk about how I ended up doing ayahuasca. What happened is it was really weird how when it's time to do this thing, it kind of like things kind of fall in line, people kind of fall in place, and you end up doing it. I have been researching it for some time, and just somehow I like kind of came upon a person's Facebook.
That shit again, please.
And saw they had like kind of feathers and everything like that, and they were like kind of and I was like, wow, he looked like an interesting person. And I went on his page. I had went through his page from another person's page. I saw a really interesting picture, and I was like, wow, he looks kind of really majestic a person. And I was like, wow, it's pretty cool. So I went on his page and I added him as a friend as I like kind of looked through his pictures, and I was like, wow, he has some really interesting pictures. And so I added him as a friend, and he contacted me. And one of the things I kind of noticed is that he had did some ceremonies or whatever. And at the time, I was actually looking into Kambo. And I was interested in doing a Kambo ceremony, but and then I told him, hey, I noticed that, are you familiar with Kambo? Do you know anything about doing Kambo ceremonies? He told me he was a medicine man, and I asked him about Kambo, and he said yes. And so I was like, yeah, okay, I want to do it, because I heard that Kambo had some medicinal properties that help you get over like childhood trauma, things like that. So that's what I ended up doing was asking him, did he administer Kambo? So that was the initial goal, was to do a Kambo ceremony, get rid of like whatever toxins in my body, and because apparently it helps you with toxins, it helps you with negative energy, things like that. I suffer from high blood pressure, and so I was like trying to work on that stuff, like the high blood pressure, because it gets rid of like fight or flight stuff. So initially I thought that the ceremony was not going to happen, because it was kind of like last minute when it finally started to like come together. And at first it was going to be at my house, but then we ended up having the ceremony at a different house. And one of the things that happened is that, okay, anybody that knows me knows that I practice Ifa, and I threw to my ancestors before I did it, and I got the okay to go. So the okay to have it at my house, and the okay to do it. And when my Baba found out that I was going to do it, he kind of said, well, you have to ask Ifa. He was like, you can't just do something like this and not ask Ifa before you go ahead and do it. You should get the Odu behind it. So kind of came up like that. My reading was around the same time. And so right before the ceremony, I was told what my Odu was, and that, I was not to actually do the ceremony, that I should not take any Kambo or any ayahuasca. But my main reason for doing the ayahuasca, the reason why I was going to do it, was because I'm trying to trying to deal with some health issues and get over some personal trauma. So I kind of, even though he said I shouldn't do it, I kind of felt like, well, I kind of feel like I wanted to do it, even though, because I was like, well, I really want to deal with this issue, and the issue at hand was like alcoholism, it runs in my family. It's, been prevalent in my family, and it's something that I've dealt with over the years, in different levels of alcoholism, from being a severe in the past, and then, kind of tapering off, and then wanting to finally get to the point where I'm not even wanting to drink alcohol. And I noticed that sometimes I've figured out that, if I just wanted to be able to just not even drink any alcohol at all. So this is one of the reasons why I took the ceremony. Like, I really wanted to do the ceremony, and, also to deal with, like, blood pressure issues, things like that, get rid of, like, the waste in my body. If I'm going to be doing, like, work for people as a priestess, I would think I would need to get rid of certain things in my life, as far as that, that are inhibiting me. So being told, oh, you shouldn't do it. I was like, okay. I was disappointed in that, because I was like, okay, well, and part of me kind of was relieved, because I was kind of scared to do it anyway. So what happened is that the next day I got a call saying, okay, the medicine man is here, and the friend who I had invited to come, she said that she still wanted me to come because, to support her, So I said, okay, I'll come along. In the back of my mind, I knew I probably would still end up doing it, because, like, I was like, okay, something just told me you're gonna still end up doing this, even though. So I, like, threw again to my ancestors, and I said, if the opportunity arises where I'm supposed to, to do the ayahuasca, should I do it? And my ancestors said definitely yes. So I said, okay. I got the clear, and I said, okay. So I went out to the home where they were having the ceremony, and it was a very beautiful home. It was a calm environment. One thing that I did notice that happened is that the lady that was there, she practices Ifa too, and she kind of approached us and was like, okay, and I was like, oh, we had like a weird exchange at first, but then her energy eventually changed at some point too. So and it was like a positive energy. Everything was a positive energy. So the main thing that ended up happening is that, so imagine I'm going into an ayahuasca ceremony within the back of my mind, kind of being told, you shouldn't do this. It's, it's going to be painful. It's going to be bad for you. You shouldn't do it. So that's a very tough way to go into a ceremony like this, because you're going into something unknown, and, and so I'm thinking, you might come out of this and lose your mind, So I'm like, okay, well, but I was like, okay, well, so when we got to the point where he was about to administer the rape, and then the rape is the stuff that they put up your nose, and it kind of clears your mind out. I was like, okay, I think I'm really about to do this, So okay, I'm about to do it. So in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, oh man, Ifa said I shouldn't do it. Ifa said. I mean, I don't know. Like, I was told, like, Ifa says that no this, no that, you shouldn't do this. But okay, so let me continue on. So I'm going into this situation kind of knowing that I've been told by Baba not to do something, but I'm like. But in the back of my mind, I knew that I was doing it for a purpose, and I needed to. And if I wanted to overcome what I came there to overcome, this is a tool that I needed to use to do it. I've tried just regular willpower of, okay, I don't want to drink anymore. I've tried that. It's and I'm so grateful that I actually went and took and didn't listen to what people said, and I'm glad that I actually went ahead and just did it, because what ended up coming out, first of all, the ayahuasca, the spirit is a very beautiful and kind and gentle spirit. The only thing is that what I noticed is that the things within you that you need to deal with, that is what can be ugly. So you're basically going within yourself, and you're looking at the things within you that are not so pleasant to deal with, and then you're trying to get rid of those things, and that's where that purge comes from. So when I initially went in, I was told to set, I knew to set my intention before I got there. So in my mind, I knew that I want to deal with this issue, alcoholism. So I just thought intention, alcoholism, and I cleared my mind of everything else. Even though in the back of my head, I knew that I was told not to do this, I knew that in my mind, I felt like the goal of getting rid of alcoholism was way more important than being afraid of any losing your mind or anything like that that could happen based on what I was told why not to do it. So I still, in my mind, felt like I needed to do it, so I was willing to lose my mind in the process of trying to get rid of this particular vice, So what ended up happening is that, initially the trip, I wouldn't say the trip, the journey started off with the music, was the one thing that stood out. We drank the ayahuasca, and we sat and we meditated. We cleared our minds and kind of kept a certain thought, which is to keep a certain thought. Well, my thought was love. I am love. I am love. I am peace, and I tried to keep that peaceful mind frame. I am love. I am peace. I am, and as I continued to think this thing, then the visuals began to start, and it started off just little small. It was a very, very gradual thing, A lot of times I see a lot of videos. I don't think that people kind of let people know that it's not going to be like wham, all of a sudden you just see some kind of visuals and it's spooky. It's like, no. It slowly brings you into it. It's a slow, gradual process where you begin to see visuals. Your eyes are closed, and you slowly begin to to see little things, and then all of a sudden things become clearer and clearer and clearer, and then you really are seeing, okay, wow. And you're seeing these while your eyes are closed. Now, when your eyes are open, you're back in the room. But when your eyes are closed, you see the visual. So depending on how much they're giving you. I was given a cup full, and then I said, okay, your eyes are closed and you're seeing. And then what happened is that you kind of get into this kind of a dream state, and in that dream state with when ayahuasca, I actually got to see the spirit of ayahuasca, which in my opinion, I think it's Oshun. I think ayahuasca and Oshun are the same being. She was beautiful. It was beautiful. It was violet, purple colors, and that turned into these other beautiful colors. And I mean, the one thing that was really, really a lot in my journey was a lot of eyeballs. I don't know why I was seeing all these eyeballs, kind of morphing in and out, different shades of colors and things like that. And then the spirit of ayahuasca began to speak to me, and it was just it greeted me. I greeted her, and I keep saying it, but she greeted me, and then I greeted her. It's definitely a feminine spirit, very, very gentle feminine spirit that is also like a mother. That's what they call her, mama, because when she's talking to you and when you start to go through the journey, because what happened is that she took me on a journey. She took me through my thoughts, and I knew I came in there with the intention of defeating alcoholism, and she said, okay, you want to address alcoholism, you want to address this problem. She said, I'm going to show you alcoholism. I'm going to show you alcoholism in your life, and I'm going to show you where it could end you up, and it was interesting because that's how it started. So my thing starts off with the intent, alcoholism. I want to deal with that. On my way to alcoholism, I greeted other beings. It was other people, not people, but not creatures, but beings that kind of came out. And it was this one red and green thing that kind of came out it was I mean, it had these kind of there was no form to it. It was formless. It was green. It was red. It was like this, and then all of a sudden it turned into this and I had to. And then we was told at first, listen, you're gonna see some crazy things. Don't be afraid of it though. Greet it, even though it looks like it's greet that thing and say greetings. Have respect for it, have love for it. And it looked like this for a second, and it just went back into it was just amazing. So then after it did that kind of crazy and then it looked really weird, and then it goes, okay, now here goes visuals again then turned into like kind of like me, and it showed me all battered and bruised. And I think this was me when I was in my accident. I was in a car accident where I had a flip over car accident where I had actually got this injury, and I actually saw myself like from the outer perspective looking down on myself when I was in that wreck in the hospital. I got to see from down, but then there was like multiple images of that in my mind that is like it kind of like whirled around, you know, this is where alcohol brings you. This is what it will bring you. This is what it brings you, you know, and then it showed me the spirit of alcohol. And it was like this kind of like monster kind of like thing with teeth and, you know, like it was like this flower shaped thing, monster, like, you know, but it didn't make noise. It just looked like that, you know, and I had to tell it like, you have to go. And I told it, you have to go. And when I said you have to go, I said, I respect you. I told it, I respect you, but you have to go. That's one of the things I kept throughout this whole process is I had to respect the spirit of the thing that was whatever it is I was dealing with, but then you have to go. That's when I began the purge. That was my first purge, was alcoholism, the spirit of alcoholism, purging that spirit. Now, after that, it was dawned upon me, okay, wow, that's the first thing. That's okay. So that's the first thing that happened. So then she came back into the fold and said, okay, now that you've gotten that purged out, now alcoholism isn't your problem. You think alcoholism is your problem. I mean, I showed you alcoholism, but alcoholism isn't your problem. This is your problem. And that's when I really began to have a journey. The next image I saw was it was like this like ball of flesh with eyeballs in it. It was really disturbing to see. And I noticed that these were like babies. And what I realized was that, you know, man, these are my babies. Like I have had abortions, and I've had miscarriages, and I've had abortions, and I think to some point I realized that I had never forgiven myself for aborting my children, and this was like an energy that this thing had been, and it was like not forgiving yourself. These are the things that this is your problem. You know, alcoholism is your problem. This is, and it was, and I got to see that, and I said, wow, you know, and I had to bathe, and I started crying. I was like, man, and I cried, and I was like, you know, I'm sorry, and I was more sorry that I didn't allow you to live, and then I had to say, I'm sorry that I didn't forgive myself for hurting. For getting rid, for, you know, for what I've done, you know, and then I had to like tell it, I had to let it go. I have to let you go, you know. I'm sorry, you know, and I really like I cried, and yeah, I had to let it go. And it was all this time there's a singing and music going on, and ironically, the song is matching what I'm hearing in my mind, like what the medicine man is singing about is matching, because all this is happening in my mind. Like I'm not explaining what's going on to people outside of me, but they somehow are connected to what I'm doing, and they can. Now that blew my mind. The fact that was going on, I was like, wow, that connection was amazing. It felt like he was singing just to me, but it was really so. And so some of that was able to calm me in my experience when I'm you know, I'm purging, but I'm crying, and then he knows what to sing at the, you know, to let that kind of that crying of the purging and everything like that. And then you know, okay, then it came back. Then it settled again, and she came back again. You know, so it's like it was like that sadness I purged, and then okay, now you're back, you know, and that spirit, you know, and it was like the spirit was like kind of moving, and you know, and but calming, you know, okay, so now that we've gotten there, okay, you're all right, you know, and I said, okay, yes, I'm okay now, hey, now that we're gonna go deeper, you know. What's the next thing? You know? Anger. So anger. You're angry. You have an anger. It's like I'm angry. I didn't realize I had this deep-seated anger inside of me. And I'm like, wow, I didn't realize that. Do I? I guess I do, right? So I'm dealing with, so let's go, let's deal with it. So, okay, I was ready to go in. We started to deal with it. Next thing I saw was my mother. Now, my mother didn't appear to me like like I'd expect like my mother to look. She appeared to me like I was like, I knew it was her, but it wasn't her. But somehow I knew the energy that was my mom. I was like, Mom, you know, and she was this beautiful like being with this blue dress on and like this kind of light coming out of her, but like she didn't look anything like I remembered her. She's like a white lady with or like some light being. It wasn't white, but like light coming. It was. I can't explain it. It was beautiful though. But I was like, Mom, you know. She said, yeah, and then I had to deal with it. I had to say, you know, I think I'm. Like, you're angry at her. Something told me you're angry at her. And then it brought me back to the memory. It's like I remembered when I was 13 and she was sick and dying, and she had me take her to my grandmother's house while she was sick, and we were taking a Greyhound. And I thought to myself how angry I was about the fact that I had to be the one to like kind of cater and take care of her on the way on that trip, because that was like one of the worst trips, taking her to my grandmother's house while she's sick, and kind of find out this was her last visit to my grandma's house. Like she knew that she was dying, and she wanted to visit my grandmother and my other brothers and sisters before she had passed. But in my mind at 13, I didn't understand that. And I didn't even realize I had harbored emotions deep inside, like from this, and this was making me angry. I still had anger from that time thing, and that's where a lot of my anger comes from, you know, from that type of thing. And then it went back even further, and then it's like my mom stepped aside and she said, I have someone here and it was my stepdad, and that's what, and I didn't see my stepdad, I just saw a pedophile, and it was like pedophile. It's like, and now that was something, because I thought that I would be happy to see him, because, you know, like my stepfather was the first one that brought me a bike. I loved him. He was a great, but I remember one time when I was 8 years old, something that happened where, that I woke up and, you know, I guess he was, you know, kissing me or whatever. So my mom, I told my mom about it, and she didn't do anything. She pretty much believed him. He said that he was drunk and he went into the wrong room, and I was upset about the fact that she didn't really do anything about that. You know, she didn't really. There was nothing that came out of it. It was like no argument, nothing. It's like, oh, she just went to the wrong room. And I remember as a kid, 8 years old, the things kind of went in chronological. They went down the line chronologically late. And yeah, I was like, well, dang, you know, really? That's all you're going to do? You're not going to argue with nothing? No, you're not going to say, hey, maybe don't drink so much or something? You know, he apologized later on, but yeah, I was kind of angry. Again, anger.
I wish I was there to protect you.
And I didn't even realize that in the back of my mind, I looked at him like a pedophile. I didn't know that, because I thought in the front of my mind, because I've seen him later on in life, and I was like, you know, hey, and I was happy to see him, but in the back of my mind, I had anger towards him. Didn't know I had that, you know.
Hey, real quick, can you pause it real quick?
These are things that's like subconsciously get stored in your brain, and you have no idea they're there.
Nope.
So the next thing that happened is
He might not
that
be at the computer.
Yeah, I'm here.
He is at the computer. Oh
Yeah.
yeah, but don't this sound like exactly what me and you was just talking about in regards to how
Yeah.
people got trauma and don't even know it, and how it goes into a sickness into the body, until it's excavated out of the body via through psychedelic or psychotropic trip. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying? See, every time she going through
That's why
different
I brought
levels,
it
the
up.
reason why
Why
she keeps
I
seeing
brought it up.
eyeballs, every time she keep going up to the next phase of trauma, the reason why she keep seeing eyeballs, they call those the watchers.
Really?
Even in the context of the Bible, they talk about the watchers. Or if you go listen to people who do, psilocybin mushroom, penis envy mushrooms, DMT, dimethyltryptamine, what you'll find is you'll see people talk about, oh yeah, I seen a whole bunch of clowns like laughing at me. The watchers show up in many forms. Even if you look at what angels look like, the real version of an angel, it ain't somebody with some flappy wings. They got eyeballs all around them. Right? And what
Bro,
the watchers is there to do is the watchers is there to see if you qualify to go to your next experience of your own trauma to see yourself. And if you're
bro,
afraid, what fear does is it paralyzes you, and it makes the trip a bad trip. But since she and the shaman set the intentions via through repetitiously saying she's here for love, she's going in it for love, she want to beat what you call it, alcoholism, it set the precedent so her experience don't get too out of control. I'm just breaking it down so we all on as far as what I know, not that I'm the end all be all.
yeah, bro.
Go ahead.
You mentioned a few things. But you're wrong on this one last thing. And it was in the very beginning. Psychotropics? No.
No, that's not what I meant to say.
That's
Psychedelics. I
no,
didn't
you
mean to
said
say
psychotropics. You mean
I said
psychedelics, nigga.
yes, I meant to say psychedelics. I made an error.
Right. We're gonna
You
get
caught it.
right
No
and
problem.
exact. We sharpen up swords. Psychotropics is like risperidol,
Yeah, those
Seroquel,
pills. I
all
got you.
that.
I got you.
Yeah,
I meant to say
yeah.
psychedelics.
Yeah, we're
You knew what
keeping
I
it
was trying to
100.
say.
Yeah.
Yeah, for
I'm
sure.
keeping it
Appreciate it.
100. Yeah.
All right, so we'll
But
continue.
okay.
It's almost over.
I dealt with another issue that happened when my mom. It was another situation where I had gotten molested, and my mom, once again, I was angry about that. I didn't realize I was angry about that, and I was angry at her because she didn't do anything. Once again, it was kind of just blown off or just don't go around the corner. I wanted my mom to raise Cain. I wanted my mom to go over there with a machine gun or something. I think because I remember at the time when the response didn't kind of match the situation, like my mom didn't go completely ballistic over this, that I again, I'm like, what's going on? Like, are you serious? And I was 6. Yeah. And then so I was upset about that. I was hurt. I was angry, mad, and my mom angry about that. And of course, it went into domestic violence and things that have happened. It kind of compiled that into because there was like a pattern of domestic violence that have happened from me seeing my mom getting beat up and then me experiencing it in my life. And I had to let all that go. Now, at some point, my body was heating up, so a lot of the stuff, like it transferred from leaving like throwing up to releasing it. So either you're gonna release it from this way or you're gonna release it the other way. And so a lot of this stuff was releasing, another way. By this time, we had like our second round of things of ayahuasca, and the visual part was less like in my mind, and like this, all that it was that part had kind of subsided. It was more of like I was energized and I was very awake and alert, and one thing that happened that was amazing is that the shaman or the medicine man, he was playing his instrument, and like there was a young girl that was there who was helping everybody else. She wasn't a part of the ceremony, but she just was helping out because she had to go to work the next day. But she began to look like an old lady, and she was playing whatever she was playing, and like she began to like change and turn. She looked like something completely different, like I don't even know, and then the room that we were in started to look like we were in like the jungle somewhere, and it was just that part was interesting. Like, so it was like okay, wait a minute, is that still the girl, or is that the old lady, or who's that? I'm like, the old lady, and whoever the lady was, she was just dancing and singing, and I was like, wow, that's I guess his grandma came to the ceremony, right? Because he was always talking about his grandma. So I got to see his grandma at the ceremony sitting next to him, which is really, really deep. Then after that, it was like a thing where it was more like just thoughts from that point on. And then I had to really self-reflect about the fact that, about myself and the choices that I made, even the choice I made to even come to that ceremony, because I had to really think, because like I said, at that point, it was no longer about visuals anymore. It was more about your thought pattern and things like that in the mind, and why we do things, and listening to, and even the things we choose to believe and to take as our doctrine or our system of whatever. So like I said, one of the things is I figured out was that Ifa is a tool, and that sometimes, a lot of times, we get so enamored with Babalawo that it begins to rule, like that we begin to forget within ourselves, like just to make decisions. Like, okay, listen, you have God within yourself. You are God. You are one with God. A lot of these things you already know. Even when the Babalawo tells you the stuff, you pretty much already knew that already. Like he's just reinforcing what you already know. Like you already knew that. When he says you need to do this, that, the other, you already knew that. You needed someone to verify what you already knew, because you have a problem with understanding yourself and respecting yourself, and having enough. You don't have any self-esteem or whatever within yourself, and you look outside of yourself when it's been inside of you all along. These are the type of thoughts was going in my mind. Is that you ask someone else, should you come to something that you already knew you should have came to? You asked, you already had a confirmation in your heart and your spirit. You already knew you were going to do this. It did not. That was one part that was really deep for me, is when I had to come upon the realization that everything that I already that I didn't need anything outside of myself, that I already kind of have it within myself, and that the mind, and we're all one and with God and one with each other, and that there's nothing that you really don't know, because if you actually think hard enough, you'll figure it out. If you want to do something, you don't have to ask somebody else, should you do it or not? You should, you know whether or not you should do something or not. And that's a lot of times what we do, is like we need validation. We need people to validate us. We need to be sure. And a lot of times other people's fears can try to prevent you from doing something because they're afraid, So who wants to live life in fear? If you're not afraid, why would you let someone else's fear dictate what you do? So you ask them a question about something, then they impart their fear upon you, and then you end up not doing something that actually benefits you in the end. And that's pretty much what I was about to do. And I'm glad that I took my mind and allowed and listened to my mind and what my mind was telling me instead of what other people told me that something told them that I should or shouldn't do based on what they threw or whatever. If I throw a thing and it says whatever the outcome is, and I take that and I say, okay, well that's in stone, without any kind of processing it in my mind all the way and saying, well, how do I feel about this? I feel like I should do it because there's a higher purpose that he might not be aware of, right? When he threw this, right? And another thing I'm like, that came upon me is that, in this, we're told to worship, to not worship our ancestors, but like give reverence to our ancestors and to pray to our ancestors and to ask them for guidance. But if you have ancestors that maybe you haven't reconciled with, is it smart to or is it going to be even easy to go to them and ask them about stuff? If you subconsciously have things in your mind about things they've done and what they do, do you want to ask your ancestors about something? And so I had to really take a step back and say, wow, this is probably why I didn't want to get up in the morning and throw OB to my ancestors and light the candles and give offerings, because I'm in the back of my mind, I'm mad at them. I'm angry, right? So this whole ayahuasca journey was not just about alcoholism, which I thought that's what I was dealing with. It was dealing with just a lot of anger, my spirituality, myself as a person, my just me coming into myself and knowing who I am, And alcoholism was it's because what the spirit told me was there's nothing wrong with alcohol. It's the emotions of why are you drinking? Okay, if you got this in the back of your mind, that when I get angry, I drink. When I'm sad, I drink. When I feel this certain way, that's what makes me drink. And it makes you drink because you're then that's the problem. It's not this per se, because some people can drink and they're not doing it because they're sad or whatever. They just drink because they're actually happy. They drink and then they go on about their business. But a person that like me who drinks because she might be sad, that's what the spirit of that ayahuasca told me, is that, listen, when you drink because you're sad, and you have to deal with that emotion. Deal with the sadness, not the alcohol. Deal with the sadness, and then the alcohol will take care of itself. You won't want to drink because you won't have anything to be sad about. And then I even felt it in my head, the sadness part kind of dissipated. So it was a great experience, and I just wanted to share some of that experience with you guys.
Like I said before, if I could go back in time to where you were at, I would protect you. But at the same time, I see where you're coming from when you have these stances on men. But where the fuck were these ladies at to protect you too? This shit is weird as fuck. The whole neighborhood needs to be burnt down. That's how I look at it. Why didn't they get that man? Why didn't they counsel your mom and be like, you know what? That's not right. Burn that whole fucking neighborhood down. That's the shit I'm on.
Well, honestly, the way it kind of went down was, it wasn't like everybody knew, nobody knew. He was looked on like a stand-up guy, But even now, I'm not mad at him. I don't have any anger towards him. I don't understand. I still don't understand what was going on. Why? What was in his mind? He told me It was about like, he thought that he was in the wrong room. He wasn't in the wrong room. He knew he wasn't in the wrong room. But he had a certain love for me that was really strange. You know what I'm saying? But and even up until the day that I was 21 and I finally got to re-meet him again. He died about a week. I think he stayed alive just to meet me again. And I said, hey, I'm saying, hey, I met him. And then he died a week later. So he had
Did
tried
anybody?
to
Oh, I thought you were saying sorry.
contact me while I was in Ohio because, my father died when I was 6. And then my mom died when I was 14. So I got brought to Ohio to go to school. And he had tried his best to try to keep me as his child. And then, he continued to try to call and keep up with me. But my family made it so that, no, you can't talk to him. So when I got stationed in DC and I was like, out at the club, I ran back into the family and then I ran back into him. And yeah, so.
You used to live in Ohio? Because I used to be out there in Cleveland and Shaker Heights a lot.
Yeah, I
You
went to
know where
school
Shaker
at
Heights at?
Steubenville High School, Steubenville, Ohio. Yep.
Okay, copy that. But in regards to that video, that was a thought-provoking video, especially if you know what you're listening to, you will know how right and exact that experience was, because all she's saying too in regards to her saying I am that I am. That means we are all one. That's a balanced statement. Right. And when she said it was already in you, everything that you needed to know is already in you. She's absolutely right. Let's look at the DNA and the RNA. In between the helix of a DNA strand, you got codons. Codon is locked information, supposedly is locked. They call it Jacob's ladder, right? So everything that has ever transpired in this multiverse, omniverse universe is encoded in everyone's genetics. So you know the answers to all your problems. Sometimes you do have to go on a spiritual journey or an awakening so you can be reassured, so you can remember. So I agree with her 100%, even though I didn't go on her personal journey. I just listened to it. But I agree with her 100% because a lot of that stuff that she's speaking about right now is hidden information, right? That's all I'm saying. I appreciate you playing that video. Thank you.
Well, thank you. That video was the first video on my channel. And
How do you
not
feel about
people
peyote?
actually have had the time to go back all the way. But I haven't done peyote. I've done
You out there too, masculine. All you are in those same locations.
I've done mescaline, I've done acid, I've done MDMA. Yeah.
But
Do you mind if I ask you?
ayahuasca,
Do
in
you
your
mind if I
opinion,
ask
was
you
the
what number you
most
born on?
revelating. Ayahuasca was
June
the most
20th,
powerful.
1977.
Okay, you mind if I do something for you? It's not about what month, it's just a day. I just give you some things that I'm into. I'm heavy into numerology. So numerically speaking, you are number 2. You're very compassionate, loving, and empathetic. But usually number 2s let people take advantage of them. And that's why you revert to being super petty, tit for tat. Also be very, very careful with your stomach. You're gonna have stomach issues. Stay off of spicy foods, stay off of alcohol. Your heightened awareness of psychic abilities will enhance if you stay off of these things. Your reality is predicated based off your large and small intestines. And since you are a number 2, you're ruled by the gut. Also, it's very, very important financially for you to work with children. This is where you get your healing from as a number 2, because again, I'm heavy into numerology or numerics. If you work with children, you protecting children will vicariously heal the kids, but vicariously heal you. Because you have a natural affinity for children and children have a natural
Are
affinity
you
for
sure
you
it's
as
a
a
2
number
and
2.
not a 5?
Yeah.
You say you born June 20th?
June 20th, 1977.
Yeah, you're a number 2 because 2
Check
and
them
0
birth charts,
equals
bro.
2.
Check them birth charts, bro.
Yeah, so you're
Check
number
them
2,
birth charts
100%.
again, bro.
No, just stop repeating it, please. I can hear you the first time. Yeah, you are a number 2. That's what it is. Definitely a number 2. You're on the 20th. So 2 is no number in the reality greater than 9 and no number less than 1. They all can be simplified back to a single digit number. So this will make you a number 2 because you're born on the 20th. 2 and 0 equal 2, which indicates that the reality works off trinary computing code. But again, if it's a little, I just
Go
wanted to figure out. I should.
ahead, go ahead.
The reality works off ternary. I can't do it. I got somebody getting in the car. Sorry. How you doing? You Lauren? You Lauren? Okay. How you doing? Hey, how you doing?
Yeah, June 20th, 77 is a 5. Because you gotta like actually factor in also the
It's
1977.
the birth charts,
Nah,
man.
you. That's
You know
that's
when
the
I
life
know
path.
what's going on,
Listen,
though. It's all right, though.
that's the life
Have
path.
different
That's
birth charts.
I'm talking about
You're doing
individually on your.
a different
Just,
type of
there
okay.
you go. Thank
A
you.
different
Thank you.
numeral.
Yes.
Okay, so there's different type of numeral. Listen, I don't know everything, and so because I was told I was a 5, but he has a different numerology that he's working with. I'm not gonna like.
What type of gematria is he using?
I don't know, but
We're
whatever.
gonna find out. I gotta find out. 2026. We can't let none of this stuff slide no more.
Well, he's like he has a person in his car. We don't like the.
I know. Yeah, it's good. It's good. Good. Get his money. The holiday season. I want to give him a shout out though, because I know a lot of these drunk bastards out here, these passengers, they be acting up around these
Let's
times,
hear some more other issues that what Black women go through or women go through. Let's go.
That there are in history and how I'm learning history. Like a perfect example is talking about the Tuskegee experiments. I always learned about how there were men who were experimented on, Black men who were experimented on. And they were given syphilis by Tuskegee University and the Public Health Service, right? And it was promised to them that it was going to last 6 months and lasted 40 years until in the 70s. There were all these leaks that led to the termination of this experiment, right? What is crazy to me is how I just didn't know that 40 of these men's wives were also infected with syphilis. 19 children were born with syphilis. And it's like, how did I not know that? How do we just not know these things? It's day 34, looking into women's health. During the Victorian era, doctors would diagnose women with hysteria for just about anything. Literally anything. If you had seizures, if you had back pain, if you talked out of turn, hysteria. If you had insomnia, if you had like any bodily issue, hysteria, which was really bad because at the time they would literally paint you as crazy. And they would try different ways how to solve this through like shock therapy or like dousing you in ice baths, hypnosis, or pelvic massages. They would give y'all a happy ending, which is insane. That debunked diagnosis, by the way, lasted up until the 80s. And this was all to fundamentally control a woman's body in so many different ways, either her mind or her spirit. It's crazy. This is why I'm partnering with Bellesa, a company that prioritizes a woman's comfort, pleasure, and health. Everybody who signs up for my giveaway can get a free Rose suction toy with their... It's day 37. It's crazy because I thought I knew about the pink tax, right? Like the pink tax is this like gender-based system of pricing for different products, such as like razors, shampoo, clothing. Like for example, if you go to a dry cleaner and you get a shirt washed, a men's shirt, then if you get like a women's blouse washed, same material, it will cost $1 to $3 more. Shampoo will cost like a couple dollars or a couple cents more. Razors, same difference. Toys, if they're just in pink, they'll cost more. You can look up this study called Cradle to the Grave. Wait, no, it's Cradle to the Cane. That's a movie. That's a movie with Jet Li and DMX. Ooh.
Cradle to the Cave. You can look up this New York study, and it breaks down all these like different prices. Over 800 products, over 35 categories. The average cost for a woman is 7% more. That's wild. Yo, it's just so funny because like men always complain about women being so expensive and like dating's just so expensive. Just fight for women's rights. Like I never knew.
Man, it's so many things out here. So listen, if you get a chance, check out this guy's TikTok, Renee J. RNEJAY. It's called That Guy Renee J. All right, let me just put it in the chat.
That part, because what I wanted to throw in with this hysteria, right? Because how they loosely use that word hysteria, because at one point they had the word hostel, which was hotels, right? And then at one time they had hysteria, which was another word for her story, and they blocked that out. And so now you only hear his story. You don't hear about the hysteria, but now you only hear about hysteria, and you don't hear about the hostels. The hostels are environments where it's a lot of malarkey and very cruel and obnoxious things going on. So that's a hostile environment, right? Mayhem and what have you.
Mayhem, yep.
It's not a hotel, because that's what it used to be. You see? And so you don't hear about the hysteria, and that was her side. Now you hear about hysteria. Is craziness. I just want to throw that out there. Because again, when you get to the libraries, you had facts and you had fictions, and they threw all that away. So those lies no longer exist, because those were some of those facts, because everybody had a story. That's why in the Bible you had the First Testament, and then you had the Second Testament, and then you had your testament. Right, and then when you got to church, everybody had a testament, right? A testimonial. But
man, words really sorry to cut you. Words really do blend together. Words are derivatives of other words.
You know what I'm saying?
They said women had hysteria, and they would give them, massage the pelvic area, et cetera, But then when you get too old and then they do an investigation on the pelvic area, the vajayjay, then they want to give you a hysterectomy.
There you go.
This is crazy. This
right?
is crazy.
When Osculus came in, he was telling y'all, right? Because I said he came in at 3 different dimensions, so we're gonna call it, because the pill was called placebos, and a placebo was just a sugar pill, right? Because when they couldn't figure it out, they just gave you a sugar pill, right? And that was just a made up prescription, if we will. You see what I'm saying? So we got to rock with, meet people where they at, because if we wasn't there, you can't say they was lying, again, because I came precept by precept, a little here, a little there, right? It just like he did, right? So I don't know where he came in at, but he came in from somewhere, and I came in from a little bit of everywhere. But where we end up is where we at right now, and we just trying to build and teach everybody. I'll land with that.
Amen. So listen, this is my godmother, Chief Yandaya. She is an Incan shaman. She went to Peru, to the top of the mountains, and became a shaman. She also is a chief in Ifa. She's a chiefess in Ifa. So this interview, even though he might be cutting up a little bit on this interview, I wanted to show a little bit of it so you guys can see exactly. This is my godmother. Let's just
up here with 607 Ung, not the punk.
Not the punk.
Not the
Not
punk.
the punk. You gotta say it. Y'all probably just did some voodoo on me. I don't even know. But I'm trying to figure it out.
No, we didn't do any voodoo on you.
I'm a spirit, so I got to make sure. Right? I mean, we good. Y'all laughing, it ain't funny.
Hey, listen, we're filled with joy. We're filled with joy of the Spirit on this Easter Sunday.
It's Easter.
And I think that Unc has risen. He's risen into his new lighter body.
Ain't nothing risen, gang. Ain't nothing risen. Other than the death, it was kind of like, first of all, Jesus is I believe is like Christ consciousness. It's a consciousness. Right? And I believe on Easter, everybody should kill their ego. Jump on me, everybody should kill.
All right, hold on. Sorry about that, y'all.
He definitely a demon. That dude a demon.
Well, I would say this is that with Chief, she was able to remove.
I disagree with that.
I don't think he's a demon, but Chief was able to remove
about his money and about the gangbanging culture, the death culture. That's all he glorifies. Demonetized, demon, demonetized.
I don't agree
Yeah,
with it, but okay.
Well, all right. So
you're saying demonic doesn't come from
probably just
demonetized
killed
the money?
Oh no.
So
But
right
you
next to
talking
you,
all this
who do you think you
hysterectomy,
have right next to you?
I
Man,
don't know. I know you
get
brought
up
it
off your shit and
Yeah.
better brush up.
all right, what are you saying? Because I'm trying to play this video. What are you saying?
I just said, man, he a demon. He about his money and his death culture of gangbanging. He a demon. When you talk about demonetizing, demon, he has low value in the things of life itself. He's on the pursuit of material things. Y'all don't really
Have
understand
you really
this.
watched him, and have you really interpreted and really digested the things that he
A
said
man who
and the
painted his
things that he
fingernails
about?
black.
So
A
the
man
so
who's painting his fingernails black.
the only thing you extrapolate from any discourse that you heard 607 speak about
He
is
worships gangbanging,
I'm asking you a
correct?
question.
He
I'm
worships
asking you a question.
gangbanging, correct?
I'm asking you a
He
question, and you
worships
compounding the
No,
gangbanging,
question on top
correct?
of my question.
No, it is not.
It's just a simple. He worshipped gangbanging, correct?
So no, we're not. I'm finished my question if
So
you
you
don't
won't
mind.
even
Don't
answer
start.
that part, which is
Yeah,
true.
you won't answer mine because you cutting me off.
Obviously, I have watched him, so yes, he worships
And
gangbanging,
so,
correct?
okay, so the only thing you've gotten
So
out
you
of
won't even
607
answer that
is
part. He doesn't worship
no,
gangbanging.
he doesn't worship gangbanging. Nope.
Okay.
I'm gonna just speak to the ladies. That's what I'm gonna do.
You can speak to the ladies, faggot. That's fine.
What you just say, Dan?
Now
What
listen,
did you
that just
say?
showed me your level of intelligence, man. There has to be other
You
terminology
call
that
him
you
a
can use to
faggot?
express yourself. That's
Did you
exactly
call
what
him?
he said.
That
That's
was a
exactly what he
cigarette,
said.
I hope, right? I hope he was calling you a cigarette.
I don't
Yeah,
understand
he was.
what the
Yeah.
issue is.
Don't.
Why can't you control yourself, sir?
Right.
That's
Yeah,
a
he was calling
mental
me a
issue.
cigarette.
That's a mental
Yeah,
illness.
he was calling me a cigarette. We gonna
Yeah.
allegedly because using that word can get this whole channel kicked off.
Exactly. So we're gonna hope
So
you
it
Oh,
was
yeah,
a cigarette.
Yeah, cigarette. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was one of the cigarettes. But yeah. So listen, I'm gonna say this is that people that's narcissistic, bro. You don't know
Yeah,
everything.
he got main character syndrome. That's all it
You
is.
don't know
Main
everything.
character
So
syndrome.
you don't know everything. Let me get back to what I was playing. That's crazy.
I know that she don't talk much, so
Right.
she ain't said much. I don't know who she is. No, I don't know.
So this is my godmother. This is my godmother, Chief Yandaya.
Chief Yandaya.
And Yandaya means goddess.
Goddess.
So Chief Goddess.
Chief Goddess. Oh, you know why she came for me?
Over all the waters.
Yeah, why she came for me? She's a goddess. Yeah, why she came?
Right.
I get it now.
So I wanted to introduce her because
not too many times do you see a person that's a healer that's able to remove trauma from the body and trauma from the spirit and heart. People don't really get to experience that.
She's removing stuff. She just moved that for me. That's why I felt so good afterward.
Yeah.
Okay. I ain't know that.
There's not that you know, especially we don't get to meet our light workers, you know. So I wanted to introduce you to a light worker.
Well, you introduced me to it. You told me lay on that table. Where I guess she did the bell, ding 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 ding, all that. Come on me. I still hear them bells.
Right. So
don't
Chief,
that sound like sound healing?
Have you guys talk? So
playing that bell?
Like what exactly?
That's
how did
exactly
you feel
what I was
when the
watching
whole thing
here.
was going on?
At first, I ain't feel too much of nothing. But when she put whatever she put on my forehead, it burned. It burned. But cause I didn't feel no weight or nothing on my forehead. I couldn't tell if nothing on my forehead or not. But I didn't know it burned. But I didn't feel no weight. So I didn't know if it was something on my forehead or not. And
So
that's what I was
what'd
trying
you
to
put on
figure
his
out.
forehead?
Did you put something on my forehead?
Yeah, stone on his third eye.
Yeah.
Crystal, right?
First eye. It's a stone.
It's a stone. Okay.
Stone. I used to smoke crack. It wasn't that kind of stone. For the people that know, they know. Making sure they know.
What did she
there
put?
wasn't
Did she
no
put
crack.
Oregon on his forehead?
It was a different kind
Did
of
she
stone.
put Oregon on his forehead?
Yeah, it wasn't no
What
crack.
type of stone
'Cause
did she
I
put
don't
on his
smoke crack
forehead? Did she put Oregon on his forehead?
I don't know. It's she got like some type of stones from Peru and some crystals, but I know there was like a certain crystal she put on the forehead, a certain crystal she put on the sacral chakra, and then whatever when she got initiated, there's specific like stones they give you to put around the belt. Like you make a belt and then it goes around your whole like stomach area. Then there's like another crystal at the foot of your feet.
Is that you in the video talking to her? Like in the video with 607?
Yeah,
Is that you in the background?
I'm doing the interview.
Oh my God, I gotta get your phone number then. I gotta get your phone number. What is you? Oh yeah, you
I was the one who brought.
You really Shimothy. Dang, you really her. Hey, I gotta get your number. Sorry, but you can continue. Go ahead.
Okay, all right. So, then you have you use several like different types of stones. Could you go into that?
I put a stone on the third eye, a heart on his chest, and one on the solar plexus. But I had 7 stones around his waist. They represent the 7 chakras.
Yeah.
And then I had a stone between his feet to absorb the negative energy.
And then you use the sound. So explain what's happening when you're
that bell.
So how the bell, you still hear the bell?
Yeah.
You can still hear it. Yeah. Man. How did like what do you say that you felt on the inside when the bell was going? How'd you feel?
Oh, yeah. It told me hell wasn't real. But it told me it can be if you make it. I was like, mama, so it just told me a lot. That bell is like a vibration. What a lot of people don't know is like, I don't know how to explain it, but them fucking thing, it had words. But my body understood it, if that makes sense. So it was talking to my body. My body understood it, and I was trying to observe it, but it was definitely talking. Whatever that sound was, they were having a conversation. Yeah, but I don't know what the conversation was, but somebody had to go. So I felt lighter afterwards. So whatever conversation they had.
The body and the bell.
Yeah, the body and the bell had a conversation. No,
Was it like was it sound like
they
a
was
sound?
Talking.
Wow.
They was talking. I don't know. I know I sound crazy, but
did you see anything?
No, it's a different kind of language though. They was talking about. No, I didn't see it. I felt it. My body was talking to the bell. I mean, you probably think I'm crazy.
No. Chiefs, different people experience different things when they do this.
No, my body talked to the bell. My body talked. My body got a language. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Think I'm crazy?
No, of course not. No. I've done her. I've done this 3 times with her. This is my godmother, so.
Yeah, my body. I see. I'm Sereno. I know my Spanish language and stuff, but I didn't know my body had a language. So I just found that out. I'm GD. I'm GD too, but I'm a good kind.
So, Chief, when you're working with the sound of that bell, what is that bell like? And then you have also the shaking kind of thing.
That's sound therapy.
Sound therapy. So it's a sound therapy, and then it's using the different rocks to vibrate the frequency throughout the body.
You feel the vibration.
Yeah.
Another thing I want to say, like, don't make my body move like that no more. No, I'm keeping it real. Like, she made my body move without me telling my body to move. I ain't like that part. Right? And don't take my voice neither, because I was trying to talk. Right? I don't like that.
They couldn't talk?
No, I couldn't.
You did say something, but you said something.
I told her, and I got to rewind it to make sure, but I think I said something like, I feel attachments leaving. Like, I felt like, what she was doing for me, I felt like, I died 5 times. But every time I go, I can't go because I got too many attachments. So what I felt was them soul attachments leaving. So I don't know what nobody else gonna feel, but that's what I felt.
Oh, can I say
felt
something
soul
on that?
attachments leaving.
Do you mind?
Yeah, go ahead.
So it's a famous Stoic quote, and it states, burn your desires out, or your desires will burn you out. Think about that. If the soul is illuminated, illumination is light, light is energy. If one believes in the reincarnation process, eventually you keep coming back so many times until that soul, which is a sun, it actually burns out. We all, and this goes right back into what I was saying about letting go. This is funny, DJ, that this whole time I have been talking and thinking I'm saying some ish, but I ain't really been saying no ish to you. You already know this. I can obviously see this as clear as day. I'm up here using fancy words and woo. I just need to sit back, relax, and enjoy the show because you know what you're talking about. 100%. I got to mute up.
Well, people don't think I know anything, so it's okay. Sakina knows a lot too. Sakina knows plenty. Right, Sakina? Sakina, there?
Thank you. I appreciate the show. That's why I'm here. But I appreciate you for saying that. Thank you.
Sakina can break it down too as well. She can break it down on a esoteric Kemet level. Where I can't. I don't know all the Kemet stuff, but I could just break it down from my perspective, E5. But all this stuff is relative. It all really is talking about the same stuff. But yeah.
When she was swiping.
With the feather.
Yeah.
Right?
I felt them leave. Now, I felt them when she was doing her stuff, the rocks and all that shit, but I felt them leave when she got the swiping.
So that's that combination. But hold on. He talks about how the sound was one thing, but then when she began to swipe with the shaking kind of thing.
That's sound therapy.
Sound therapy. Yeah. So it's a sound therapy, and then it's using the different rocks to vibrate the frequency throughout the body.
You feel the vibration.
Yeah.
Another thing I want to say, like, don't make my body move like that no more. No, I'm keeping it real. Like, she made my body move without me telling my body to move. I ain't like that part.
Yeah.
Right? And don't take my voice neither, because I was trying to talk. Right? I don't like that.
They couldn't talk?
No, I couldn't.
You did say something, but you said something.
I told her, and I got to rewind it to make sure, but I think I said something like, I feel attachments leaving. Like, I felt like, what she was doing for me, I felt like, I died 5 times. But every time I go, I can't go because I got too many attachments. So what I felt was them soul attachments leaving. So I don't know what nobody else gonna feel, but that's what I felt. I felt soul attachments leaving when she was swiping.
With the feather.
Yeah.
Right?
I felt them leave. Now, I felt them when she was doing her stuff, the rocks and all that shit, but I felt them leave when she got the swiping.
So that's that combination. So that's that. Explain what this feather is.
This is
no, get that away from me. No, that feather got something in it. I don't know. That ain't no regular feather.
It's not. It's the condor feather.
You know what a condor is?
No, that fight demons.
Mm-hmm.
That feather, that
damn feather, that just fought demons. That's what's wrong. I can't make this shit up. Listen, I can't make this shit up.
The condor is the bird that can fly the highest in the sky, right?
Oh, it's an actual bird.
It's a bird. That's a bird that can fly. It's the highest.
They go to with a plane fly.
Like they can go up higher than.
They probably can touch the firmament.
Yeah, they're pretty high. They're pretty I mean, they're mystical and they're huge. They're
I'm over here getting high too.
Right.
Never mind me. I'm listening.
But aren't they? They're like bigger than eagles, right?
Yeah.
They're almost like a.
They would be.
Like
Wait, the question becomes: how did they get the feather if this bird can fly that dang on high?
They lie.
That's the real question. How do they get the feather?
Exactly. It's illegal to like that.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm saying that. How do you get the feather?
One is because of wherever they fly. Like they have certain areas that they fly at a certain time of year. Now, eagles fly here between June and August. And I live in North Dakota, and they have a a certain kind of bird. And I filmed it when I was in Wisconsin. My niece lived by an airport. And it's almost like the ostrich, but it's not. It's a Western type bird, and it's in Wisconsin, and it comes during a certain time per year. So it depends on where they live, right? And so this is another great part about this conversation, is that a lot of people, we need to know where we live and understand the history of where we live, right? Because of the mountains and whatnot, and the rivers and whatnot in the area of the history of where we live. So these type of birds, because everything, they lose feathers as well, right? So when you talk about Indians and whatnot, you find these rocks and the granites and the stones that produced in the areas, right? The caves, and when we talk about digging for gold and whatnot, the histories and all of these things are important for those areas. And so that's how she may have got that feather from those areas and those people that go hiking and whatnot. And so that was a great question that you asked, and that could be how she got it. And I'll land with that.
And those particular feathers are illegal to have. So she had to hide that on the plane on the way back. You can't have those feathers.
Because I'm in the birds. I know this sounds crazy. It's like, oh, Oculus, you in everything. But my real name, it means wild falcon. Now, this gonna sound crazy to y'all, maybe not y'all too, but one day, me and the surgeon I used to date, we was in a national park, and I stay in Atlanta, right? And so she she said my name, and she you don't notice that all these birds look like they following us? This on my son. I ain't paying no attention. I ain't thinking about no birds, nothing like that. I'm just walking, just doing my little hike, whatever. Guess what flew out of the tree and landed right on top of my shoulders?
A falcon.
A falcon.
Come on.
It blew my mind. So go ahead.
So when she was meditating in the Andes Mountain, that particular bird, the condor, was flying above her head, and the actual feather fell off his thing, and that's how
that was an offering to her. They was blessing her. They
Yeah.
was telling her she ready. She prepared.
When she was meditating, because you have to but what's so crazy is it's sad because, well, not sad, but she went up there and you know, if you didn't know anything about the Andes Mountains, like it's a whole civilization up there, and you have to have a oxygen mask to even go up there. And so she kind of like ended up with congestive heart failure, so she's died a few times. I'm gonna go into it, but even before she did this interview, she had died right before she did the interview and came back to life. So, like Chief is like she's a true, you know, because you know real shamans, you have to die about a few times before you. It's crazy. Like the shamans, they have to die. They die.
This is blowing my mind because I know y'all don't know me, but I got shot and I died. I got shot twice in the side of the head with a 22 and in my back. If I pull my camera right now, I can show you the bullet wounds right now.
Yeah, I died too. I flipped over in a car accident and died and came back to life. So people that are meant to be like healers and priests or whatever, if you really like super healers, they usually end up having like a death, you know, and they get to see the other side and get to come back to really, and then you can't, it's like a thing where it's weird. So you can't really explain what happened. It's the weirdest shit ever.
My junk man.
Me, I'm like, I feel like I just like I knew I was dying.
Other side.
I felt the peace. I felt the peace of dying. And then suddenly, and I'm like, okay, well, all right, I'm going to die. All right. So, you know, I made peace with it. And then all of a sudden I was just like being pulled out the car. But I saw my kids, I saw all this stuff. But then I realized the next day I was seeing in the future. It's crazy. I was seeing what was going to happen the next day. But in the time, I was like, okay, I'm going to die. And I had to accept that. And it was very peaceful. I'm not going to lie. Like, death is not like what you think it is. It's not like, oh my God, I'm dying. It's like something comes over you, like, just relax. Just it's okay. Everything's going to be all right. And then just this peace comes over you. You're like, okay. Yeah, it's crazy. But yeah, very peaceful. Like, I'm like, man. I mean, I felt the peace I never experienced in my life of like, you know, it's gonna be all right. Just relax. Calm down. Don't try to do nothing. And then I just woke up in the hospital. Getting a fucking I woke up, no, not in the hospital. I woke up when it was almost like they were pulling me out the car. But I knew I had died. I knew I died. I knew I had died. I can't describe it because I saw it. It was darkness. Right before I died, I saw my daughter playing and stuff. I saw like different flashes of my life, and then I saw darkness. And then I was awake and I'm getting pulled out the car. I can't describe it. Near-death experience. Or I think it was a death experience. But Chief has had several of those. Chief Yandaya, you know. So no one can like tell me that she is not a chosen woman. So, but let's like get back to what she talks about. Let's go.
I think that they still have like a few of them, but the condor is a very
you can't even
rare bird.
Yeah.
So for her to have that, did that feather fall down when you got it when you went up there? Did that fall off the sky?
The shaman gave it.
The shaman gave it to you. Yeah, so she is a shaman.
So you have to get one of those from somebody. Like you just can't you got to get them from somebody.
It's illegal.
That's illegal.
Illegal in Peru.
Ooh.
You have to be a certain person to get that.
Because they have the Andes Mountains and the birds fly up
at the top of the mountain.
Wow. Listen, I'm new to this, right? I'm a street guy. Well, I'm a street nigga. I'm gonna keep it real. I like everything she's saying. I fucking remember. Like I when she said about the mountain, I don't know how the fuck I saw it. Like I'm for real. Like I feel crazy. I'm remembering all types of shit.
Honey, you're far from crazy.
No, I asked Monica to share her experience.
I saw a whole owl type bird being like this white. I was seeing stuff like the more you do it, the more you start to I started hallucinating. I was asleep
and I saw some bird that came out like, and it was looking at me like, what's wrong with you? You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I don't want to pause. I keep that
right, because it was. I guess I was thinking, trying to work out some stuff in my mind, and it was almost like the bird was like, "What's wrong with you? You acting stupid." You know what I'm saying? And I was like, "Okay, let me get it together."
Right.
You know, so it was almost like the ants that are like, "Get your mind right."
Right.
And then, but I've had some interesting experience, and like I said, I had that one time when she did that feather, and it felt like something pulled out of my body, like it was a dark energy, and she did it the one time, and then the second time it was like it flew out of my body.
That's crazy.
Because I felt a heaviness before.
Where she learned this shit at?
Well, I don't think you can learn it, but they teach you the process. You know, I don't know. I just do my own thing.
She went up to get initiated though. She went
initiated about who this shit? Geez.
She's a shaman.
No, how you get
8th degree shaman. She
they gotta jump you in. How they do it? How you get in?
Go up to the top of the mountain, almost suffocate. Trying to
top of the mountain. What mountain? I'm not going to no mountain to be in no member. What mountain I gotta go up?
She had to go to the top of the Andes Mountains in Peru, the very top down there.
No, I can. You'll die.
You would die?
Almost.
I got really. I went too far.
You went too far.
Yeah.
Oh, I got to go then.
Yeah.
If you can go, I got to go.
You have to put a face mask.
So how
on.
do you gotta climb up it?
No, it's a people live up there. It's like in Peru. It's like way at the top of the mountain.
And they can't breathe and they still live up there?
No, well, their bodies have adjusted to it.
Right. But
people like us can't go up.
Went there yet?
They did the initiation in the mountain.
Someone initiate me.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can go and get initiated.
How? They got a phone. They ain't got no phones to work up there.
Chief knows them, you know. So yeah, she's been through it, but 8th degree, so she went all the way as almost pretty high up.
So what's this place like? Like, and it's like when you get up to the mountain, what does it look like? It's like a village with like
just mountains and trees and flowers and
there's a earth.
Yeah.
Right.
Different kind of like
sacred mountain.
You know what I heard? In Antarctica, and them mountains over there, that the ice from them mountains can cure anything.
See, why? Right.
They can cure anything, and that's why they keep you from over there. Like they give you keep your body living for a long time too. What's going on?
Yeah.
It's in the ice.
I couldn't believe it. Yeah.
In the ice.
Well, a lot of times, you know, even like the plant medicine that they have up there in the mountains,
plant medicine
like ayahuasca.
Ayahuasca, yeah,
it's nice. I mean,
right.
They have a lot of things, healing properties. Like when you get the ayahuasca, you do the combo. They have a lot of like things that heal in those mountains.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
good stuff to know. They don't tell us it to the streets. Streets don't know shit.
You know.
We don't know
She's
nothing.
been all over the world with learning all these different things, but she be the only Black person, right, in those classes, right?
Yeah.
And she spent like hundreds of thousands of dollars to learn all those different modalities, and she'd be the only one there.
Yeah.
Our people don't take the time to learn those things. There's other races that are going.
Because I want to remember.
I got to remember.
See.
I got to remember. I realize that people can't teach me. I have to remember. People can help me. All right, they can help me help myself, and that's the thing that made me mad at the church and about Jesus, because they want you to think, okay, Jesus put everything on him, and then you good. No, you just gonna reincarnate in another body, man. Because Jesus ain't come for that, right? You need Christ consciousness. You need You need to realize that this world is an illusion and fake.
Yeah.
Right. And until you do that, you stuck. Right?
And listen, there's a lot of different modalities. This is just one modality she knows how to do, right? But other races, like I said, they learn about hypnotism. They learn about neuro-linguistic programming, how to program themselves. What's the other stuff they be doing? Timeline therapy, where you actually can go back into your.
Hold on. Did she just give me an exorcism? Was that exorcism?
Pretty much.
Stop around me.
Exorcism without you knowing it.
I didn't even know it. Stop around me.
Yeah. You got an exorcism.
Wow. Next question. I didn't even know.
Yeah.
It just hit me in my head and said, you got an exorcism. See, I thought I'm not smart.
Oh, okay.
I'm not smart. I keep telling people I'm stupid, but it's Spirit
You
tell
gotta
me
stop
shit.
calling
But
yourself
you
stupid.
know what? You're not stupid, but everything comes from the inside.
Yeah, the spirit tell me. Because,
Right.
yeah, I don't
Right.
be knowing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You can say I don't
I
know,
would
but
say
you can't say I'm
I
stupid. You
think
gotta
that-
stop speaking negative about yourself. Stop
Right.
using
But-
those words.
But listen, when I say stupid, this is what I mean by stupid. See, stupid words can go both ways. Jesus like to say babies. He like to say take the milk. Like the babies. I like to say stupid. Man, but what baby you know that ain't stupid? It ain't clumsy. It ain't gonna fall. It ain't gonna hit his head. It ain't gonna do that. Right? But I think in life, the stupidness never leave. That child never leave. You continuously learning, continuously being
Yes.
stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But a lot of people don't want to believe they stupid. Right? But again, stupid is as stupid does, right? It's good.
Yeah.
I'm just
Yeah.
stupid. And I'm good to be stupid because all the smart people, they really stupid.
Right.
Right?
Whatever that is.
Yeah. So who really stupid? The people in the church giving all their money away for God to get you in heaven, and then you ain't gonna get in. But yeah, lying too long. You can't get in.
Mm. Well, a lot of people are in church right now doing Easter egg hunts. And
Fucking Easter. No, I'm sorry. No disrespect.
No.
Yeah, but fuck
Hey.
Easter. What the fuck Easter got to do with me? Right, I'm still trying to go get Moses, but people confused. See, Moses was stuck in the wilderness for 40 years, right? I know, I got the truth. A lot of people don't know. Listen to the fake guy, the demigod. I kept giving him the wrong directions. He didn't know shit. But Moses finally saw the real God and his body astral projected out of him. I'm telling you, he took his body with him, and that's why you no more, they're gonna see him no more. Because he's like, damn, I found God. That's what he was so mad about. Because that nigga had him lost for 40 years, running around, lost. Yeah. A lot of people don't know that. I mean, you looking crazy. You didn't even know that.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know. I get stuff that don't nobody know. You can't find it nowhere. You just gotta believe me and know that I got it from God. I don't lie to you to steal. That's what God told me. God said, I ain't having lost for 40 years. I get you there fast. Look at me. I
God
got
also
there
said
fast.
it's a time for everything,
No,
right?
God get you there fast. And the time is fast for God. I'm keeping it real. When I decided to change, I got there fast. So I know for a fact that wasn't God that had him stuck in there for 40 years. God don't make people wait that long.
Right.
I'm sorry, he don't make you wait that long. But that's what they want you to believe.
Yeah.
To how you keep on waiting. No, this shit works like that.
Yes, it does.
That's why my energy works like that.
It does.
So I don't take no fucking 40 years. That's how you know that the demigod had him stuck and lost. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy.
You ain't. No.
Maybe I'm crazy and stupid.
No, you're neither. Not crazy or stupid. So, when you so what about hypnotism or no? I'm sorry. What's the one where you walk? You did a thing with me where you walked me back into my womb. I actually saw myself in the womb.
Oh no! Stop playing on me.
But she,
I got 5 times. I can't go back to these times.
She knows how to like take you back to like a time where you felt a certain emotion and make you remove that emotion from your
Oh,
body.
y'all don't feel no emotion. I can't feel. A lot of people don't know. But other people probably need that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't feel shit.
It's like if something traumatic happened to you, it's tied to an emotion, right?
Yeah.
And it stores
And so
itself in
the
your body.
energy- So I know how to take the energy and the person go back to the first time they experienced that energy. And sometimes it's in this life, sometimes it's not.
It's not even in this life.
Yeah.
I swear to God, mama. Listen, I just want to say this. You continue question. I told someone this. I said, I was done. I meditate. You're straight. I got through everything I know I did in this lifetime. This I realized I died before. And then out the blue, when I meditate, I feel something else and just cry. So what the fuck I'm crying for? I don't got no attachment. But it was soul attachment. What's going on, mama? I can't make this shit up. That's why I say people say like it's never done. I don't know if one lifetime is enough sometimes to get rid of all the trauma. So a person should work on it hard because I don't know if one lifetime is enough.
And you feel like that at least in this session that some of those attachments got removed.
Yeah, but it's continuous.
They
You got to do the work, right?
yeah, you have to
Yeah, I don't know.
That what you did. It's like
Yeah,
really,
that's what
you was doing the whole thing. She just
I'm-
facilitated it,
yeah,
but
I'm
it was all
looking
work. It was all work that you were doing yourself.
I ain't did shit. Stop playing on me.
You did it
I didn't make
yourself.
myself move, gang.
Your
I
higher
didn't make
self.
myself move.
You did.
I didn't make myself sweat. I didn't make my forehead burn. You think I'm crazy? She did that. That was probably some voodoo.
No, it was all you.
Everything
is inside of you.
It's all
Everything.
Look, we got to interview. I can find out where she come from. So, she was at the mountains. She said something about Africa too. Was she in Africa?
Yes.
What you doing in Africa?
Well, I got initiated.
Initiated?
Yeah, to my achievement of E5.
E5.
That's Europe philosophy, Earth-based philosophy.
I wonder why they don't never. I think don't nobody never initiate me.
You know, you can initiate.
You were
some
born
things,
initiated,
right? And certain things you can initiate yourself. I think all things.
All initiate means is to start.
Yeah.
Oh, so it ain't like no initiation. People get together and say, "Okay, now you with us." Like in the gang, our initiation, we gotta probably kill somebody or something.
Oh,
Yeah, I already know.
No, it's not like that.
No,
So-
but initiation, you gotta kill too.
Baptism is an initiation.
You got to kill too when you turn spiritual. You got to kill.
Well, you have to. Well, you do. Well, you
You
do
have to kill
have to
yourself.
die
Yourself,
and come back
yeah.
again. What they say with baptism, you got born again.
Yeah, you got to
So-
be born again. Everybody got to.
Yeah. So that's it's getting rid of the old self and bringing up the new self. So
That's
that's
why after whole I am, I say one.
Mhm.
And people be confused. Cause I'm one for real. I'm one. I've been doing it for 1 year. I'm one.
So she got initiated as a chief in E5 in Europe in a Yoruba tradition called E5.
Yeah.
She's an E in E5, and then she got initiated as a chief. So a chief is like the community, like a community, like leader, right?
Like a specialty. Mine
Is a leader.
A specialty in healing. She's like a chief healer.
So you can heal from all things, like from every any disease known to man, like because it's like it's a natural healer for it.
Yeah, I think it's something that's on everything. I know. It's a nature.
Yeah, I know there's a natural healer for everything. Yeah, of course.
It is. But you have to deal with the psyche of people, you know?
Different type of people.
Yeah.
It's all in your mind.
Yeah, everything's in the mind. Originates from the mind.
But what if this in my mind? I've spoken all the time. I don't know. Next, what's a good interview? What the next question is? We talk about all kinds of shit.
What was the next question? So I was trying to. So she also went to Tibet, to
India.
India. I'm sorry, not Tibet. You went to India.
What you doing in India too?
I'm studying chronic healing.
Chronic healing.
Everything about healing.
Yeah,
Sexual
everything
healing.
Sexual
healing.
That
Healing is
Sexual
something
healing too.
good for me sexually.
Yeah. That's my
She said that's your favorite healing.
That's good.
Oh my God, Chief.
What?
She said that's her favorite. Oh Lord,
that's my man.
Oh, Marvin Gaye, yes.
Oh yeah.
Marvin Gaye got killed by his daddy. A lot of people.
Yeah.
Oh, he killed his daddy. Or killed by his
No,
daddy.
he
Which
got
one?
killed by his daddy.
Yeah, killed by his daddy. That's crazy. To kill your son.
Yeah. So so chronic healing, and then Huna.
Yeah.
Which is like the hand healing with her hands.
They do symbols and
people are surprised. People don't even realize how sound itself, vibrations, can heal your body.
That's what I was saying. A lot of people don't know. I told you my body was just talking. Now you understand.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
My body was talking to the sound. Like you can feel the inside of my body talking to the bing, 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 bing. And you can feel my body talk to the conversation. And sometimes I know it wasn't the same. Like, let me tell you this. So if you feel a vibration, it's just go boom, when you feel in your body at the same time, boom.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what that does. When it go bing, 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 your body responds a different way. Your body may go bing, bow, boom, 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 boom.
Right.
The total opposite of the bing. That's what I mean they having a conversation. So people know. So it's not like you go and you feel that vibration. No, you feel it at the same time.
Yeah.
I'm talking about boom, and then your body go, and then boom, boom, and your body go, and then she go like that, then the body go like that.
Yeah.
Conversation back and forth.
Right.
That's what I'm
Different
saying.
parts of the body is like.
Yeah, it was talking.
But isn't that what happens when we dance?
I don't dance.
But think about that, you know? You go to the club, right? And you have that all that so sound. And what are people doing in the club?
Oh, maybe that's what they doing with the sexy red, the brown, all that stuff. The demons in the music.
Yeah. So you can either do a positive and heal yourself, or you can be in the club
And negative.
Yeah.
So you saying music got the power to control people?
Oh yeah.
Come on, guys, stop playing with me.
The body.
You telling me a song, a rap song,
vibration
can really make somebody go kill?
Yeah. Why do you think when the guy was saying, when I'm outside of the club and you think I'm a bum, and they out there, and then what was happening? People, I ain't never scared. They leave the club, shoot up the club.
Come on, man, music made that happen.
Yeah, the music does.
It's like hypnotizing people.
Yes.
Yeah. I was when I first went to a synagogue, and they had a saba. They have drummers and ladies dancing. When they start drumming, I had to hug a tree.
Hug a tree?
Because of
Come on.
She was lifted up off the ground. She was about
okay.
the drums the vibration was so big. She started to levitate up off the ground.
We talk about Marvin Gaye and social healing. You talk about hugging the tree. I'm getting the fuck out of here. I'm like, listen, I ain't know.
It's even creepier to think that the drums was making people start to levitate up off the ground and float in the air.
But you make me so crazy. Let's talk about the tree. They say the tree is alive, right?
Yeah.
So if the tree is alive, that means
they're probably a dead ancestor.
Yeah, consciousness is different in different things. No, for real. Like our consciousness is different.
But
everything's alive.
Everything has consciousness.
Listen, either everything is alive or everything is dead. People have to choose. It's either or. Either the world assimilated and controlled by we already dead, or everything alive. I choose to believe everything on earth
is alive
and it's steady evolving.
Right.
Yes.
That nothing ever dies. That death is an illusion. That death was created in order to control. Everything was created to control.
Yeah.
What I believe, right? Because I never seen nothing die. Like even if I seen the body die, save a body, the body can't even die. The body died and the maggots come out of them bitches alive. Cat died, something else come.
Right.
Every time something died, it don't die. It evolved to something else.
Well, think about this. Even plants don't roses like die and they come right back the next year.
I never seen nothing die. The fucking snow come and they come back. Everything just keep coming back. They want me to believe shit die.
Right.
Come on, gang.
That's
why I know.
It wouldn't even be it doesn't even make any sense, right?
And that's why I felt when she was getting rid of them soul traumas and like getting away and making the soul lighter, so the soul can travel on and transfer.
So listen, once we get through with this, she's going to, I want to let her let the thing play and end it. What are y'all thoughts so far? Let's get some final thoughts. What are your thoughts? Let's go with Hightower first. High Castle. What's your thoughts?
What part?
No, just your thoughts in general about this live today.
Of this live, I think the conclusion is that this is like a kaleidoscope of one's personal experience, the visuals, and I'm just part of the commentators of bringing others in the frequency to help the host make more sense of what's going on in their personal journey. Not everyone is ignorant to the health or the malpractice. Not every man nor woman is ignorant to the biological collapse that's going on in the world. This is a time of healing, and it takes great resilience. Don't pull away from this journey. Don't give up. Keep fighting. and make sense of it. However, it's a small microcosm of people who really, really are ignorant towards one's individual's health and well-being. The macrocosm outside of oneself is far more brilliant and aware, and we are beckoning for solutions to the malpractice and the disease that's going on. It's been over 100-something years since a cure has been performed on a disease, a real cure. We need to keep on speaking for healing and walk away from it's him who doesn't understand, or it's her who doesn't understand. It's an I problem.
All right. Well, look, what Oculus, what are your thoughts? Oculus, you there? Well, he might be right. He might be driving somebody. All right. So, Sakina Rob, what are your thoughts?
First, again, I want to thank you for sharing all of your experiences, and even going through what you went through, because you didn't have to do it, and with even opening up that Pandora's box to that extent, and that is the problem that a lot of people don't want to even admit to. And with that being said, this is a great experience and a great topic that you brought up, and even sharing that point is part of the solution, is that people need to admit that it wasn't, it never happened to them, and that you were not the only one. So again, I thank you for sharing your experience, and that even though you went to a shaman and had to do it that way because the ball was dropped, and we don't know how to deal with experiences, and you went through a shaman. Some people went through a psychiatrist. Some people went through a lot of doctors. Some people went through churches and went and had different experiences, but you were able to share your experience because a lot of people act like it didn't happen to them, and it did, right? And so this is why we have to stop acting like it's new and it didn't happen to me. Even though it didn't happen to me, I appreciate you sharing that, because it could have been me. And I'm glad to know you, and I appreciate you sharing that, because I know another person that it happened to. I might have saw it in a movie, right? But I did grow up in a time where a lot of people it did happen to, and they swept this under the rug. So I'm so sorry, but I do understand, because it didn't have to happen to me for me to understand and have empathy. So again, thank you again.
Ashe, thank you so much for your time. So now we're gonna hear the bells. Let's go.
We only thing that die.
The first time was I was 2 years old.
Yeah. You died at 2 years old? Wow. And you remember that one too?
My mother told me. Yep.
Wow. And you've been dying your whole life.
No.
Wow.
I'm still standing.
I know you still standing, but I'm saying you've been dying your whole life. Right? She experienced death multiple. What happened when you was 2? You remember anything?
I had pneumonia. She said I had pneumonia. And I probably was sad. A lot of trauma.
Like newly when you first came, you had trauma on you. So
no, like I'll give you an example. This is true. My sister is 11 months apart, and my brother was 11 months apart too.
Right.
So when I was born, they was happy. They had their daughter, right? Another girl, they wanted a boy.
Mhm.
So I know I had visions and other training stuff, all that my father came with a baseball cap. He wanted a boy, and he was so disappointed. See, you don't think the baby can feel the energy. You know, they are like a sponge. They can feel everything, you know. And then when my brother was born, he was a boy. So I got left out of the picture because it was 5 more girls. So I got left out of the picture. But I knew that when they accepted my sister, not on the same level they accepted me. You know, I'm just, we was wanting a boy, got the girl, you know. So I had to deal with that energy and all these sisters that came after that. They was not affected. I was affected because I was in that circle with my brother and my sister.
Right.
Yeah. So that I'm sure I was sad and a little emotional. So this time last year, I flatlined.
Wow.
I think, well, the first,
You good? Keep going.
I went to Peru, and the altitude is so high that it affected my lungs. So I was telling the doctors here I had altitude sickness, that they were treating something else. But I was doing my own thing, and I flatlined.
Wow.
Yeah.
I had to save her one time from doing the same thing one time.
Oh, that's enough time.
Was it? Wait, did you die that time too? Oh Lord, you almost died.
I was on hospice.
Yes, she was about to die at that time, but we got her out of that. We stopped that one.
Bro,
That one.
that's too much about dying. You got to end your show. That's too much about dying. I died 5 times. She died 3. That's 8. That's too many times to die.
Right,
but you know what?
But but this is the thing that's part of being a shaman, though.
Yeah.
Right.
Part of shamanhood.
Yeah, I'm shamaned out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm shamaned. Yeah.
Death experience.
Yeah, that was good.
Near death.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah, that's good.
I feel like we're going through the experience.
I'm trying to tell you, look, there's no way you can like not do it. You go into a trance.
I don't know if I should kind of dance a little bit or.
you go into a trance, like you just like hear it, and your mind be like,
right.
Yeah, like I'm trying to listen. When we were just hearing it, like the bells. Yeah, them bells, the bells, man.
Rex, I don't need you to chill. Was you there?
Yeah, I was there.
Oh.
That's my brother there.
Oh. I feel like doing
That's the reason why I was there.
Wow.
feel sure. I feel sure. That's something I feel sure. I feel sure. But you can feel like attachment from this believing. Like don't believe me. Really? I can feel it. I felt like I was like, what is she doing? And God told me what she was doing. And then I felt it like move. It was like stuff that I probably didn't even know. It was like soul stuff. That's what I said. She was friend, like maybe your soul life to travel on. That's what I don't know what she do. We never had a conversation. But that's what that told me when I was sitting there. That she was taking all the stuff that stopped me and keep me reincarnated. She was just getting rid of it. Is that true? I don't know.
It does different things with different
people.
Yeah.
So that's what I can do.
Why?
So I made me light.
You definitely feel lighter.
Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah, yeah, yeah. See if you believe in the God in you.